come right over. You're missing one of the biggest things in your life.
Oh, one of the biggest things. Hello, friends. Hello, fellow traders and everyone else. Welcome to TopstepTV, the biggest and most watched futures trading stream that you will find. We've got an all-star cast each and every day of the week. Real traders, real educators that give you 100% transparency. You're not going to find another show out there like TopstepTV, one that has everything as far as education, support, good looks, cool swag, and tradertainment. This is Opening Call. He's Grape Ape, and I'm Dino Mutt. We have an exciting, informative, and educational programming for you today. And throughout the week, we will be your trading buddy, your trading mentor, newscaster, fellow trader, and yes, even that voice behind the door that says, Dave's not here, man. So let's get ourselves ready for some top-notch, up-to-date market know-how. Johnny, is your game plan ready?
Grape Ape.
Checklist ready?
Grape Ape.
Journal prepared for today?
Beagly.
Is your coffee hot? Is your banana peeled? All right, everybody, let's say hello to everybody's friend and that handsome man next to me and that trading mentor, John, a.k.a. the Hoagland. Good morning. Good morning, sweetheart.
Good morning, Eddie, and good morning, everybody. Happy to be here with you today on this Friday, March the 1st. Always focusing on context, good risk management, and patience. Let's have a good capital preservation Friday today.
I love it. It is Friday. It is the 1st of March. Springtime. It's right around the corner, I hope. Well, anyway,
yes.
Let's get busy here. And of course, I forgot about saying, hey, it's Friday. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. U.S. stock futures hovered below the flat line heading into the final trading days of the week as investors digested fresh inflation data and eyed the path ahead of the Federal Reserve interest rates. OpenAI is reportedly planning a new board members as the artificial intelligence group behind ChatGPT faces increased regulatory scrutiny. Also, on the other side of the world, China's manufacturing activity slows for the fifth straight month in February. Mention the U.S. stock futures lowered today here. That was after Wall Street notched gains in the prior session yesterday that were fueled by inflation data, which bolstered hopes that the mid-year interest rate cut from the Federal Reserve. Now, I think we had one of the Feds talking about summer looks like a good time. Summer is a very long time. So anyway, S&P futures slipped by about 0.2%. NASDAQ down by about 0.1. We had the Dow also down 0.2. So the main indices finished green yesterday. That was with the benchmark S&P 500 and that tech-heavy NASDAQ composite closing at fresh record highs. The Dow, meanwhile, edged up by 0.1%. Mentioning that OpenAI, they're planning to name several new board members in March. The Washington Post reported that the SEC was investigating whether the firm misled investors during a major upheaval in its top leadership in November. JAB. Jab. Do you call it JAB or they call it jab? Anyway, excuse me. They're selling $3 billion in Keurig Dr. Pepper shares. My favorite soda. I love Dr. Pepper. Keurig Dr. Pepper. KDP announced that European investment conglomerate JAB or JAB Holdings will sell up to 100 million shares of the U.S. beverage maker. This was a statement late Thursday. So it moves roughly worth about $3 billion. Most recent closing price in the JAB subsidiary is looking to offload just under 87 million shares through a secondary offering. I did mention China, our friends on the other end of the planet. Their factory activity shrank as expected in February, taking little support from stronger demand during the Lunar New Year, and that brought the weakness in the world's second biggest economy and consistently persisted. John, what other wonderful news do you have for us today?
All right. Well, as far as economic numbers are concerned, at 8:45, we've got the U.S. S&P Manufacturing Index final. 9 o'clock, the University of Michigan sentiment is due out. U.S. ISM manufacturing final also due out, as well as construction spending. That's at 9 o'clock Central Time. 9:15. Well, there's a few talking Feds today. Barkin was already barking today at 7:30 on CNBC. At 9:15, we've got Waller and Logan each responding to a paper titled "Quantitative Tightening Around the Globe: What Have We Learned?" We are supposed to get some text on that, and a Q&A is expected at that time. At 12:15, Bostic is speaking in a moderated conversation on topics including the economic outlook as well as real estate trends at some conference in Orlando. Not expecting text on that, but there will be a Q&A on that. At 12:30, Daly and Schmidt participate in a panel discussion on AI and the labor market at the 2024 U.S. Monetary Policy Forum. No text is expected, but again, there will be a Q&A. And at the end of the day here at 2:30, Kugler is speaking about pursuing the dual mandate. The dual mandate, as we know, is steady inflation and full employment. It's going to be at the Stanford Institute for Economic Policy Research and Economic Summit. We are going to be getting text on that at 2:30 Central Time today. That should be interesting, especially during the power hour. And a Q&A is expected. Not last but not least, at noon today, the Baker Hughes rig count is due out. So that's all of the known economic information and talking Feds that we are aware of at this time. Not a lot of important earnings due out, pretty much at the end of the earnings season. And that's what we're looking at as far as economic numbers and talking Feds today. Eddie, back to you.
All right, so straight from Jed Clampett, that Texas tea, that black gold, was subdued in the European trade on Friday as broader market optimism that easing inflation could persuade the Fed to begin slashing interest rates by mid-2024. As I said, summer. Prices were largely range-bound after the data showed record U.S. Highs in the production and the output from the Organization of Petroleum. Brent, expiring in May, was basically unchanged. We did see the WTI dipping 0.2%. Now, both contracts are on a pace to clock weekly gains following a sharp fall the previous week. So we'll see that. Right now, we're looking between 75 and 85. Is that correct? Yes, we're still in that range, 75, 85, so far in 2024. John, you like a good burger, right?
Of course.
Good old burger.
Who doesn't?
Who doesn't? Vegans. But
I
anyway,
guess that's true.
they don't. I'm taking cheeseburger, no cheese, no burger. Just give me the bun. We talked about, I think Jack brought it up, when Wendy's alleged surge pricing sort of pissed some people off. It even pissed the king off. And the king I'm talking about is Burger King. So what Burger King says, in apparent response to Wendy's on Wednesday, Burger King tweeted, the only thing surging at BK is the fire. Har, har, har. We don't believe in charging people more when they're hungry. Okay, that's cool. Now through Friday. Now listen up. You watching me? Now through Friday, March 1st, Burger King Royal Perk members. Okay, now to be a Royal Perk member, you've got to use the app. It's a Burger King rewards program. Are entitled to a free Whopper or Impossible Burger when they purchase at least $3 of food. That's according to the Burger King press release. To snag this deal, you must be placed through the Burger King app, as I was mentioning, or the website. So one free Whopper will be given per order. So get your free burger. Cool. Touche, Burger King. Touche, Wendy's. All right. Today is Friday, last time that we're going to be having the tip of the week. Now, Jack, you got it? Boy, that was quick. I blinked and it showed up. A demo account. Now, risk management practice. Now this is one of the best things you can do with a demo account. It allows traders to practice risk. Gosh, risk is so darn important. Risk management techniques such as setting a stop loss order, managing position sizes, and implementing risk reward ratios. Now, this helps traders develop discipline, trading habits, and protect their capital in live trading. John, what else you got on this for our last day of tip of the week demo account?
Well, being the fact that it is Capital Preservation Friday day today, if you have a good morning, you can either call it a day and go do something else and have some fun, live your life, or if you want to preserve that capital that you've accumulated this week and even throughout the morning today, you can always move to your demo account. If you really want to continue to trade, practice, work on other strategies, always a good idea to do so, of course, in a demo account.
Yes, indeed, indeed. All right, well, let's get this party started with the charts. And Johnny, what do you got for our contestants today?
All right, Eddie, thank you very much. We say this every morning when we're looking at the equities. Upside structure remains intact. The daily time frame balance, the balances are getting closer and closer. Now, this is not a prediction. This is nothing that I'm suggesting is calling a top or anything. But typically, we do see when a market is moving in a particular direction, the areas of balance at the beginning of the move are further apart. We get a little balance here, a little balance of a move to the upside here. We've got balance, and each consecutive balance seems to be. Or do we hear music?
I'm not hearing music. Is it the rapture?
My bad. I'm sorry about that. Okay. So when we see the areas of balance farther apart, the move is newer. It is more fresh. It's more likely to continue in that direction. Now, again, no prediction here, but we're seeing the areas of balance getting closer and closer, indicating that the upside move may be getting a little bit exhausted. Now, that doesn't mean that there is a top or anything that can happen. There can be more money that can come into this market and continue the move to the upside. The upside structure is still to the upside. You've got to be able to trade what you see and be creative enough to understand the structure that the market is currently holding. We did add 14,000 in open interest on some pretty decent volume yesterday. Take a look at the 30-minute chart. Let's get this scaled. And there we go. So here we go. So there's that bull flag we were looking at. We broke out of it yesterday on the 730 numbers. We came back into it, rejected, and the market rolled higher pretty much for the rest of the day. It was a very exciting power hour yesterday because we had some negative delta that pushed price higher at the end of the day. And again, with that increase in open interest with that negative delta, it's indicating that we had some other time frame or longer time frame buyers coming in, continuing to adjust inventory to the long side. The increase in open interest against that delta indicates that we did have some longer time frame buyers in this market yesterday. So what are we looking at today? We have virtually no overnight inventory. We're going to be opening relatively close to settlement, relatively close to the fairest price of the day, the ending price of the day. And the profile yesterday, we ended up being a normal variation day with a neutral stance. So the market is still seeking levels to facilitate trade, different levels. But when we open in range and relatively close to value, I'm going to try and stay patient today. Very little change in the perception of value of the S&Ps as we speak right now. So again, with no overnight inventory, opening inside range and close to value, try and stay patient this morning. We're going to see if we can't see any kind of divergence throughout the day again today, and look for opportunities as the day goes on. The suggestion is let the market establish an early range and focus on those extremes for those opportunities. We've got our all-time high, which was last week's high up here at 51.23 half. Overnight low, overnight high above that, overnight low between, and we're right in the middle of it. So the market really just kind of settling in for perhaps an early morning or early spring nap today at some point. I don't really know, no prediction. But again, with that profile, normal variation, neutral stance, the market is likely to be seeking new levels to facilitate trade. That's what the market's job is. Let's take a look at the NASDAQ now. The NASDAQ in the same situation. Okay, we've got upside structure remains, largely intact. We're still stair stepping higher, but after this low, we found balance. We moved away from that balance to a new area of balance above that balance. The next balance is overlapping to higher. So again, not making any predictions. There's plenty of money out there that can keep this moving to the upside, of course. So especially if they start lowering rates, that's going to open up more cash and more possible continuation to the upside. That's a really long-term look. But when we see the market stacking balances closer and closer, it's an indication that the upside move needs some consolidation or a pullback in order to continue the move to the upside. Again, no prediction, just an observation. So we added 9,000 in open interest yesterday. Take a look at the 30-minute chart. We also had an opportunity for the market to break out of what we were calling a bull flag, and it did so in pretty good fashion. It raised volume was higher yesterday. We added 9,000 in open interest against negative delta, indicating other longer time frame buyers accumulating a new position, perhaps to the long side in the S&Ps. They're spread all over the place. Those long time frame traders, they're hedging these positions against lots and lots of other products, but it does indicate that they did adjust inventory a little bit to the long side yesterday. As far as the overnight inventory is concerned, again, nothing really to be talking about as far as overnight inventory is concerned. The market is pretty much hanging its settlement pretty much where it opened last night. So again, the suggestion would be to be patient, wait for an opportunity as the day goes on. Now, both in the S&P and the NASDAQ yesterday, there was the potential for a late spike. You guys hear me talk about the late spike. I don't know what happened at 3:00 yesterday. There were some huge sell market orders that came in and pushed price back basically into the range for the session. Now, the NASDAQ, where did it close? It closed at 82.75. 82.75. So the NASDAQ did put up a late spike. So now we've got late spike rules. Opening in or above the late spike is a higher probability of acceptance of higher pricing. Opening below the base of the late spike, which, by the way, to be exact, the base of the late spike is 18,073. 18,073. So watch that level today for some potential change in direction or continuation to the upside. So the S&P does not have the late spike. The NASDAQ does. Of course, they're always going to be telling a slightly different story. So with no overnight inventory opening in the late spike indicates there is a potential for acceptance of higher pricing. The profile yesterday was again a normal variation day with a late spike to the upside. So take that for what it's worth. The late spike was denied in the S&Ps, but did finish in the NASDAQ. One last thing I want to point out about the NASDAQ, we put in a new all-time high in the overnight session last night. We see this over and over again. When the all-time or recent high is in the overnight session, it tends not to stay there for very long. The regular trading hours price action will usually take that out at some point in the near future. Again, no predictions, just an observation. Crude oil. So open interest and volume was low yesterday. We were really struggling to get above this inflection level, and it's kind of a big area of inflection. We had the weekly kickoff high, we had last week's high, and we had this trend line. Finally, it looks like we may be seeing some sort of a decision as far as what longer time frame traders are thinking about doing at this level. Again, reduced open interest yesterday, just continuing to kind of be magnetic towards this weekly kickoff level. Now we're finally starting to see a decent breakout to the upside. Take a look at the 30-minute chart. Look at the volume in the London session last night. Really good volume on this push to the upside. Now, what happens? Well, we've opened. Excuse me one second, folks. I apologize. We've opened, and we're holding above this inflection area here. Settlement was below it, of course. We know that, but now we're attempting to break out above this. There have been several attempts to break out above this inflection level here. Again, weekly kickoff high, 78.70, 78.92 last week's high, and this trend line. So if we can hold above here and we can bring in some new business, there's no reason this market can't continue this move to the upside. We've been waiting basically all week for some sort of decision away from weekly kickoff high. This could be it. The profile yesterday was a normal variation, neutral day. Those days tend to have price seek new levels to facilitate trade, which is what is happening now. Again, no prediction, just observation. And take a look at gold now. Real quick. Again, another potential breakout or potential market state change. We've got yesterday was the first close we've put over this trend line. It was good volume, good open interest. We added 12,000 in open interest on a potential kind of breakout move above last week's high, above this trend line. We're seeing some potential continuation in that direction right now. Here's the 30-minute chart. And there is our breakout above that trend line. We took out a naked point of control. I'll take that off here. It was a P-shaped profile. Now, typically, a P-shaped profile indicates short covering. That is not supported because we added 12,000 in new positioning, new longs on that push to the upside yesterday and in the consolidation that occurred thereafter. Look at our overnight low. Our overnight low, right back to that trend line, and continuing this move to the upside. We've got the market. It opened with a gap. It's closed the gap. It looks like looks like to the tick, and we're seeing some continuation to the upside. So, again, only observation, no prediction. This breakout could lead us to a potential test of weekly kickoff high all the way up at 2077. Because we added open interest on this push, and because the volume was good, and we tested back to that level last night about 3 o'clock in the morning, found support there, starting to see some possible continuation to the upside. So we've got some interesting things in these markets today. We've got lots of talking feds. Please take your deep breath. Stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading today. Make sure you pray for peace. We need all the prayers we can get. And make sure you stay kind to yourself and stay kind to others. Looking forward to an excellent, interesting, challenging, and hopefully profitable trading day for all of you.
Well, thank you, John. Love that. Hey, real quick, just something that we added to our Topstep X yesterday. I know that Nick is trying to answer as much as possible, but just want to let everybody know, everyone who was eligible and signed up yesterday should have received their email around 7:45 a.m. Central Time. It was before we were on the air, okay? If you've already tried Topstep X, if you already have trading on Topstep, you're not eligible at this time, all right? So just to let you know, if you're in good standings with Topstep and haven't tried Topstep X yet and didn't get an invite after signing up, please contact support. All right. If you missed it, we're going to have more giveaways. We promise we'll be doing something for Bell to Bellers also very soon. So we'll go from there. But anyway, we're going to take a quick break. We got RIPS break in. Let's, you know what? Let's just go right into it. I think we see him. I think he's at the door. We got RIPS at the door. I think we got everybody at the door here right now.
Yeah. It's a party.
He is. It's like we were here, just 5 minutes ago, right, Rips?
Good morning. How we
Good
doing
morning.
there, Eddie?
Good to go, my brother. Happy Friday.
Yeah. Happy Friday to you, too. I was trying to do a casual Friday today to try to keep up with you because you always have the best casual Friday fashion going on in here.
Yeah, I got my buddies here.
Hey, there we go.
Best buds.
Buds.
Hey, good to see you, Hogue. How you doing this morning?
Feeling good, Rips. Happy to be here with you, and always grateful to have the opportunity. So looking forward to a good session today.
Oh, likewise. Yeah, I myself, I haven't taken any trades whatsoever today. And let me see if my charts are coming in here. I might have to reshare these real quick. If you just want to bear with me for just only a moment here, I have to make sure that I get these charts shared over here. Get this really quickly here. But yeah, I'm excited about today's trade because we do have basically all of the weekly options that are expiring on Friday. That's today. We do have all the weeklies that are going to be expiring, and it should create a good amount of volatility in the markets, and it should be something good to trade. We do also have 4 Fed heads that are speaking today, as John so eloquently put. We do have 4 Fed heads that are talking today. It's going to be a lot of price action there. They all are voting members. We did hear from Mr. Thomas barking away earlier, and he did say some interesting things that kind of caused the market to have a little bit of a kerfuffle to the downside. And we bounced right at our clubhouse level of 18,071, so we will have to see if that level will hold as a level of support. It is nice to see my charts are finally coming in, not looking like we're on 16 vodka Red Bulls there. So yeah, we did bounce at that 18,071. We have kind of tagged the middle of this inefficiency block. We do have a bearish order block above that from my ICT traders out there. So we will have to see whether or not we're going to creep back up to the upside. It does feel like an infinite bid market. How do you feel about it, Hogue? Are you feeling up or down today?
Right now, where it is with no overnight inventory after that, whatever that was at the end of the day yesterday that knocked these markets. I mean,
End of month flows.
Holy cow. I mean, just a big flow of selling just whacked these markets. The fact that there's no overnight inventory and in range from yesterday has me thinking, try and stay a little bit patient, look for better opportunities as the day goes on.
Yeah, I agree. And I think that today could be one of those days where, you don't look for, we got the door.
There they are. And hey, we got 2 minutes here. I just want to make sure that we got all our ponies in the gates. And I'm going to pass this over to Andre. Good morning, Andre.
Morning, Eddie. Happy March. Happy Friday. Michael, Rips, Johnny. Michael, how we doing?
I'm doing great. I'm not happy about my trade yesterday.
Oh, yeah,
I'm doing
man.
great.
What happened?
I was up 500.
You know how you turn that around, Michael, right?
I know today,
Five
working
lot.
with you. I get it.
I mean, the answer is pretty simple. You crack open a nice cold Celsius and you trade.
Oh, are they there? Oh, you weren't kidding, Rips.
There it is.
Crush one, Michael.
Try this out.
Just crush one.
Which one am I drinking? I mean, you're
Well,
like
if you
a
like
Red
Snapple
Bull,
iced tea, peach iced tea, then that's your jam. Get the peach iced tea. But if you like orange soda, like Kel likes orange soda, then crack open an orange soda.
I like orange.
Let's crush one, dude. Look at that.
Not typical orange.
Oh,
Cheers, buddy.
Shotgun it. What is it?
All right.
You good?
Yeah, I mean, no, it's not.
Well, let's make that money back.
It's just another energy. It's just another energy thing.
We'll
drink.
check in 10 minutes and see if you have the same sentiment.
Oh, is that what this? Okay, this is like one of those. Yeah, it's not hitting yet. Take another or something.
We're just about to hit the opening bell here, gentlemen.
Let's go.
Yes.
Let's go. This.
And we
John,
are.
that closed yesterday was insane. What did we say? Here we go.
All right. So, I mean, the NASDAQ has opened in the late spike, which indicates an indication of potential acceptance of higher pricing. Doesn't mean it just has to run that way. It's just an implication that says, yes, market, the price is being accepted at higher levels. The S&Ps got whacked so hard yesterday that we ended up not in closing the day with that late spike. So there's a little bit of a difference there. But right now it looks like, we're seeing some buyers here off the open. We've got positive delta, about 1,500 positive in the S&Ps. It's congruent with direction so far. Still right now inside the opening range.
Yeah, I did take a long here off the open, looking for us to break above our level of 118 halves. So I do want to see if we can actually hold above this level. If we have a hold above that level, I would be pretty strong in this play here. But right now we're having a little bit of a rejection into that level. We're back down to the 50% of that inefficiency. So I do want to see whether or not this market can hold up above that, maybe retesting that 120 level on the NASDAQ here. If we do get above it, we could see this kind of hold and potentially encroach back up into that 30 plus level, 130 plus. That's what I'm looking for here.
Okay.
I got short two while you're talking up there in the 22s. Yeah.
I like it long here, Michael. I like it long above these 20s.
Yeah, I just did a quick one. Tilt got super heavy, and I waited. I usually would get in pretty early on a short, dip a toe in the water. But that toe in the water,
running out of a little bit of steam here. A little bit of steam here running out of these 20s, but there we go, busting through. There is that push above those 20s. I'm going to peel off 2 contracts there. Loving that trade. Beautiful. Up through that 35 into that bearish order block here, leaving one as a runner. I'm going to bring my stop pretty tight around 24 here.
I think you might have the tiger by the tail here, and I don't usually say that.
You know why, Michael? I started drinking Celsius 10 minutes before you, and that is
get out of here. What do you like? What do you get? Like a percentage of the sales here?
No, nothing at all. But they should be sponsoring us.
Well, we can make it happen. We are talking to other people about sponsorship. Yeah, we'll know you guys what this one's presented by at some point someday.
So we are still holding above that 24 level here. I want to see if we can get back up above those 30s here. We did touch right into that bearish order block and kind of reject, but I'm still holding out if we can actually break above that order block here. We are getting pretty hot and heavy and speedy up towards these 35s here. So we can have a nice little breakout above these 35s. New high day here intact. NVIDIA is ripping. Wow, NVIDIA is shaking and baking around here, almost at 805. So yeah, the longs are still in control here, and I do like my trade.
Awesome.
Where are you in from and what account?
118 quarters trading in my Topstep XFA accounts.
Okay, cool.
So trying to peel some real profit out of these markets trading on my Topstep XFAs. There we are back above, making some new highs here, up into the 40s per chance. Let's see if we can actually break above these 40s now. Very, very nice trade here developing. I'm going to move my stop to 33 quarters in case we get this pullback. Still holding above 35 for now. We hit the tippy top of that bearish order block. So if we did bust through, target would be 47 3/4 there to the top side.
Hey, Rips are telling me I should be drinking this cold. Am I not even experienced?
Yeah, if you're drinking that warm, you're doing it all wrong. Buddy. It's like cracking open a toasty warm beer there. Would you drink warm beer, Michael?
Yeah, I mean, no, I would not drink warm beer. I actually am a hard seltzer guy now, so I don't really want to drink any beer
Would
anymore.
You drink a warm hard seltzer?
No, I don't. I put it on ice, and I put it in a cup.
Okay, well, let's get that Celsius on ice. I did just get stopped out there, Michael. By the way, just to give you a quick little update there, that was traded on 2 Topstep XFA accounts. That does put me up on the day. $2,000 there on that ripper off the open here. And because we love transparency here, I'm going to go ahead and share that. That was copied across 2 Topstep XFA accounts here. Let me go ahead and slide this on over, so we can see that all transparent over there.
Yeah,
there it is. Topstep Express funded accounts. Bingo, bango.
Nice.
Perfect.
The S&Ps have still not left the opening range. The NASDAQ ripped to the upside. The S&P has done nothing.
No. All right, really quick before we get these, get the day going pumping here. Eddie, what do we got for economic numbers and speakers today?
Ladies and gentlemen, in about 10 minutes here, we're going to be having our S&P Global U.S. Manufacturing PMI. Big number. They're expecting 51.5. Also, we got construction spending. We also do have the ISM in about 25 minutes, about a half an hour. ISM Manufacturing PMI. We also do have that Michigan sentiment number also coming out there. And I'll keep an eye on the wire, and I'll let you know what we get.
Thank you.
That is.
What levels are you looking for? What levels are you looking for out here?
Going back to my chart here. Now we want to join the train. Is that Celsius starting to hit you there, buddy? Now you want to join the winning team.
It's starting to kick in. Yeah, I'm going to start.
You see what happens? Your eyes start to get in focus. You start to see the market in a different light. I'm telling you, that's what it's all about there, buddy. You're looking at it with your eyes. Market's ripping straight up. Come on.
As long as this jet fuel doesn't get me over trading, then fine. I'm okay with that.
Well,
That's the one thing you might have to tamp down. But as far as levels go, I am looking for this 118 to hold up. We did encroach right above that bearish order block. We are rejecting now back down through it. So we could repaint back into this inefficiency about 50% of the way through. But I would want to see 147.75 being claimed to the top side here in NQ. If we do get encroachment above that level, I do want to see 166 evens being traded there. But we do have to see the S&P starting to wake up. S&Ps are trading back at 5110, where we saw that liquidity being conducted yesterday during Power Hour, where I was on with Andre here. Quick question for chat. Go ahead and drop a W in chat if you caught that ripper off the open, or if you even caught, Michael's short trade there, that little scooper to the downside. Go ahead and drop a W in chat. Let's get a little temperature on the room here. See if anybody caught that move to the long side, maybe a little short side there. Very curious here. Oh, look at that. We got some W's coming in chat.
Can I mention a couple of things?
Nice.
Mention a couple of things for you, Rips.
What's up?
The high in the regular trading hour session high in the NASDAQ is right at last week's high. And that was an all-time high. We also traded above that all-time high in the overnight last night. And that is something that markets don't like to leave. If you put in an all-time, a recent high in the overnight session, the market has a tendency to take that out in the regular trading hour session at some point in the near future. So that rip to the upside failed to do that so far, but it stopped right at last week's high, the previous all-time high.
Yeah, we are having a pretty harsh rejection up there. We did not get above that 147 level. So when I do see a big wick like this on the 15-minute, it does tend to lean towards the weak side. I do think that most market participants, after we had that order matching session here off that first candle, I think that most market participants are now going to be waiting. What I'm personally waiting for is that Michigan sentiment read out at 10 a.m., 9 a.m. Central Time. But I think that's what most market participants are waiting for here, since it's either that or Fed heads. Fed heads start 15 minutes after that print. So I think that a lot of big positioning trades will be coming in around 10.
A Waller, eh?
Yeah, I made a mistake and preempted a breakout to the upside in the opening range in the S&Ps because I saw what the NASDAQ was doing. It never did take out the high of the opening range in the S&Ps. So I'm about to get probably stopped out here at a little bit of a loss right here basically at VWAP, because all roads lead to VWAP.
Be careful.
Andre, if you have a map, could you tell me where all roads lead to?
Yeah, I can't say it anymore. I got in trouble, but
Andre,
everyone knows.
No,
everyone knows where all roads lead to.
Andre, you can't say it. George said it.
George can say it.
George can say it.
George,
we don't say anything's for sure here.
Yeah, got called out in the chat, man. That was brutal. George, if you're there, hold the sentence for me.
George, we're making a T-shirt for that. In and out.
Hey, Rips, in a little bit, we're going to watch your scouting reports on the Fed speakers coming up after Michigan number, by the way.
Definitely. I'm excited to have that. We do have, like Eddie said, in about just 7 minutes here, we do have the S&P Global Manufacturing PMI. So that's going to be important. That's the PMI data for February for last month. So that's going to be coming out here in about 7 minutes, 6 minutes. So let's look out for that.
March 1st, Michael. How about it?
Happy May Day, Andre.
May Day. May Days in May. May Days in May.
So, Michael, you had a pretty good February overall, right? January was a little bit down, and then February, I think you had some good trades, right?
Yeah, I'm probably up $9,000 for February. I think I lost like 15 or 20. I mean, I think I lost 15 or 20 in January. Like, honestly, guys, I do not. It was stupid. Like, real thousands of dollars. And because it happened towards the end of it, and I was over trading, and that's why I was so upset with myself. I'm like, I have not lost like this in a long time. And there's your transparency on that one. So this is 100%. Like it's month 2 of 12, and it's the front side of the front 9, not the back 9. So I'm feeling okay. I just have one little thing on here. I don't have a hat today, so I'm gonna maybe put it right here. I don't know. Patience. So I've been looking at that one, and I don't know, working with you guys, slowing it down. Mm-hmm. Not freaking out, calling Andre, being like, what the hell? Why am I trading like an asshole? So I don't know. Yeah. So I think a lot of people can relate on a spinning of your wheels or going on an emotional tilt or anything like that. So I don't know. That was January. January's gone. February's been patience. I've been trading fairly well. And yesterday I wasn't happy about it. I lost 2,000 yesterday. I made 1,100, 1,300 Monday, 500 or something, only 100 or something Tuesday, 1,100 on Wednesday, and then 2,000 yesterday. So I'm still up on the week, but it's like up like $600. I don't know, maybe something like that. The whole week of work, that would have been, if I would have stopped yesterday with you guys, that would have been, I don't know, 2,000 for the week. That would have put me at 11 for the month. That's it. That's why we say, where's it at? That's why I say this all the time. Eddie, if you're here, or if you're not here, Hoagland, it says
here.
chip away. Yeah, there you go.
Chip
We
away.
used to say this all the time.
Good camera work.
Yep. Brick by brick.
Production.
Yep.
Good job.
Yeah. See,
And,
my favorite
another-
part
another-
today,
Minute remaining.
Another big thing in the office here. Look at in the office. You see that? Hold on.
Always trade
Just
for
missed
tomorrow.
Oh, hold on.
Look what he's going on. Look at this.
Always trade for tomorrow.
Right there. Okay, but
What's
you
it say
see
up
what's
on-
up to the top left?
what's it-
See the top
Yeah.
left? It says discipline is built brick by brick.
What's it say above the door?
And then there,
Men's.
reach.
Look at this. How about this? Look at this. This is great. Yeah, Cribs.
Always trade for
Topstep
tomorrow.
Cribs. So good. You never know what's gonna happen.
Man, get your skis out of here, Andre.
Never.
We have data coming out in 3 minutes now, folks. So if you are in a position, you do want to be minding that position very carefully because we can have a big draw of liquidity either side here and the order book can clear out and become very, very thin. So if you have a very tight stop, it can catch you off guard.
Yeah, you know, if trader page, you need someone to clean your office. Yeah, I wish, but I've had like 10 people here in the last. I've had 10 people here, and the messiest guy I know has been skiing with me all week. Nick, if you're on here, and guys, we might get him on here. He's a CEO of a cannabis. He has like 150 employees. CEO of a cannabis grow and distributor, all legal, all in the state of Missouri. Is like I don't know, 10 or 12 different spots. But he knows the cannabis space. If we ever want to start interviewing somebody on cannabis law, all that kind of stuff, he lobbies and all that. So he's out here with me. He's the mess.
Yes, he
Andre, I
is.
think you can relate. Yes, he
Very
is.
much so. He's very messy.
And yeah, it says, everybody was joking. It says F FOMO. That used to say the F word. It used to say the F word. I'm like, hey, I want these like little, I want the office to look like a Michigan football locker room or like the Bears locker room. Like, you know, little inspirational things. We have this office, an Aspen office. So long story short, that used to say F, bye-bye, UCK. And something I've always kind of said, I'm like, who cares? It's a stupid cuss word. But it has emphasis on that. FOMO doesn't mean anything. And then the landlord goes, hey, little kids can see it from the sidewalk. I go, can I put F on it then? He's like, sure.
Always breaking.
So
the
it says
rules,
F. It says I bend them until I bend them, Andre.
You should have said, improve my internet and I'll take the uck off.
Yeah,
Eddie.
Uh-huh.
All right, less than 2 minutes to this number, and the
Yep.
trade gets
This
going
is
here.
this is a
1
big
minute.
one.
Un momento, por favor.
Okay. Rips up 2 G's. Nice job.
Who's up 2 G's?
Rips.
Rips.
I did that for you, Michael. Come on. We did that live together.
Crushed
I know.
crushed Power Hour
I need-
yesterday too. Crushed
you.
it.
Did he? In your live
Oh.
account, I'm
What
really
was that?
focused on your live account.
Yesterday we made 2,500 in our live.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I like
That
that.
in your pipe. Put
that
that in your
gets-
pipe, Michael.
Yeah,
Made 3,500 on XFA's, 2,500 live, total of 6K on Topstep yesterday.
well, there you go, guys. We try to show it. Were you hiding the
I
last
was
4
the
digits
number
of
one
your
live
account?
earner yesterday, so we'll have to see if
you were.
JD has those numbers later.
Okay.
I'll finish
So
this one,
I
maybe.
think what's cool about Topstep TV is you're able to see all these folks that we
yeah.
are always able to see, and you actually are able to see the leaderboard move around. We have people coming and going since 14 years of doing this, and then there's people who are stick around and stay on the leaderboard.
All right. We got the PMI final coming in at 52.2. So this is a indication that it is bullish, and it is, we'll see that bullish taken for the U.S. dollar. Back to you, traders.
So was that number in
so
line?
we got to see all those folks. Go ahead, Andre. Is number in
I was
line?
saying, okay, the number was better than expected. Number was better than expected.
Yeah.
Better than expected. 51.5 was
52
the expected, 52.2 the actual.
Okay. Coming up next, Eddie, what do we got next? We got Michigan and ISM manufacturing PMI.
Top of the hour, we got a few here, so it might turn the market blender on. So I will let you know. 15 minutes.
Gold fell out of bed a little bit there. Nothing's showing really until 50-50 NASDAQ, 50-50, 68% short crude, 66% short gold. Hopefully catching some profits there with the move to the downside. Will oil break $80 today? Got close. 79.97 was the high so far. We're going to try to make a run. Hoop alerted us to that in the chat. Thank you very much, chat. Always watching each other's backs in the markets, whether we have working orders that we may not be aware of, or we got numbers coming out, or Fed speakers, or breaking headlines. We really appreciate it. That's what makes this community so awesome. S&P is looking a little thin right now in terms of the market. About 10 o'clock yesterday, that we did see some liquidity come in. We saw some big orders coming in, 500 lots, 600 lots, 700 lots. Hell, on the close, we saw 2,000 lots going off. John, how about that close yesterday? Have we had time to digest it and make sense of what that was? If any indication how that might influence today or play into today's trade? Or was that just month-end stuff?
Well, I mean, it's definitely month-end stuff. There's kind of different as far as the S&P stack are concerned. The NASDAQ closed in the late spikes, so and then opened in the late spike. So that's an indication of continuation of acceptance of higher pricing. The S&Ps did not. I have been impatient this morning. I am going to get out of this position. I'm down $555 right now because of my lack of patience. I preempted a breakout move to the upside from the opening range, and that got me hurt. And then I just got short below it, and I'm not listening to my own advice. I told everybody this morning, try and stay patient. We're opening in range. And in my time frame, there's nothing really to do here, but I'm trying to do something, and that impatience cost me. So, the S&Ps did not trade to the all-time high that in the overnight session. The NASDAQ did. It traded above it. The NASDAQ opened in the late spike that occurred yesterday on the close. That's acceptance of higher pricing, where the S&Ps didn't. So we're seeing a little bit of a divergence in the nuances between the S&P and the NASDAQ. So that whack at the end of the day yesterday was unbelievable, man. That was just sell 10,000 at the market and wham.
It was a sight to behold. It was it was some big fireworks. I think the biggest fireworks that we've seen in 2024 so far. My mouth was wide open. I was just, wow, this was amazing. I think
I didn't catch.
Dude, there was like 2,000 sitting on the bid. He was just sitting there, working a bid. Someone was sitting in a bid. Someone came in and just sold 10,000 right into it. Took out 10 prices beneath it. Some fireworks. Literally last 60 seconds of the market.
There was so much liquidity and so much change in hands yesterday in that last hour, and especially the half hour. I mean, we were looking at areas where there were 6,000, 7,000, 8,000 contracts traded between two prices. It was just absolutely nuts.
Yeah, it was. That was some good stuff. That was a good power hour. John kept us updated with Delta. Speaking of which, John, can we get a Delta reading right now in RIPS as well, just to make sure we're keep track of this throughout the day? John, you first, please.
Basically flat in the S&Ps, up 100 right now, up 500 in the NASDAQ.
Same exact for me.
We're going to keep track of that throughout the day. And if a play comes in line here by the end of the day, something we can make for a story that we build throughout the day. So 847, 0 in the ES and plus 500 in NASDAQ. We'll track that throughout the day. Maybe we'll have a story develop as we go into Power Hour.
Yeah, I think, again, just to reiterate, I think that most market participants right now are waiting for both the ISM data to come out and also the Michigan sentiment read. And that's going to be out in just about 10 minutes here, folks. So I think that's what the market participants are waiting for. It's why we have this kind of thin and rinsey market right now. We're kind of in a spin cycle where nothing's holding. It's perking up and flushing back down, perking back up and flushing back down. And it sounds like, unfortunately, John got caught in the spin cycle a little bit. And I think that, you still there's plenty of opportunities left in the day. So, don't let that get you down, of course. But it
rarely does.
Yeah, this is just one of those things where it's that markets tend to get thin while we have big participants kind of waiting on the sideline to get those positioning trades in. And then we get that order matching once the print hits. And then we'll usually find a way out of this channel that we're in right now.
Mm-hmm. So the market's going to be waiting. That means we're going to be waiting.
100%. Yeah, February for me, just a little honesty from myself here. I mean, February for me was a little bit tricky because there were so many days in the NASDAQ where we did not get continuation, and we were auctioning up to certain areas of the market and retracting back down and then bouncing from those areas. So I was longing tops, I was shorting bottoms. So February for me was a very challenging month, which I probably made it more challenging than it should have been. And I'm looking forward to March because March, seasonally speaking, is generally more single directional, whereas February, seasonally speaking, is up at the first half of the month and down at the second half of the month. So it makes it a very tricky trade.
Agree. Why do you think March is seasonally March rips? What were you saying about March? Better trade?
It's usually single directional versus omnidirectional. And we tend to catch a nice trend in March. And I believe it's 68% of the time is that it's to the north.
I believe it. It makes sense. Well, about mid-March there, it was just buy and hold, buy the dip. And then we kind of came off of that with a hot inflation reading, I believe. Took us beneath 5,000 in the S&Ps. And of course, lo and behold, we see ourselves trading above 5,100 again. So it was buy the dip. I thought we were going to take off to the upside after yesterday. We saw that, I don't know, a zombie rally or short squeeze, what have you. But saw those bids stacking around the 5,100 area. Here we are back again at 5,100. Looks like NASDAQ cleared 18,000s. I don't know if we'll see that again today, but that seemed to be a sticky level there. We couldn't get out of there, and now we are. So take a look at gold. So move to the downside trading 20.54.50. Oil trading sideways a little bit. So like Rip said, we're going to wait here until these numbers come out in about 8 minutes, and we have Fed speakers after that, and then we get the show going.
Yeah, and the names that are actually hitting right now is just exclusive to one name. We really only have Meta that's catching a bid. And I talked about that sort of in my stream before I came on TopstepTV, that Meta has had a very aggressive share buyback program to the tune of $50 billion. So we've been seeing a lot of, anytime that Meta starts to fade down a little bit, it still bounces at the bottom of this trend. And so that's probably done by their internal buying team. And of course, there's other funds that are knowing that that's going to be bought up, so they're buying it as well. And speaking of Meta, it did just cross over 500. We see NVIDIA over 800 here, and the rest of the Mag 7 is kind of just waiting for the print here.
Hey, Noah, Andre cannot trade.
Why?
I'm not saying he cannot trade, but he cannot.
I told him tell me what trade to
You're
take.
driving. When we made a rule
Noah
when you're
said
driving
take a
on the
trade.
show.
Noah said take a trade.
Yes, Noah just said trade.
Noah
Can't
said
you just
take a
let him
trade.
off with a warning, Michael? If he trades, can't we just give him a warning
Noah
ticket?
said take a trade.
No, it's like him driving the car. We're all in the car, and him just going, "Oh, don't worry, I gotta get back." I mean, like, come on. No, it's like texting and driving.
You got to let him off with a warning, though, if it's his first one.
All right, no, we'll paper trade this. You tell me what trade you want me to take.
Oh yeah,
We'll paper trade
no
this.
paper
sucker.
trade.
And if you're
Same,
right,
same.
if you're right, by paper trade, I'm just gonna tell him. You want me to get long or short? And I'll just put the price in my head here, and we'll see if he's allowed to tell me what to do again.
Oh,
Just write it down on a notepad.
100%. We'll see it from there.
Any follow-up trades for you, MP?
I've been short these 23s, and I was 10 handles in the money. I got a 10 handle stop, but now
This is
it's
one of those
now out of the
markets where it's a see profit, take profit type of situation.
Mm-hmm.
yes, sir. So I'm not going to like it if it stops me out, but I was in the money and I was waiting for it to fall apart. And it's clearly not doing that yet.
That's what happened to me for a lot of my February trades, is that I would be short close to the bottom. We'd have a big dump and then a jack in the box spring 100 points to the north side. And I'd be in the money and then stopped out. And then same
like
thing
Tuesday,
up at the
right?
top going long, get a quick little breakout snap, be up about $500 and then instant flush. And then you're out $1,000.
And it's gone.
Exactly right.
Jack in the
There's
box.
nothing
I
worse
haven't
than
heard
that type of market.
Jack in the box in a while. Remember Jack in the Box was in the news, guys, back in the early 2000s? They weren't in the news for anything good. I know that. Remember?
Yeah,
They're killing
I think
people.
I remember that.
I mean, I read that. I thought they were killing people with their E. coli or whatever it was back in the day.
Yikes.
Looks like you're up almost 15 handles here, Michael. Nice trade.
No, I'm not. I scratched it when it came back down.
No.
I know.
Shoot.
I know.
It's that market, though.
The number was-
Go ahead.
The number's coming out in 5 minutes, and I didn't want to get stopped out, and I'm up so I can be patient, and all those things were going through my head. And I'm like, why? It's not like there's anything truly telling here. So all that being said, that was if I miss it, F FOMO. And if I would have got stopped out, then sweet, I'm out. It's crashed. Jack in the crack.
Yeah, Jack in the Box had those tacos, 99 cents for 2 tacos. I don't even know if they still have that.
Yeah.
Was that real food?
You mean
Not even
No.
deep fried.
No.
Those are like deep fried
yeah,
tacos.
flavored sawdust.
Sawdust. I knew you were going to say that. I knew he was going to say sawdust. Yo.
5 minutes remaining.
I've never had Jack in the Box my whole life.
Oh, you're not missing out on anything. Don't worry.
That's okay, John. That's definitely okay.
You're not
but-
missing a dang thing.
What about In-N-Out?
yeah.
Haven't had that either.
I don't know.
Although,
Oh,
maybe-
come on.
maybe
In-N-Out
this
is
year.
fantastic. Well, this is going to start a whole debate in the chat. With no, In-N-Out sucks. Five Guys is better.
Oh, Five Guys. Five Guys is too messy. I mean, they jam everything into one bag. They're like, oh, here's everything in one bag. Stick your hand in it. 'Cause
I feel like
they
we need
do.
a poll.
I mean, like,
In-N-Out.
Oh, yeah,
Five
100%
Guys,
on
or
this
Shake
one.
Shack.
Portillo's.
Yeah.
You know what Portillo's is, Rips?
No, I'm not
I know
familiar.
what Portillo's is. Oh, we got to set up some
Or
Portillo's.
Whataburger.
I mean-
maybe we get 4 options in there.
why McDonald's didn't make it? Oh man,
Oh,
really?
gee. So what would it be? Shake Shack, In-N-Out, Whataburger, and Five Guys.
Portillo.
That'd probably be the top
Portillo.
4, right? What is it?
oh,
Portillo's
Andres-
like Chicago
Andres-
only?
Yeah, well, they're
No,
up by
it's-
you now. They're in Cali now.
Are
They're
they?
in Cali now.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they're a
Oh,
publicly
wow.
traded company. They're a publicly traded company now, actually.
I'm gonna send
Whoa.
that shit to your front door now, Rips.
Do it. Hey, I'd love that.
There you go.
It's a Chicago thing.
I remember when Portillo's was like a little trailer up in one of like the northwest suburbs. He actually brought water in from a building next door to sell hot dogs from this little shack, and Dick Portillo built this whole empire off of that. I mean, we're talking probably 40 years ago, and now look where it is. I think he
$1
sold it
hot
out
dog
now.
stand.
Though.
Oh yeah, $1 billion hot dog stand. It's insane.
Well, it's
Yeah.
publicly
Wow.
traded. I had stock. I had some stock in it. I'm like, why don't I buy this? I'm like, why am I buying this? After I owned it for like 2 months and I was down like $1,000. Like, I don't really like stock picking. I'm so bad at.
Rivian.
So
Oh god, don't even get me started on that
You
one.
did you see Rivian's
Wow.
trading? Oh my god, that
Like
thing's
low.
It's like 30 cents.
penny
Yeah.
stock.
Thanks, Jack.
Portillo's
Thanks, Jack.
update. Here. I have it too, man. I have it too. My bags are heavy. My journey long. About Portillo's, he sold it. Someone else took it public, but
Buffett did, I
he
think.
made enough in it. I took the boat tour around the big houses in Naples, and I've seen his yacht. It's a ginormous yacht that's called Top Dog.
There you go.
I mean,
There's a boat out there called SS Topstep, Michael. I don't know if you've heard about it.
yeah. I don't know if it's still floating.
All right, kids, got about a minute here.
All right. Eddie,
Check
what do you
your
got? Keep
platforms,
those
check your orders.
Floating.
Bruh.
That was pretty good. Look, he liked that one. I got him.
Oh, my kids have this fake boat that they. I don't know how to roll this
In the bathtub. And it just did.
in the bathtub. It says it on the back. My grandma got it for him.
Yeah, and just not take it on water.
All right, look at how thin the chat.
Yeah,
Look at how thin they.
All right. Oh, it's very thin here. All across the board. Eddie, what do you got?
Focus,
It?
It's very thin.
20 seconds. 20 seconds.
It is very thin.
Super thin. This is crazy.
Now the trade gets going, boys and ladies. Let's
20
go.
to 40 contracts on both sides, and each price in the S&Ps, unless you get at
Yes,
least
well.
10 handles away.
Cancel all, everyone. Eddie, when you got it, holler.
All right, here we go. University of Michigan
Wow.
sentiment coming in at 76.9.
Nailed that one.
Wow.
Good job. We also have the U.S. ISM manufacturing PMI 47.8. They were looking at 49.5. We also got construction spending. They were looking at a 0.2%, coming in negative 0.2%. And the University of Michigan coming in at 75.2, and the Michigan condition final 79.4.
Okay.
There you have it.
All right, well, the- NASDAQ has officially taken out that all-time high that was put in the overnight in the regular trading hour session now.
I was selling close to that there, Hogue. I got in
Yes,
right
you
when
were.
that print happened. I saw the tape starting to develop to the top side, sniped an entry, and then pulled out and puts me up almost $2,500 on the day.
Damn.
Nice.
You sold in.
Yeah.
Well done.
Just right there. Little sniper.
John, you said all-time highs in NASDAQ, right?
Yeah, it occurred last night in the overnight
Wow.
session, and there's
No
a
one was looking.
big tendency for the regular trading hour to take that out in the near future. Not necessarily today, but in the near future. But it just took it out now. So all-time high in the regular trading hour session, as suggested.
When no one was looking. Unbelievable. All right, gold seen a pop here. Oil unfazed.
Yeah, we are
by
auctioning
that.
back around that level. In the NASDAQ at 147 3/4. We are kind of rejecting underneath that. So if we did reclaim that level, we would look to auction back and do a completed business up there at 166. If we are above 166, we're holding above that level. We have 195 quarters as my next top level there.
195 quarters. Hey, what else? What other levels do you guys? 195 quarter. What other levels do you guys have in the chat? If I want to see them, because if I want to take them, I'll buy you a hoodie. TopstepTV hoodie. I'll have it sent to your door.
Here's a little information about Portillo's that my wife's cousin just sent to me. Now, his dad is started a hot dog stand in Chicago just about the same time as Dick Portillo did in Villa Park. It was 1963. He spent $1,100 on a 6x12 trailer without a bathroom or running water. To get running water, he ran 250 feet of hose from a building nearby to get water for it. So 1963. Portillo's is older than I am, but about the same time that my wife's uncle Ronnie started on kind of the same thing with like a hot dog cart in Chicago. He now has. Well, he's had several restaurants up near Lake Geneva. There was Ronnie's, which was a pizza place, and now he has the Upper Crust, which is near Pell Lake. And so you can make a lot of money selling hot dogs.
You can make a lot of money eating them too, says Joey Chestnut.
Yeah.
Wow, well done.
37,
George,
38, 39.
Don't get me in trouble, George.
So we are pushing back up to this 147 3/4 level. It's kind of knocking on that door, but trying to get over. It's running into a little bit of resistance here. It's kind of pushing over these 150s. I'm still not back in a position here, but it does look like the market wants to rip and rally here. We are seeing a little bit of a pullback in Apple. Meta is still above 500. Nvidia is still above 800. Amazon is looking to get up to 178 here. S&Ps really want to get above 520 if we want to see this boot, scoot, and rally to the top side. But I'm going to be hands off here. I like that sniper entry. I got what I wanted. Just in, out, done.
Well done. Well done.
I got a sniper entry while you were talking. I sold 54s.
That's my guy right there.
Damn, son.
Yeah. I like it when it's instantly in the money, like 10 handles, because you know that there's some longs that got caught up there that could push it down 15 or 20.
What's your target on that trade, MP?
But 20 handles. I think I can pull
Nice.
a 20 handle out of this good entry.
Good risk to reward ratio there.
There we go.
There you go.
Got it.
Got him.
Wow.
Another one.
That's what I'm talking about, MP.
God,
Well done.
$800.
Yes, sir.
God, if I just stop trading every time I'm done with the show.
Yeah, right. Never.
No, these are bad habits, guys, that are dying hard. That's why I wanted to come on here with all you guys and be like, hey, this is real stuff. Look, there's being a lot better traders in this program than I am, though I did make the leaderboard last week. So,
Yeah, no big deal.
Yeah, I guess you can say it in there.
God, that 54s was a great short.
Yeah, it was.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh,
It's tough to trust this market, though, like we we're talking about earlier, even though it's
Rips.
going to, you just have to be so wary about a big bounce coming in this market right now.
Yeah.
It's hard to hold
Mhm.
shorts. It really is. Speaking of, there you go. There's your bounce. We just bounced 15 handles off the 20s there.
Yep. Oh, I wouldn't be surprised if this thing does a rocket ship to the upside.
Yeah.
I think it's probably indicative of what you're drinking, Michael. I think that's probably why you nailed that short there.
That statement and trading with RIPS brought to you by Celsius. Celsius is smooth, goes down very smooth. Feels like a hard seltzer at 8 a.m. But
here come the buyers. Yeah, you can't, like Rip said, you can't hang on to shorts for any longer than
It's so hard to hang on to shorts in this market. I tried it all February and got my face ripped off often.
Yep. Gold turning around here, trading 2061.
That was a prescient cover by you, Michael. Nice job.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, thanks. That was typical of what was I going to say? The how the markets are moving today. You could get. I mean, it's moving, but I wouldn't get married to anything yet, or at all. I don't know.
Hey,
yeah, I mean, we're chopping around in a range right now, 20 to 50 in the NAS here, and I don't trust this at all. I'm happy to be hands off. Like, if I don't trade at all for the rest of the session, I'm very happy with how I performed here.
Hey, Rip's question for you: How close of an eye should we be keeping on this regional bank story coming out of New York? I mean, it's
enlighten me.
I mean,
what are we talking about here? I mean, there's stress, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, we heard from Powell at the top of the year, basically talking to, he told us exactly what's going to happen. He said, it's not a matter of if there's going to be banks that are failing. He said, there's going to be many that are going to fail, and it's a matter of when. So I don't think there's really anything, there's nothing really to talk about there. It's just going to be something's going to fall, and then more dominoes are going to fall, and then we're going to have to deal with it like we did. What was that? 2022 or 2021? 2022, right? Where we had
it started. I thought it was good.
23. We had.
I thought it was going to blow up.
Silicon Valley, SVB, and
yeah.
And
another
was that 23?
First Republic. No, first.
I think that was.
Was that 2023 or 22? I mean, geez, 2023 was a long year then.
Yeah.
Wow, it was 2023.
I think it was last year, 23. Yeah,
it was a long year.
Yes, it was, man.
Jeez. Okay, so it was March. So it was a year ago, basically a year ago was SVB. Okay, thank you, everybody in chat. Chat is great. By the way, the only reason that I made money yesterday in my combine was because of chat. I owe it all to chat. And I think, Michael, you gotta be, I'm telling you, you listen to chat, you make money. It's cut and dry. It's black and white.
Well, I mean, there's Chat GBT, which is artificial intelligence, and then there's our chat, which is human intelligence. And that's what we leverage. Yeah,
huge sell-off in big sell-off here in crude with 87% short on the tilt. Hopefully they do capture their profits as this move to the downside continues. Are seeing some buyers here in the NASDAQ and S&Ps. I don't know who hit the buy button, but off to the races we go.
Yeah, we are. I mean, we were pushing right back up there. I didn't catch along because, like I said, I don't trust this market right now. And we are pushing back up. We're right through my 66 level now, and we are looking for a new high day here. This is getting wild here. I'm going to switch over to Bookmap so we can see this. Yeah, look at that. It's getting wild up here. Looking for a new high day up here.
Look at this.
Yeah, S&P's lagging, so.
Yeah,
NASDAQ's leading this.
High day is 176 evens right now in the NAS.
Who hit the buy button? My goodness.
I mean, this market is just like infinite bids right now. It's crazy. Yeah, there's a lot of resting liquidity that's up there above 70s right now. So and it's these liquidity bands. I don't know how true that liquidity is. We could go up there and they could pull it right away. So yeah, I'm not trusting this trade right now.
It's fine. When we sit, then we wait.
I don't like how much the S&P is lagging behind.
It's driving me nuts.
Yeah.
Driving me bananas.
Stacking bananas.
So quick question. There was a question in my community today about Topstep X. So for anybody who signed up for the fire drill, if they had never received Topstep X before, every single person who signed up for that fire drill did get in, yes or no?
Yes, that was the message. I think there are a few that didn't. Danielle, if you could please update. But yes, I believe the message yesterday was yes. Everyone that was eligible did receive the invite. Should have gotten it today in their inbox. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Good to know. Yeah. Good to know.
And anybody that was eligible did not have the Topstep X platform already. So if you've already had it, you weren't eligible for it.
Yeah.
Wow, we are pushing up hard here. Wow.
Look at this rally.
This is insane. Kind of want to throw on one lot here and chase these highs. This is getting wild up here. We have room, like I said, up to 195 quarters.
I'm going to get short your 195 quarters. I might get short about 192s, 190s. 195 quarters. There's a play there.
Waller and Logan are due to speak here in just a few minutes. More talking
He's on the
Feds.
prize.
$195 quarter. Huh?
Looks like the S&Ps are starting to catch up here.
Yeah. Very thin in S&Ps.
John, what level do you have in the S&P up here?
Well, we're right up against the overnight high, which is 51.16 even. Above that, hang on one second.
23s. Last week's high is 23, 123.
Yes, but I'm missing that for some reason on my chart here.
So any pullback?
Last week high. Well, yeah, 51.23 half.
$86 is trading at 70.
Gold on the move to the upside. Gold's railing hard.
Let's switch to that.
Yeah, John, if you don't mind taking a peek at the gold chart real quick.
Right here.
Unless you're in a trade. If you're looking to take a trade, by all means, stay there.
No, I'm right. So I don't know what happened. I lost all my levels and everything on my charts here.
Uh-oh.
Don't worry. I can pull up gold as well.
Wrong.
Oh, Jack wants to do a little gold. Get in there, Jack.
Hey, Dan Brook, Topstep X. You're looking at Topstep X on my screen. I don't see any lag. 76 bid, 80 bid, 80's on my dome. There ain't no lag.
Ain't no lag.
Meta and NVIDIA are pushing up hard, by the way, here. So I do think that we're going to hit up these 195 quarters pretty quickly.
Wow.
If there is, we'll get to the bottom of it pretty quick. But
Goolsby says housing inflation is the thing that's been really weird. Wouldn't be surprised if January inflation was noise. So that could be good news out of Goolsby there.
Oh, really, Goldsby? Okay.
It's noise.
Noise. Okay, so just disregard. Gotcha.
Yeah, just don't pay attention to anything.
These guys, man.
Just ignore it.
The shit these guys say. You got to be kidding me.
don't look over there.
Yeah. See that
Don't pay
burning
attention
pile
to that.
of
It's
garbage
just
over
noise.
Yeah, that burning pile of garbage. Don't look over there.
Yeah. It's like an accident on the highway.
If you say so, Austin. Gotcha, man.
Looking for this to push up above these 80s here and potentially hit that 195 quarters level that we're looking at here. So I'm just watching the order flow here up into these 80s. Here we go, pushing up through those 80s now. Wow, very, very strong here.
Nothing showing on tilt. It's just a power rally.
Nothing
on tilt?
Not 50-50.
Nothing.
Wow, that's surprising to me, actually.
Anything on Delta, guys? John, got anything on Delta?
1,700 positive NASDAQ for me.
Positive.
Yeah, 2,700 positive, 2,900 positive in the S&Ps.
Thank you. Wow. Okay.
Pretty close on the NASDAQ with RIPS there.
Okay.
New highs.
Highs.
Yep,
All-time
new
highs.
highs on
baby.
NASI there.
All-time highs.
Looks like it wants to keep squeezing because of Meta and NVIDIA here.
Okay. Very thin, the S&Ps. NASDAQ thin as well. Oh, we got a market that's moving here on a Friday.
It's interesting. It gets up to those all-time highs, and then we expect to see kind of a huge burst of volume, and then it kind of lets up here. So I think the market's probably waiting for more Fed speakers, perhaps. We are still driving here to the north side, holding these 85s for now. We just said, I don't know where interest rates will settle.
Yeah, need to keep an eye on inflation.
He did say inflation keeps on falling, so that could give the market a little bit of a pump here.
All right.
Watching Meta and NVIDIA myself. Also watching the S&Ps here, because if the S&Ps get up and through 5120, you can get very speedy to the north side here.
Right.
Fed's Logan's comments are out right now.
Okay. Well, here we go. Stay nimble, everybody.
Wow, look at this. Holy
Powder
smokes.
dry. What do they call it? Keep the powder dry.
Powder dry.
Mm-hmm.
Boy, S&Ps are thin, man. It's only double digits.
Yeah,
up.
everything's thin. NASDAQ is
Yeah,
thin
really.
as well, but this is getting crazy here.
They switched off the algos.
All right, coming over the wire here, Logan talking about when the overnight reverse repo balance approaches a low level, it will be appropriate to slow pace of asset runoff. So far, that's all I've got here.
Boy, gold ripping.
Wow.
everything else.
I just
Everything
got
running.
a little taster of that to the top side.
Wow.
Just a tiny
Right.
little piece. So I'm up $2,600 now. Wow. Yeesh.
Well,
Hold
and
on
you
the
got
moves,
long
yeah.
there?
Look.
Yeah, I
moves.
caught on that Fed speak. I saw a little bit of kerfuffle and they started to hold that. So I took that long there. Yeah.
New high in gold.
Okay.
Just a little taster,
took a
Michael. Just a
short.
piece. You see, by the way, go to my screen real quick. Do we see what level that we're tapping into here, Mike?
Look at
What is
chart.
that?
Oh yeah, I got short 93s.
195 quarters,
You
baby.
said 195 core. Yeah. Yeah, no, I see it.
So above that, I have a level
took
at 224.5. So we can easily get that level as long as the Fed speak supports that. So caution flag should be out here. These levels have just been phenomenal.
Wow. All right, guys. While we see these,
Wow,
Oh,
great
Carter.
short there, Mike.
you sold into that.
I'm sitting on it.
Careful. Remember what we said. You know, it's a see profit, take profit type of market. Infinite bids. Just be careful.
Oh yeah, I know, but this has only been like 5 handles, so it's not like anything to write home to mom about.
If they don't flush 80s, I would be nervous. You want to see them flushing
I'm
through
gonna take
80s
one
here.
off. I'll let one run. I'm fine with that. Let one run.
Yeah, so that late spike
No
in the
whammies.
Nasdaq is.
I think
is
I
pretty much
exited
controlled
195
price.
quarters. I exited 195 evens on that one, Mike. Wow.
195.
It's a nice out.
I took it off.
Thanks.
I'm up 1,000.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, if they're not flushing 80s in a jiffy here, it's going to be
Nice
tough to
one.
hold that.
Okay. No heat on that one because I got it coming down from the 96s.
Nice work. Nice
What should I
work. That was
take?
really nice.
I mean, it wasn't a lot, but guys, wow, that's then
Big
wow, that's
volatility
then.
there.
Yeah, there is.
Yep. Be careful, guys. Who's talking?
It's Lori Logan. She just said the strategy would mitigate the risk of undesired liquidity stress as soon as we're quantitative tightening. So when they say QT, that's when the market does that quick reaction. Those are the algo reactions on that. She said QT. So slower runoff is a way to approach ample point more gradually, allowing banks to redistribute their reserves right now. Yeah, I'm not liking that.
Mm-mm.
When you say you're not liking that, and I'm in the chat, and I'm a newbie,
To the long side.
You
To
gotta
the
help
long
me
side. Yeah,
To the
I'm not
long
liking
side.
that to the long side. I mean, but we've had, can they get any more hawkish? You know, like,
Right.
I don't know if you could get more hawkish than what they've been lately. We're testing these 80s on the NAS here, by the way. I'm completely flat. I don't have any trades on. Just trying to
Same
comment
here.
on the markets here. The last
Equities
trade I
don't
took
care.
was that whip up to 195 evens.
all right, Rips. I'll try another
Yes, talk to me.
one. There's one.
You're going for round two?
I'll finish this one.
Oh, okay. I thought you were going for
Oh.
round two already.
Just crushed.
No,
it.
I am.
Oh, boom. There we go.
This is
Oh my
This is-
goodness.
peach
Is it the
mango
peach
green
iced
tea.
Give it a little shake. Give it a little
Yeah.
shake before you open it. It's not carbonated. I'm not messing with
Is
you.
that
Just
a
a little
joke?
shake. A little shake. Not too much. There you go. That might be a little bit too much, but
Let's see what happens.
there you go. Okay.
Oh, we're okay.
Okay.
Where's
That
my
thing
vodka?
just
Where's
Oh,
my-
yeah.
Where's the vodka? Where's the vodka?
There's that flush for the 80s. If anybody caught that there, I was blinded by the brilliance of this the can opening here. What do you think of that one?
So far, guys, Rip said 96 fives or wherever.
95
it went to
quarters.
96.
Yep.
95 quarters. So you would have gotten filled. Everybody here, you would have gotten filled. Even if you were like, hey, let me just see what Rip's trade's all about. And I'll risk 10 hand. I'll risk $200. You would have, if you're still holding it, you'd be like 20 handles in the money.
Yes.
If you're like me, I only held it for like seven handles. Handles are points.
It's smart
So-
though. In this market, you're smart to do that. You can't fault yourself in this market. It's infinite bids. It's tricky. It's tough because you're essentially trying to be a top caller in this market, and you just don't want to get run over. And that's, generally speaking, if you're trying to see the market through a short-sighted bias here, then you're going to get short and you're going to get in the money and you're not going to realize any of those profits. So, one thing that you can do to mitigate your risk is taking 2 contracts. If you're trading micros, minis, whatever you're trading, you take 2 contracts and then you sell one or you cover one you would buy. So you cover one short and then you let the other one work 2 back to break to even. So, you're at least getting paid on half of your position.
Yeah. I mean, I should have. Yes.
Yeah, like I said, that was not good news for the markets there, and that's why we pushed through those 80s. But again, in this market, it's not that, there it goes, now we're going to snap and it's all over. But we can get those scalps through the downside. Break of 80s leads us to 70s, 10 handles. We take profit, we see profit.
Uh-huh.
Goolsby also speaking right now in tandem with Lori Logan. Lori Logan is a non-voter, while Goolsby is a non-voter as well. We do have Fed's Waller, who is a voter, and a hawk who is also speaking right now. This is just, it's madness over in the Fed
There's
heads.
a lot going on. Yeah, there's a lot going on right now.
Yeah, a lot of information coming into the markets here. Wow, there you go. This is what we're talking about. Markets will move on one single word from any of these Fed heads here. One single word can instantly change the directionality of this market.
I don't know how you trade it.
Gingerly, carefully.
It's really algos that are scraping, looking for words, right?
That's what I think.
100%. And there's, they run on very tuned up AI that's happening at the nanosecond level. And there's large offices, family offices, there's big independent funds, there's banks, they're all using this stuff. And it's momentous, meaning that, if one starts to do it, they're going to follow the other people that are doing it. And you don't want to be the last one in. It's like this nanosecond level of musical chairs. This is like the World Series of high stakes digital musical chairs going on right now.
It is. Gold ripping to the upside here. Gold is on the move. Oil on
And
the
look
move
at
to
that
the
big
upside.
reversal
Everything's
right off
rallying.
of the 70s there. Wow.
Everything's rallying.
It's crazy, isn't it?
Dude, I don't know how you trade it right now. Yes, you said gingerly.
Hands off right now.
Hands
but
off.
S&Ps are looking for that coveted 5120 to the upside. I do want to get a quick check on liquidity here. And while I'm at it, Delta in the S&Ps is at 3,700 in the positive right now. Delta on the NQ is at positive 1,200. So we are seeing, it's in line with what we're expecting here. At 5120, there's about a 400 lot sitting there. But at 5124, we do have a 600 lot sitting on the offer in the S&Ps here.
Nice rips. Hunting out paper. I like it, rips.
You got to kind of keep pace of where, all this stuff is located, where the liquidity is located. Up in the 200s, we have 100 lot in the NAS, but I guarantee you that that's an iceberg, and I guarantee there's probably at least 500 to 1,000 lots there at minimum at 200s in the NAS there.
All right, cool.
Disclaimer.
All right, really quick.
Disclaimer,
Michael?
Andre. Guarantees do not exist here at Topstep. So the opinions and thoughts of our guest.
Did I guarantee something?
No.
Oh, okay. I never
guaranteed an iceberg. Remember,
I'm sorry about that. Well, I guarantee that you're going to have a great time watching us.
We can't even say that because there's always somebody that sucks. But they keep.
Well, I guarantee you that I can't guarantee a dang thing. How about that?
There you go. All right. Well, I guarantee you that JD has some really sweet news coming for us right now. JD, what do you got?
Oh, we got some real spicy nuggets for you this morning, guys. How are we doing?
Is it a 12-piece or a 10-piece?
Burger King or Wendy's?
Ooh, that's a tough call. Burger King and Wendy's both have trash nuggets, so it's the battle. It's a race to the bottom there for sure. All right, first up, guys. First up, we got a warning for all you tax cheats out there. Buckle up because the IRS is coming for you. According to the Associated Press, the IRS plans to go after 125,000 high-income earners who haven't filed tax returns going back to 2017. 25,000 people who earn more than $1 million a year and 100,000 people who earn between $400,000 and $1 million and failed to pay any taxes between 2017 and 2021 can expect to start receiving letters from the IRS next week. Did you think you were just going to make a bunch of money and have a good time? This is America. I don't think so.
That was all that
Be
COVID
careful.
money.
There might be some. Yeah. Did you think so? Yeah.
Andre, they're coming for you, buddy.
All that free COVID money I spent on my yacht.
They ain't coming for. Yeah.
All right. Next up,
The Alphabet Boys.
IHOP and Lay's have teamed up to gross everyone out.
God.
Oh, God.
Rudy Tooty Fresh and Fruity Potato Chips.
Oh my God.
They include notes of strawberry, maple syrup, and bacon on a potato chip. I can already taste it.
Yeah, and whatever else the fryer smells like.
Yep.
I think we're running out of
I'm personally holding out for the T-bone steak and egg flavored chips. So maybe that'll be
Oh, God.
JD's been on one this week, man. Good job, JD.
Yeah, he's good. He's good.
All right, next up, Rips alluded to this one a bit before the bell this morning, but FOMO is driving demand for out-of-the-money call options in Magnificent 7 stocks. According to MarketWatch, investors are paying a premium to ensure their portfolios will benefit from any further gains for individual mega-cap tech stocks, as well as indexes like the S&P 500 and NASDAQ. We do have option expiration today, so watch out for that volatility. We actually have an analyst from Spot Gamma, Brent Kochuba, said in a note to clients that today's expiration of monthly options tied to single stock names could precipitate a correction in stocks, with the S&P potentially retreating to the 4,900 level or below. That's a pretty heavy call coming from Spot Gamma. 200-point dip in the S&P based on options expiration today. Watch out for that. Next up, with all that pot talk we had going on earlier, sorry to break your heights, guys, but why is it every time we get something worth having, some crackpot steps in to take it away from us, right?
Why we can't have nice stuff.
A study out of the Massachusetts General Hospital in Boston said that daily weed users had 25% higher odds of heart attack and 42% higher odds of stroke compared to non-users. Smoking weed in particular could cause harmful effects over eating it. They didn't mention
every day.
There it
They
is.
did not mention a sample size, but I am curious to know.
Yeah, haters.
Hey, to that point, I don't know about that.
Thanks, JD.
That article. To that point, I feel as though I helped save somebody's life yesterday.
What?
Somebody fell right when I left the office yesterday. I was walking up to my car, and this guy just goes stiff, falls down, and starts shaking.
Whoa.
He was having a seizure. Yeah.
No way.
I was first on the scene. I mean, I just called 911 instantly, and there's like 5 other people that were right there. But man, that was scary.
Jeez.
You saved
That's
his life.
interesting.
You
Oh,
and Nick saved
no.
my life in the lunchroom back in the day.
Nick saved
You're a
your life in
lifesaver,
lunch.
Michael.
I remember that. Yeah. No, I called 911. That's not. I mean, I was a variable in helping him, but I was right
Did you
there.
give him mouth to mouth?
No, I did not do mouth
Ripped.
to mouth. I did.
Was there music playing?
Rips.
There was not music playing.
He's struggling here for his life, and he rips his tongue
Yeah,
out.
yeah.
Hey,
I
Rips.
don't know.
Rips, real quick, would you bring up a gold chart? This is a fascinating chart right here. There's
Yeah, I get
someone
you
in the
going.
chat, Michael. What's up, Nicholas Ranellis? Shout out to Nicholas.
Oh, wow. We're going right up to my level here. 2072 spot 3 in gold. We are surging right up towards that level. So this
Yeah.
would be a nice little take profit there.
What do you make of this chart? I mean, it's just up and away. Do we have any levels or any price targets here? I mean, look at that.
2072 spot 3 and above that 2079 spot 8. But I think 2072 spot 3 is a good time to take profit, if not before that.
Okay. That is a power rally. S&P is moving to the upside here. 51s, 20s did trade out, Rips. We are seeing a bit beneath there. Those 20s
Yeah,
did trade
S&Ps
out.
are looking for that lick.
Yeah.
Big
Okay, we're
liquidity
coming
is
back up.
I mean, it's 5124 there.
We're coming back up to your 90 area. I'm
Mhm.
wondering if this is a retest and another great spot for a short, or the
$1 million
market's firming
question.
up.
Yeah, $1 million question. I mean, when you don't have a deep pullback, we pulled back to my other level of 166 almost perfectly there. So if you played that level to level, 195 quarters down to 166, that was a beautiful, beautiful setup. I didn't take it myself, trying to be entertaining and involved here, but for the most part, if you are long off of 166, obviously your target's 195s. I would probably put a stop right around, I don't know, make 72s or so, even though it's coming back down. But to your point, Michael, I would say that if it is rejecting weak amongst 195 there, and we don't have any more of this news, the Fed heads kind of got out their initial message. Now we're waiting for potential Q&A if they have it. Just a quick check. Christopher Waller, he is not going to have any Q&A from Chris Waller will have a Q&A section with the audience. After that, we have Bostic, who's at noon. There is going to be an audience Q&A for that. So I only bring that up because that is going to stir up volatility more so than a lot of these big trading companies. They can get hands on a copy of that speech early, whether or not it's leaked or they're paying for it, or they just have an early reserved copy of it. And that will have that volatility trade out right when they take the podium. But then there's a second follow-up, which you can't predict, which is the Q&A. They may have the questions of the Q&A, but they won't have the answers, of course. So that will stir up volatility as well. So you do want to notice when you're watching for these Fed speakers whether or not they have a Q&A at the end of their speech. So, and it looks like for the next Fed speakers, Waller and Bostic are both having Q&A. So yeah, we didn't push up to that 195. We're back down weak to those 166s. If we fail this level, we're looking for a pullback down to 147 3/4 there.
Rips, you were mentioning that level you have up in gold. What was it, 2072 and 2079? We've got weekly kickoff right between those at 2077.
See that? We're always in tune, John. It's crazy. Like our levels are usually like right on the money together. And look at this. We're rejecting on my screen. You can see right here. We are literally rejecting right at the level. It's the first red candle we're seeing right at the level 272 spot 3. Wow. Unbelievable.
Sold. Oil cracked $80. We are selling. Boy, someone just hit the sell button.
NASDAQ coming right back down, and I'm not seeing any headlines that are supporting that. So we're just running out of buyers up here. Thin liquidity, not a lot of volume up here. So, you know, it's just indicative that people are just not willing to buy at these prices yet because they don't have a reason to.
We've got a possible failed auction above the initial balance in the S&Ps. It's a cheap short, so I'm going to go ahead and try and take it. Now, remember, this is a trading combine account. This is not my live account. Just looking to see what happens at these highs here. Looks like we're pulling back below the overnight high in the NASDAQ and possibly in the S&Ps. That could be something that could maybe attract some sellers here. But again, I'm not going to fall in love with this. It is contrary to the bigger picture. So when I see profit, I'm going to take profit on it.
Wow.
I love that. I love that.
To put some of my levels back on here. I lost them and you had to put them back on here so I could see. I lost my eyes, but we're back in business now. We did not even, we didn't take out the high of the initial balance in the NASDAQ. So let's see what happens here.
I got stopped out right at that low. 47s, 48s. That was 57s on a pullback.
I want to see us spend a little time.
We bounced right at 147 3/4 there again in the NAS. Wow.
Yeah, that's the overnight high, right? Yeah, pretty close.
It's close. It's just been, again, these MC levels that we've been tracking here. They've just been, I mean, they've been working so brilliantly lately. It's been a real treat to trade around them.
I'm preempting this failed auction in the S&Ps. I mean, we've got a lot of time before that's actually going to prove to be a failed auction. I've been a little bit off in my timing today, obviously, but we'll see what happens here. We're not really spending much time back inside not really spending much time inside the overnight range here. I'm just looking for a reacceptance of the overnight high to the downside. So we will see what happens.
You know, Michael, I've been getting a lot of feedback in my own community about Topstep X, and people I've seen overwhelmingly are talking about how much smoother the platform has been. So I don't know if you folks are updating anything on the back end, but it's been really I'm seeing better and better improvements across the board here. So hats off to you and the team that's been working so hard to make Topstep X what it is today.
Well, I told you we partnered up with the team over there that's building this. They'll build anything we want. And they gave us exclusive runway to do that for a bit. I think they may be opening themselves up to other companies. Topstep X, well, they'll build whatever we want on our platform. So that's cool of them to do that. And every day there's something that they're doing, whether it's like being able to customize or a feature or whatever. So that it's been really great.
Speaking
I've been on it.
No, speaking of which, I just want to reiterate this super cool function we have here on Topstep X. If you guys can go to my screen, please. I want to show them about the feedback tool we have here on Topstep X. I am sharing, guys. So let me know. Yeah, if you guys see the question mark to the left side of the screen here, that's support. Click support. You got the feedback channel. You got the roadmap and changelog, and you can vote thumbs up, thumbs down on some of the feature requests. Like, for instance, indicator requests. I'd like to request an indicator that's standard on TradingView. It's called 2 moving average. Color direction dictation. Sure. Yes. Thank you there, Mac. Yes. And please click this and you can get direct access to, you're going to help build this platform together with us. So again, the question mark on the side of the screen there on Topstep X will give you direct access to us. Like I said, changelog, roadmap, feedback. You can see the most helpful people. Casey McIntosh, of course, Douglas PC. We see him in the chat all the time. Super cool feature that we got. We will, show this on my charts, guys. If you got a chance, I'm sharing here.
Yeah, we're not
we'll
seeing
come
it
back
right
to
now.
that.
Well,
it's really cool.
you may be
Here, I
under
got
the
it.
impression that you are sharing.
Am I not?
It looks like it looks like you muted your video or something.
I did all that work.
I got it.
All that work, man.
And
Shit.
he's
like-
got it.
All right, Mike. Let's roll where the question mark is.
It's like Grandpa with the iPhone. He's like, what?
Oh man.
I get right here, create a post. I can
Thank
go into
you.
here and I can go like, I want a money machine feature, please, and a free reset. Okay, reset. And then you go in here, and then people can upvote or downvote. Submit post. Hold on. I don't know why it's submitting. Am I logged in? Oh, please fill in all fields. What is this? An indicator? No, it's not an indicator. It's just a machine to print money.
When's that?
That would be
feature
quite
coming?
an indicator.
Click Topstep X is what Casey says.
There you go. Oh, we should be putting, okay. It should be defaulted to that, but I don't think. But hey, what do I know? I want a money machine. Okay, you guys can upvote or downvote. I would love it. But no, honestly, create like really stuff that's actually going to help you and that's realistic. That would be very cool. Nice to have, important, or essential. It's important. How important is this? It's essential. When do you need this? Right now? I need it right now. I don't need it later. I need it sooner. Right now, I need it. How often would you use this? Oh, man, I'd use it daily. Okay, cool. I put it all in there. And you just fill it out just like that. That's it. I want a money machine feature. Now you guys can see it on there.
Question for you, Michael. Is the shot clock still going to make its way into Topstep X at some juncture?
It's on the list. I think
Sweet.
it's definitely on the list.
Awesome.
No, it's just now it's a matter of like priorities. Like, will they prioritize this and all that kind of stuff? And I do want to let everybody know we talk about Topstep X, but do not switch. We don't encourage anybody to switch. If you're comfortable with your platform and you trust your platform and it works for you, don't switch. Like this is just another available option. We have Quant Tower, we have Ninja Trader, we have Tradeovate, we have CTS, we have Motive Wave, we have all these other platforms. If you are using a platform, just stick with it if you're confident in it. If you want to go explore other things, it's just like date down, then yeah, go. Fine. But if you are comfortable, then and you know where all the bells and whistles are on yours, don't switch. I'm never encouraging anybody to switch. You got to go with the bat, ball, and glove that you're used to on the playing field. Play at your best without worrying about figuring out something new. So that's if you're confident and like where your current platform and everything is.
So I
And,
took it short. I saw profit, took profit, made $100 on it, trimmed my losses just a little bit.
Nice work there, Hogue.
Jab, jab, jab. Jab, jab, jab.
Jab, jab, jab.
Question for you, Mike. I always do bring it up is the 10-to-1 micros to minis conversion. You said last time we spoke was about 10 days ago, 90 days. Are we still on that roadmap for about 90 days for that coming to Topstep X?
I believe so, because that's a big a big fix that I believe we can do within TopStep X, according to the folks over at that group that's building it. I have to get an update next week. I mean, we go to Vegas next week, and I don't know if I'll be on the show. Well, yeah, I will in the morning. Yeah.
No,
But
I don't
we'll find
believe you
out.
will
We'll
be.
find out more. What's that?
I don't think you're supposed to be unless you want to join in. I think Rips and Dakota are running it.
Oh wow.
Oh yeah.
Is that a
they
takeover?
are. Yeah, it's a
Yeah.
takeover.
Rip Step
Rips?
TV, Dakota Step TV.
I think in some countries they would call that a coup, right?
Takeover. Coup d'etat, yes. Coup d'etat is right.
It's going to be Rips in there with a beret on saying, "Don't fret, everything's fine." The TopStep TV.
I love that. I love that.
Rips
Holy moly.
Guevara.
Whoa. I just
We will
lost all my
televise
data.
the revolution.
Shit, I just lost all my data. All right, guys. All right, let's go out to JD real quick. And after that, JD, we'll go to Eddie. Gold's on the move to the upside. Look at oil on the move, too. I mean, all these green bars on the 5 minute. This is crazy. JD, what do you got? You got some hot streaks for us?
Both of those, Andre, both of those markets broke out from trend lines today.
This is insane, man.
Crude's been really struggling at that weekly kickoff level, but today it really kind of opened above there, and we're seeing that directional activity that we might think we would be seeing on a breakout of this magnitude. Gold also broke out above a trend line yesterday, traded right back down to it in the overnight session, and as we're seeing that continuation. Still looking for that 2077 weekly kickoff high. Sorry to interrupt, but go ahead.
No, you got it, man. You got it. All right, let's get that quick update from JD and Eddie, and then we'll get back to these markets. What's up, JD?
Here we go. We got the hot streaks. Jack, can you push that hot streaks overlay, please? Here we go. Again, no change in the list today. This group is on fire right now. Glenace at 20 days, Timothy at 21, Loy at 22, Andrew at 25, and Niabin at 28. On average, Glenace over the course of these streaks, Glenace is averaging about $113 a day. Timothy, $356 a day. Loy at $147 a day. Andrew, $60 a day. And Niabin at $48 a day. Again, just jabbing away at it.
Andrew A., one of our guys.
Got a special treat for you on this Friday if you want to hear it. Don't have an overlay for it, but we have some active losing streaks also if you want to see those. What do you think?
But yeah, for every winner, we got to show losers for sure. And that is how
We
you
have one
make it.
trader. These aren't really bad. They're sort of success stories in a way. We got Greg P, who's on a 14-day losing streak in an XFA, but in all, he's only down about $1,800 over 14
That's
days.
not bad.
That's not bad.
That's not bad. I'm glad we're
Losing's
sharing
not
this.
bad at
Okay,
all.
cool.
Yeah.
Losing's not bad. Not like
Losing
this.
14 days in a row and still hanging on to that XFA account is textbook risk management in my book.
Good for them.
Mhm.
We have Maximilian in the same boat. 14 days. 14 days on the downside.
Oh no,
Only down
Max.
$1,300. You know,
That's
Again.
good. Again, really good.
close to 3 weeks losing every day, but still maintaining those funded accounts. That's some solid stuff right there. All right,
risk
next
management.
up. It
Hey,
sure is.
why? Okay, really quickly, why do you guys believe it's solid stuff? I'm a newbie here. Like, dude, he lost like that many days. Come on, why? Like, you guys are just faking me out here. No, why do you guys look at that as a positive?
You know that good
typically-
80s song, Michael, called Push It to the Limit? That's the opposite of what these traders are doing. They're not pushing it to the
100%.
limit. They're taking those losses. They're just little paper cuts, and they're just moving on with their day. If they're focusing on those losses, they're digging in deeper and deeper. Instead of what they've lost over a 3-week period becomes what you're losing in one single day. So that's why it's very impressive that they're managing their downside risk. The trading game is really all about managing your downside risk. And if you're only taking that much of a tiny haircut in your P&L over that long of a losing streak, you're doing extraordinarily well.
Yeah, it reminds me of the Michael Jackson song, Manage Your Emotions, Control Your Behaviors.
That's a song? What song is that? Oh, I know where you're going. I know where you're going. Dude,
Yeah,
award winner.
you know, just played off
Inappropriate.
rips. No, I wasn't saying no. I was just saying a song name that. Come on, no, I don't even know. But the manage your emotions, control your behaviors is what you need to do when you're losing and you're on a I know because G's on and controlling your behaviors means you're hot as hell, you're upset as hell, and then you like start doing stupid stuff, over trading, doubling down, all the kind of things that you don't want to do. And yeah.
He did have a song to prevent people from overtrading. It was called Beat It.
Yeah, there you go. Thank you. You can roll it into something.
Anything else, JD?
Dude, look at this gold chart, man. This gold, I haven't seen gold rally like this in forever. Sorry, yeah.
JD might have disappeared here, so I'll just show the yesterday's best.
Sorry, I'm back. Can you hear me?
Oh, you're back? Well,
Oh, yeah.
yesterday's best. I don't know anything about
look
it.
at that.
It says Dakota's on there.
Here they are. Yeah,
Rips.
nothing but all-stars on this
Yes.
list. Elvis, Rips, Dennis, Dakota,
Ooh.
Fatima. These are all names that we're all familiar with now at this point. We've been seeing these names quite a bit the last few months. Nice job, Rips, 2,400. Elvis, 3,500. We're going to be seeing that name again in a little bit also. That's what I got for you right now. I'll be back in a little bit with our XFA, yesterday's best, and the coveted top 10 list. We'll see you in a little bit.
Beautiful,
Awesome.
beautiful.
Hey,
Just to,
congrats, Rips, on making that leaderboard. That's
Hell yeah.
Thank you.
impressive. And guys, just so you know, those are 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000. You can put up these numbers. It's get your mind off of I want to put up 10 or 20 grand in a day. Get yourself in a rhythm where you can put up a couple hundred in a day and then a couple 500 in a day or whatever kind of stuff. You start getting your mojo going. But you can make these leaderboards and we'll get funded first and then your account. But yeah, it's all doable.
Our new daily highs and S&Ps. Eddie, what do we got? Eddie, if you're there, what do we
yes, thanks, Andre.
got?
Hey, you know what? Today is Friday. And if you are a fan of Coach Dakota, he's not going to have that slow market today, but it will be back here Monday at 8 p.m. Central Time. Also, next week, I think we were sort of tipping our cards for a little bit here. Next week's schedule, Monday and Tuesday, business as usual here at Topstep. You'll get the same clowns as you're seeing here today. Wednesday and Friday, Rips and Coach Dakota are going to take control, taking control. From 8 a.m. to 11 a.m., Topstep team, we're off to Vegas on our offsite get-together. And hey, lots of cool stuff coming up here today. I'm enjoying it sitting back here in the trunk, but I'm enjoying it otherwise. Trustpilot. If you like, yes, you got to put some air in this tire, Michael.
Yeah, I know.
If you like what we're
that's purposeful.
okay, if you like what we're doing here at Topstep, please take a moment to leave us a review on Trustpilot. We appreciate all the kind words and feedback we receive. We're going to drop that link in here. If you can, drop that link. And if you feel so inclined, no pressure, we'd love to hear from you. And also, let's get those likes up. Don't forget, if you're new here at Topstep, subscribe, okay? And don't forget to like if you do like what's going on. And I'm going to pass the torch back to Andre. Thanks, Andre.
Thank you, Eddie. Thank you for all that little housekeeping here. You guys, Rips, if you don't mind, pull up a gold chart real quick. Unless you're in a trade, I have not seen a
I'm
gold
not in a
rally
trade.
I haven't seen a gold rally like this in quite some
Holy
time.
smokes.
Look at that!
Wow.
I mean, what do you make?
So next level on deck is 2079 spot 8. We ripped right through that 2072 spot 3. So the next level on deck is 2079.8. I mean, Peter Schiff must be doing a little happy dance here. This is insane.
This is insane.
Right at 2077 weekly kickoff high.
Hey, there we go.
Love it, man. Love it. Yes. And we are not done. Here we go. 2077s. Crude on the move to the upside too, but this gold rally, I have not seen a gold rally like this in quite some time. For those that say we don't talk about gold, we are focused. We got the spotlight on gold right now. Hopefully the gold traders are making money with that type of market action. Holy cow.
Long and strong. It's crazy.
Yeah, for real. And any catalyst behind this? Is this Fed speak? I don't know what the Fed saying.
I think it's probably due to the cracks in regional banks. They're anticipating
good
that.
Call. Good call.
That's what I would think it would be. So people rush to precious metals. So
flight to safety.
Usually what happens.
Very good call. Very good call there, Rips.
Question for you, Michael, since we were talking about Vegas a little bit, I know that the Topstep community out there is super excited whenever we mention Vegas. I do hear from a little birdie, there's about an 80% chance that on June 14th, the entire Topstep TV crew is going to be assembling out there alongside the Topstep Trading League, and there's going to be an event out there. Do you want to touch on that at all?
If my mic is working, okay, then I will.
Was it not?
Mic is working.
Am I
Yeah.
working?
Loud and
It's
clear.
working fine.
All right, good. So somebody said I was lagging. So I do have the a manager of the region of the internet provider coming here now to check out why it delays during the day. So needs to say, June, we are having Topstep Trading League is going to be starting here very, very soon. TTL, think NFL states, or if thinking about Premier League or something like that. It's a league. It's just a league, and then there'll be teams, and the teams will have 10 teams of 5, a few people on the bench. A couple people on the team will be 150Ks, a couple people will be 100Ks, and one person will be the 50K. RIPS, I believe you'll be a coach of one of the teams. And if the last 2 best performing teams, I'll be on a leaderboard, best 2 performing teams will be invited to Vegas, and they'll go head to head one day on a Friday at the HyperX Arena in the Luxor. Don't judge the Luxor. This used to be a club, now the HyperX Esports Arena. And Barstools was just there. They rented out the whole thing for Super Bowl. We're going to rent out the whole thing, be all branded Topstep League, Trading League. And then you'll be able to come there as a spectator, or we're working on possibly having desks there that you can trade from and doing some type of promo or something for anybody who comes there and hangs out. But either way, there's going to be 2 teams head to head. Winners will get a trophy. Losers will get thanks for coming. And then, that's kind of what it is. And what it is if you're a funded trader, you can opt into this, and you probably get an email if you're above a few $1,000s in your funded account to say, hey, you've been, invited to the Topstep Trading League, and then you can opt in, and then now you're on the free agency, so to speak. You don't have to do anything. All you have to, RIPS just goes, I like these 5 people. And next week, I want their total P&Ls to be my team score. And that's it. You don't have to overtrade, undertrade. You just have to trade your style, your strategy. If you don't trade, you might be helping the team. If you stop trading because you're trading poorly, you might help the team. If you keep trading because you're seeing the markets really well, you may be helping the team. So it's up to you to stick with your strategy. But either way, whoever picks you believes that you're going to trade well that following week as a starter. So that'll be cool. It'll be our first season of hopefully many. And Robin's Trading Tournament World Cup or whatever you're called, good luck, because we're coming after you.
So question for you then, for people who aren't funded traders that just want to come and spectate and hang out with the rest of the Topstep gang and hang out and meet everybody and, that whole thing, is there a spot for those people to come and hang out if they're not those live funded traders?
Yeah, we'll have it rented out from like 6:30 a.m. I think all day, food, beverage, all day, and there's a big stage and all that. So we're going to check it out next week in person, and then we're going to rent it and book it for June, and then we're going to probably have the league start in the end of April. So you probably want to get funded by the end of April if you want to be a member of the league. And just like anybody else, like Rips and Isaac and Dakota, all they did was work themselves up to the top of the leaderboard.
Yep.
Around there. And then they talk the markets really well. And you start to understand, that guy can actually trade. Unlike other folks that you can't really get validation on, Topstep you will here, or they'll be on here and all that kind of stuff. We're going to hold them true on transparency. So then you actually have somebody that you're like, hey, maybe I want to follow that guy. Like right now, Rips just said that, what was it, the 96 level?
Yes, gold is not done. Gold is not done. We're closing.
Yeah, gold is reaching for 2079 spot 8 here.
Yeah. Okay, we can that. Yeah, so that's basically it. So you can see all the top players. Maybe there's an MVP of the league, all that kind of stuff. It's coming together. We're meeting weekly to work towards that. So I think it should be fun. Okay, we're back up here to your 95, 90 level.
All-time highs. Power rally in gold. Crude above
Crazy
80.
Day.
This is crazy for a first of the month Friday. We got 700
S&P's going nuts as well.
51.24 on the offer. 700 offered at 51.24. We'll see if that gets.
We're right at that S&P level. 51.22 quarters was my top side level for S&Ps. We're tapping that right now. Unbelievable.
This is wow, what a rally! All-time highs.
Picturesque.
Yup. This is nothing on tilt. I haven't seen anything really on tilt. Michael, maybe seen a heavy tilt to the long side in the NASDAQ, but that's about it. And it was short-lived, correct?
Short-lived.
Short-lived. Okay.
Question in chat. How about other traders in the other parts of the world? I do believe there's going to be a live stream for the event. Is that correct, MP?
Yeah, we'll be broadcasting out of the arena, and we're going to figure out how the whole U.S. Traders outside the U.S. I mean, we have a ton of traders outside the U.S. So I don't know if it's 60-40, 50-50 split with states versus everybody else combined. So yeah, we got to figure that part out as well. So these are little like sneak peeks along the way as we put together a league.
Very exciting.
And there's already other people I think doing this because not doing this, but working towards that. Somebody just because the trademark attorney office said somebody just did a registration for some trading league because we're doing one too. And they're like, I don't know if we're gonna get the registration and all that kind of stuff, but in general,
new highs.
Yep, new highs. This is crazy.
This is crazy. That 700 lot got filled.
That's too. So the level I have above this is at 224.5. So if we break above these 200s, yep, we just broke those 200s. We are running fast here.
Ooh,
wow.
Baby.
811s in NVIDIA. Meta is
811s.
Touch below. I think those 820s are lighting up again in the in NVIDIA, in the options chain there in NVIDIA. But this is pure mania here. This is nuts.
This is crazy. It started yesterday. All those bids that were stacked, man, they are loving that position now.
Yeah, I want to throw my mouse across the room so I don't trade any of this. I'm so tempted. I'm feeling the JOMO, the joy of missing out. I'm trying so hard here. Every single time I've been on TopstepTV, I've been up money and then giving it back. So I'm doing my best to just not trade here.
I got short. I got short a 2 lot at 02. I got short a 2 lot at 0275. 2 handles off the high.
Wow. Michael just stepping in front of the train. Just the power rally of all power rallies. He sell you a 2 lot right into it. I love it, man. God bless this guy. Look at that face. He knows he shouldn't be doing that, but it worked.
I'm out.
That was a great trade. It's a rubber band trade. You know, you've stretched a rubber band out too far, it's got to snap back, and that's exactly what happened there.
That's why I watched the dome. Yeah.
Yep. That's a field trade right there. Oh boy, this rally is no joke.
Yeah, this is nuts. I'm just like trying to look at the chart and not look at my trading platform, so I don't trade any of this.
Any news?
Now we're finally getting a possible failed auction here in the NASDAQ. We've got about 2 minutes, and if we close back inside the initial balance and we don't go back up there, that could end up being a failed auction. Right now, we're holding above the initial balance in the S&Ps. This is going to be an interesting 2 minutes, Rips.
John, take a look. Take a look at the S&Ps. See liquidity at 23.
Yeah, I agree with you, John. And I do just want to give you some kudos for exiting that short. That was such a perfect entry. I think you exited at the tail end of the only red candle that we've seen on the 15-minute chart in here. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Looks like 7 candles. So amazing exit by you.
Yeah, that was. Hey, you see profit, take profit right there.
It was amazing. I mean, I've been meaning to comment on that, but that was what an exit by you. That was beautiful.
Well done, John. Yeah, it's Friday, baby.
It's feeling like a Friday.
This market's no joke today.
I actually want to check on NVIDIA.
Give it a check.
Where's all that open interest setting?
Hey, while Rips is doing that, Johnny, can we get a Delta update, please? At 9:50.
Yeah, Delta in the S&Ps up 4,400, up 1,500 in the NASDAQ. Congruent with direction, so no divergence here just yet.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, I can't even load the strikes for NVIDIA. Server side.
Really?
Wow.
Kidding. You're just getting pumped.
Could be me. Folks looking.
Broke the internet.
Wow.
Okay. It looks like the market might be taking a bit of a breather right now.
Just a touch, right?
Just a touch. As soon as I say that, watch it just jump back to the time highs again. I know. Looks like...
You know, what's kind of throwing me off here, Andre, and I do want to comment on this just a bit. Outside of Meta and NVIDIA, we're really not seeing anything extraordinarily bursting to the upside here. I mean, NVIDIA is the strong one, no doubt about it, but I'm not seeing like Apple is just dunking, right? Apple is not showing us anything here. We're trading below 180s in Apple, by the way. I wanted to see Apple back at 200. We're trading Apple at 178.30 right now. And Microsoft, too, is just kind of holding and just chopping around in this range right now. Microsoft, by the way, is now the new king. It's the number one weight of the S&P and the NASDAQ, by the way. Apple is number 2 now because it got dethroned because of the market cap.
Apple's beneath 180. That's a buy.
Isn't that weird?
That's a buy.
I mean, I've been talking about how Apple's been this laggard. They're one headline away from hitting a 10-point day to the upside here.
100%. It's the greatest company in the world. I say, here we go. All right, the breathers might be over. It might be a running start here. Gold seeing. Going to touch 280s here. S&P's going to make another run push to the upside. Yep.
Kansas City Fed Services activity are coming out here. 12 versus a -2 prior. So kind of a nothing burger on that print. They released it 4 minutes early. So I was a little bit behind on that.
Good.
The S&P opened above the initial balance for single TPOs. The NASDAQ opened this 30-minute period back inside the initial balance. So as always, it's conflicting information.
Yeah, Microsoft has been number one for a while.
Not looking at selling this thing right now.
Can't.
Yeah, we still keep on tussling with these 200s in the NAS over here, and we're kind of tussling with the 5123. It wants to be above 5124 in the S&Ps. Like it really wants that liquidity. Yeah. And it's just crazy. It's just like, just keeps getting punched down and comes right back up for more. I call that the Jack in the Box market. It just keeps on popping right back up.
I like that.
There's Jack in the Box again. Yeah.
You know, I came up with that term multiple days of frustration of trying to short the market. And it's just like, it's just this Jack in the Box. It goes, ha, 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 pops right back up in your order. It's like, let's go down.
I like that.
Yeah.
It does want to crack these 24s. I think we just did 24 bid.
Yep. 24 through 24 there.
Offered bid. All right, so they're going to do a little tug of war here on these 24s. S&Ps, or I'm sorry, NASDAQ, here we go, the 200s. Boom, right through. Here we go.
Wow.
Here we go.
Back again,
Stop.
new highs.
Stop. Holy shit. Oh,
yeah, this is a market you just put in that order long off the open. You just go hands off for the rest of the day.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
Yeah, the NASDAQ did leave at the dead ass low of the day, so that's the S&Ps did not. It looked both sides of it, but the NASDAQ left that opening range the dead ass low of the day, so we're looking for longs in that case.
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to see a really deep pullback to try to pull a reflex trade out of. Personally, that's what I'd be looking for. It's just, you know, it's tough to buy up at these levels, but I'm hands off here.
I sound like an auctioneer, L short. Well, actually, if you think about it, we're watching an auction in real time. So yes, I will sound like an auctioneer as
absolutely
the auction plays out in front of us. And it's from being a clerk on the floor. You're essentially being an auctioneer to your boss on the other side of the pit.
You know, it's kind of funny. Have you guys, as we're making new highs, I'm long 02s. I'm long 02s now.
Chicago Bull, baby. Finally, he's a bull. Look at this.
2 hands.
I might have to join you. It's so, no, don't do the Bogdanov.
Oh no! Look at him. He hates being long right now. He hates it. But it's paying him, so he likes it.
224 halves at the top side here, MP.
I'm
224 halves is the top side level.
I got 975s, 950s. Just a little. I'm just dancing in here. I'm up 1,100 now.
Nice work.
Oh,
good day, Michael.
Yeah, every day I've gotten to this amount, and the only reason why I should be up $5,000. I should be up that I'm not is because I kept trading. Keep trading after you make a good number. You want to. Oh, I got a working order. You want to keep trading because you're like, okay, but yeah.
Looks like NVIDIA really wants that 820. I really wish I could see the options chain because I'm guessing again that's what we saw last time.
Those $1,000 calls don't sound as crazy as they did about 2 weeks ago before those earnings rips.
No kidding. Especially if you're looking at leaps. I mean, leaps are going to be expensive as heck, but we have 224 halves in sight here. It's 9 handles away. It's trying to be hands off here. Trying to be hands off. The hardest part about trading is just hands off.
You're doing a good job, Rips. You're doing a good job.
I'm feeling weak, John. I'm feeling weak here. I'm feeling weak. I'm gonna do
Rips,
it.
I don't. Rips, I don't know what it is. I'm feeling like I'm more clear-headed with more energy. I feel like I got a lot of calcium, vitamin C, riboflavin, whatever that is, nitrous.
Everybody needs a nice couple milligrams of riboflavin in the morning there, Michael.
Yeah, this flavor's not too bad.
So are we a fan? Are we thinking that we're going to go all in, all along on Cell H?
No, we're not a fan, but I'll drink it. I will drink this 2 cases that you just got me. I will drink it.
And then you'll ask for 2 more, and I'll send you 2 more, and then we'll get you at a 2-case a week habit. I got it.
I know. Yeah. I know how people sprinkle in that little whatever. McDonald's does it. Sprinkles that whatever into the lab, so you keep coming back.
You're going to come to your trading desk on Monday and just be like, why do I want a peach Celsius right now?
Yeah,
what's going on?
Why do
here?
I want this right now? Yeah, what's going on here?
That's funny.
I mean, my foot. I'm shaking my foot when I'm sitting here, and I have a coffee. I have a coffee that I've been drinking as I've been drinking Celsius, and I'm on my second one. So,
all right, another push here, guys.
Yeah, we're about to tag these 224 halves.
This is
here.
unbelievable.
Good golly.
This is unbelievable.
Oh man, I can't believe I'm not long in this market.
I mean, no, this is when FOMO kicks in.
I'm not.
This is.
I can't believe I'm not too.
Almost city, right?
And I still can't see the dang options chain in NVIDIA. If anybody can help me, what's the biggest open interest in calls right now? Is it 820s, 825s, 830s, 850s? What are we looking at?
God bless.
If anybody can help me looking at the NVIDIA options chain.
Yeah, give me 1 second.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Jack, the man.
I think.
I hear you, Chad. We got to wait for a pullback. Too late to get in.
Yep. When we left those,
I think I'm just going to have to accept the fact that
this is gold and oil is kind of taking a breather here. We'll see if we can get another push. But it is thin as S&Ps. I can only imagine how thin it is in NASDAQ. Taking a peek over there. Oh my God!
I mean, it still looks pretty efficient. I mean, it's not insanely.
It's one up.
It's looking.
It's
fine.
one up, Rips. I mean, yeah.
Oh my goodness! Are we really going to send this all the way to 261s? Just give me a pullback.
To the moon, yo! To the moon. Get your moon boots,
10,424 open interest for 820s. Are the 850s lighting up there? 850s have the highest. Wow. Well, there you go. Boy, if I would have known that. Good golly, I should have checked.
850.
Thank you, chat. Appreciate it. Chat's always on the ball here.
It's awesome. I love our chat.
Thanks,
man.
guys.
The best. All right, we're above
golly, here we go.
we're above 2080 in gold here. We're trading 2081, 5128 in the S&Ps, and scratch that. We're going to go up to 5129. I can't even quote a price in NASDAQ. We just keep going higher here. 27s, 28s,
This is going to pull back to our level of 224.
Holy cow!
At all.
Never sell.
I'm going to try a long
Friday
here.
rally.
See if we can hold above these 30s.
30s trade, 31s trade, 29s trade. Can
There we go.
All right, 30s trade. Look at this push. Wow. Goodness.
Did they not fill me there? Try to get filled at 35s.
Are you long?
Yeah, I'm trying to get filled here at 35s. Let's see. Now they're going to dunk it.
Andre,
I had
Andre just lift his offer, Andre.
What is it? Put it in there. I got you, dog. I got you, man. Put it in there. I got you. Wouldn't be the first time I hooked up a buddy on a trade like that. Can I say that on TV?
Yeah, I mean,
yeah. So, yo, hook me up with a one. It was when they had TOP.
I got to cover that.
You guys know what
I think I
TOP
made a
was.
couple bucks on that.
Downtick the market
Let's
for your
see.
boy. Trigger all the stops.
That was a scratch trade. Still up $2,600. Yeah, I should have got covered though. That was the thing. Should have got covered at those 35s. Seeing if they're pulling back deeper to these 224 halves. But this is nuts. This is crazy.
2081 gold. Crude hover around $80.45. But the main stories are gold, NASDAQ all-time highs, S&Ps making highs. Every time you blink, a new high is set. Here we go.
Nice pullback here back to 224 to see if they firm up any bids here. But maybe that's the top. Maybe we actually called the top on this one.
hey, do we have Andre, do we have Tuchman on today?
Yes, sir. Yes, we do.
I just saw him on CNBC walking on the floor.
Yep. How good is that recap going to be here at with Power Players here at 11 o'clock Central? That's a must-see, must-watch.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's going to be great. We got Dolby and Tuchman here. We'll go over the schedule here in a little bit, but yes, we do have Tuchman on live from the New York Stock Exchange floor. This Market Madness today, who else would you rather hear from than the most photographed man on the floor at the New York Stock Exchange? Tune in at 11 a.m. for that with Dolby time.
Would you rather be the most photographed man on Wall Street or the most photographed man in the world, Brad Pitt style?
Mm.
Brad Pitt. Brad Pitt.
Neither.
You choose the. You choose. The
Got that one. $3,100 now. Let's go.
Wow.
I'm long for 27. I'm long for 27 right now.
Chicago
Get
Bull,
wild,
baby.
Michael. Let's go.
Like NASDAQ rallying, S&P's rallying. All right. 82's trading, 33's trading NASDAQ. We got 28 halves trading S&P's. Michael is finally long. Look out, market. Look out.
Yeah. Squeeze those shorts like I used to be.
Never saw.
I mean,
This market is insane.
Uh-huh.
Is this the capitulation, Michael?
They broke them.
yeah, exactly. This is when everybody can start getting short.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm thinking. What's
Right?
RSI right now? Everyone's got RSI up. I'd like to get a reading on the RSI here on NASDAQ, and I guess I can find it on my indicators.
We can always ask the Goldman market makers, is it going to go up any higher?
Nope.
Okay. All right.
Oh, that
That's the
answers
official
that.
word.
Wow, RSI.
Jeez.
RSI for those that use it. RSI and S&Ps is 74 right now. That's insanely high for those that need it. Those that use it. Does indicate overbought, but then again, we've said that before, and we just keep going higher. Move that.
Okay, now it's not firm enough.
No.
Sorry to laugh, but that's
No.
funny. The moment you go bullish is the moment the market starts to fly.
No.
I mean,
They do the pocket.
Yikes.
I already talked to the guys over there, on the Topstep X about copy trade, and I'm like, can we like have a switch that says copy, follow, or fade? Like, I've never thought about it.
Ooh,
like
that's
like,
cool. That'd be cool.
Yeah. There's times where you're better off fading yourself than you are going with yourself. I'm not saying you should make that a part of your strategy. Damn it, this isn't holding.
It's annoying, right? Like, right through 224s, and we get the first level of exhaustion, right? Those 224s. It's like peak mania right there. That's when everybody decided, said, we're good for the day. Although NVIDIA is holding above 815 now. Meta is surging back up. So I don't know if I wouldn't call it a done trade yet until we, I would say give it until about 213s or so. If you can give it that much heat, I would say 213s.
I don't want to give it that. I don't want to give it that much heat.
Take it off. Take it off.
I don't want to.
Buy some more.
I'm trying to get a pullback near the single TPOs here in the S&Ps for a potential long. Just trying to be really patient with this.
Yeah, I want to throw my mouse out the window. I don't want to touch anything anymore.
God, I got stopped out at 17s. It's trading
Hold on the
18s.
move.
I was long 27s. If I get in right now, then it goes rips is 13s, and I get stopped out at 08.
Michael, talk to me, buddy. We can get through this. We can get through this. All right.
We will get through this.
I'm doing just fine. Let me finish your drink here.
Oh, he's blaming it on the drink now.
It's the jet fuel that did it. It turned him into a long trader.
He was up a G, and he gave all the credit to the drink. Now, gold on the move to the upside. We ain't done.
Is it again?
82s.
Oh,
yeah.
good golly.
Dollar's just getting killed.
Dollars getting killed. Oil moving to the upside here. New highs on the day. This is a hell of a Friday.
A hell of a day at sea, sir.
Sir.
Yes, indeed.
17.
Yeah,
we got
gold is
700
looking for our
off.
level of 2086.6. Sorry, Andre.
I'll get 700 offered at 51.27. We have not. We have traded there. 700 on the offer at 51.27. Biggest order we've seen probably for the day. While we see if we do hit that JD, if you're there, let's get these early live funded top 10 board in here quick because we got markets moving here. JD
is here. Give me just 1 second.
You got it, man. These markets
I'm
are
pulling up
ripping today.
I got to pull up these overlays real quick.
All good, all good. Just jump in whenever you got it. We got to watch these markets as we are ripping around today. This is it's been a wild Friday. Maybe the close yesterday was a catalyst. I'm not sure. But,
All right, here we go. Yesterday's best XFAs.
Cool.
More big numbers coming
big
out of the
numbers.
XFAs yesterday. Xavier with 11K, Najib with 11K, Salman 13.4, Eric 16,000, and Kang with 16.6 thousand. These are all numbers from single XFA accounts. No trade copying going on in this top 5 list from yesterday.
Very impressive.
Good for those guys. Nice.
Big numbers, big numbers.
Hey, I got long really quickly. I got long 16s because you're 13s.
Like it. I
I
like
like
it.
the 13s. I told you.
Yeah, pullback, dog.
And then I got long 2 lots. Already got out of one of them.
Nice work there. Let's go. Good recovery.
2 highs. Shorts got
Yeah, that
trapped.
was a nice pullback there. Almost to the T. What was the low print there? Like 14 3/4?
Yeah. Now I'm feeling like I should hold this one, which means,
Yeah.
you know. Yeah. So it's one of those.
You gotta have faith. You gotta believe.
Andre.
I'm just
I
messing
mean, if you
with my
had
boy
2
over
lots,
there.
I'd say pull one off at 30, but you only have 1 lot, so you might as well just, just
I
cross
got
the
them all. I
fingers.
got them all off. I got 29s
Nice.
right here, so I got them all up. 1,200.
How are we sitting on the day there?
Shit, that a boy.
Almost 1,300. Just this
So
is a
you
jab,
made more
jab,
than you were
jab.
sitting at a G before those trades, right?
Yeah, but then I lost 100 or so on that pullback that I got into early, and then you
So
said
you're up more than you were, right?
I'm up more than I was having a couple losers on the way down. Yeah.
Good job, Mike.
Another reason why I should stay patient and wait for levels to show up rather than just gauging pullbacks. Just gauging pullbacks by itself without levels. I don't know. You're like, okay, it's pulled back. I haven't seen it pull back this much, and then it
Textbook
does
pullback.
more and kind of extends it. Yeah.
Textbook pullback.
Yeah, look at this dunk now. Like 30s rejected, instant
Way to
5
go.
pullback, straight to 25. Crazy. I mean, this market is just nuts. It's crazy.
Yes, it is. JD.
Fun to watch.
Yeah, this has been a fun one. JD, if we got everyone's favorite leaderboard, by all means, hit us with it.
We sure do. We'll run through this real quick. Here's the bottom half of the top 10 list. We had a bit of a shakeup on the bottom half of the list yesterday. Shen pocketed 7K, moved up to 6th from 10th. David held on to 7th place for another day. Farouz is back in the top 10. He moved up from 16th place yesterday. And David T is also back and on the list. Jumped up to 9th place from 14th place yesterday. Rounding out the bottom end of the list is Elvis, who was in 28th place yesterday. Took home about 10,000 across 2 XFAs and a live funded account. Good enough to get him into the top 10 today. Nice job,
Nice.
Elvis.
Sweet name.
All right, drum roll, please, Eddie. Not too many changes on this part of the list from yesterday. The names
Okay.
are all the same, but Isaac and Ronald just switched spots. Ronald moved up to 2nd from 3rd place yesterday. Victor didn't trade, but held on to 5th place. Dakota made about $1,800 to retain 4th. Isaac took a small loss and dropped down to 3rd. Ronald also took a small loss, but his balance was good enough to hang on to 2nd place. And our leader, Michael, has been taking some hits this week.
Yeah.
Looks like he dropped another 10K across 3 XFAs yesterday, but he still holds the high account balance among all funded traders for another day. We did lose the 3 names we lost on the list today were Pin, Weston, and our anonymous friend, but all 3 of them are still in the top 20, so I think we'll be seeing them again real soon. That's what I got for you today.
We should have a thing on who can hold the top 10 leaderboard. Who's holding it the longest too? Because this will change throughout this year. It's like who can hold the top 10 for however.
Yeah,
many
it's interesting.
days, you know?
The thing is, since we started doing this list, we haven't seen too many unfamiliar names. You know what I mean? It seems like it's the same 7-8 names every day, and then we swap out 2 or 3 here and there. But consistently, we're seeing a lot of the same names on this list every day.
Good stuff. A tough trade.
Top 10 leaderboard hot streaks. Yeah, Jay, that could be cool.
Hey, I got a fire drill update real quick for everyone. Our team identifies a small group of folks that should have been eligible to receive a Topstep X invite yesterday, but were accidentally excluded. We'll be making you whole. You'll be getting an email out with your code before the end of the day for those that got missed this morning. So as always, Topstep makes you whole. We apologize for that. There's a small group of you guys, but for those that did not get the invite and should have, we will get those out to you by the end of the day. Thank you very much. We appreciate it. Thanks for letting us know. As always, Topstep, we always make you whole here.
Oh man, those 16s,
highs.
those 13s, that was a pullback. Pullback on 13. So Rips, you got the 95s that pulled back 20 handles on the way up that pulled back, and then this one pulled back, and you talked about the 13s as a long. That would have been 20 handles, almost 30.
Yeah, we're looking for 261 now. 261 evens to the top side here.
Trying to cheap into a long here, and I just keep getting missed.
Are you trying to get Phil on the bid there, rather?
Yeah, just trying to cheap into a long, and it gets close and then runs away. Gets close and then runs away. Gets close and then runs away.
What
the last thing I want to do is start FOMOing into a long on the highs here.
Oh yeah.
That just never seems to work.
Yeah,
it works until it doesn't.
On Topstep X, I use the join bid, join ask a lot now. Back in the T4, my T4 days, which was 2 weeks ago, for 20 years, I did T4. I would get in on RIPS higher or lower on the NASDAQ, a lot of market orders. I didn't use join bid. I don't think I had it set up. But I'm using this now because I'm getting better entries using join. You're going to get filled, and if you don't, then, it is what it is, just rather than the slippage. But
gold is up $30 in the last 80 minutes, by the way.
That's insane. What is going on?
Gold is up $30 in the last 80. This is, and it's not done. Wow. Whew. All right, boys. We got 6 minutes left in fast markets, and this has certainly been a fast market today.
This has been a very fun one. This has been a lot of fun to trade together with chat, with MP, with John. A lot of fun.
I just realized I probably screwed my blood work. I got to get blood work today. Like I'm like,
okay.
Oh
yeah.
They're gonna think it's radioactive
for like
or something.
Like HGH, it's like HGH and testosterone. I'm 44. You start breaking down. Yeah, a buddy of mine's like, dude, just go there and they'll test out your whatever.
Your T levels
and T all that stuff. Yeah. And
no. Michael, you're not going away. Michael's here to stay. Come on.
I'm trying to extend that life. No, so long story short, I'm drinking. They said don't drink. They said don't do anything in the morning, and I just put calcium, vitamin, riboflavin, niacin, pantothenuric, dude, chromium. I put all this stuff into my body right now, and I got to go get blood work. I don't know if it's good or bad. They said don't eat.
It's probably okay, Michael.
You're an ETRT at this point.
I think you're good, dude.
It's probably okay unless they're going to do like a diabetes test on you. I don't know how much sugar is in there, but
0, no sugar in that one.
No sugar.
I'm going to bring the can in. It's going to be like
bring one for the doc. I'm going to bring one for the doctor. Cheers before you guys.
Don't bring him an empty can. Bring him a full one. He'll want to taste.
I'm going to bring him and be like, hey, do you recommend this as a guy my age to drink every single day while I trade? And I'm going to see what he says. As a doctor.
I think he'll probably say the doctor's recommendation is about 2 cases per week to keep you honest.
Yeah. It's like, that'll cover my medical bill.
Gold is not done. 2085.
Is it not? I'm looking at the pullback at NQ here. Is gold's just still going? Oh my God. Chart. Yeah, gold, the next level again, 2086.6. That's the one we're looking for.
Greatest rally ever.
How many gold traders out there in chat are still long gold? I am curious. I mean, insane if you got that. Yeah. Always happens when you least expect it, too.
Oh, but we expected it today.
Did we?
I mean, we
Bull
broke
rally?
out above that trend line yesterday,
Yeah,
and
true.
it held it in the overnight. So I don't know if technically it was due to happen. We had that P-shaped profile yesterday, which usually indicates short covering, but we added open interest, so there were buyers in that yesterday. The market really held that balance area from gold that occurred yesterday during the session. Wait, this is S&Ps. My goodness, hang on a second. So, here's that trend line. It broke out and held above it yesterday. It traded down to it and held it last night. So,
Would you consider that a bull flag on that time frame?
Not necessarily a true bull flag. It was more of a triangle formation, in short time frame from here to here and here to here. But this trend line comes way off back over here. Let me bring this up. So there's that all-time high. It came across right there. We traded to it here, and we were really range bound here. So, when the market is range bound like this for a long period of time, it usually brings more momentum on a breakout. We broke out, closed above it yesterday, traded back to it last night, and driving higher, and even right through the weekly kickoff high today. Now, there's more to this than just the technical end of it. But if I were actively trading gold, I said it this morning. I said, this thing is accepting higher pricing. Look for this market to perhaps even test weekly kickoff high, which it has, and then some.
Right.
Oh yeah.
And again, we're not predicting anything on the opening call. We're not predicting anything here. Just nuance and observation, hypothesis. That's all we're offering. You got to trade your strategy. You got to trade what you see, of course. But that was a pretty decent opportunity. Seeing that we added open interest, volume was good, held up above it, tested it at overnight, opened, looked lower, gave us an opportunity in this kind of congestion area here, and then off to the races. But there is more to this move than just technical. We're seeing the dollar just getting smushed here.
All right, boys. Well, before we conclude this amazing fast markets, I hope everyone enjoyed it there. I do want to say we got the group coaching form pinned to the top of the here. Super special group coaching session. We got JD, Hogue, and Deanna. So get those questions in. That will be at noon Central Time. Yes, noon Central Time with Hogue, Deanna, and JD. Like we said, power players. We got Dolby and Peter Tuchman live from the New York Stock Exchange floor. Please tune in for that. He's going to give you all the updates. He breaks down the markets as good as anyone out there. Then we got Dolby, Robert, and Marie. Strategy Lab with Anne Marie this afternoon, 1 o'clock. And of course, sweet power hour. Myself, Dolby, and True. Last time True was on, if you remember, he had a crew with him. He had an entourage, and it was very interesting to see. And hopefully he brings them back with him today, and we'll make some money on Power Hour. Michael, I believe this might be your last appearance for next couple weeks. Is that true?
I don't know yet. I don't know my schedule on next week.
TBD.
I'm in Vegas. Yeah, I'm in Vegas, Andre. Then I go to Boca Raton. Do you know what that means in
rat's mouth
English?
Yep.
The mouth of the rat. Same thing.
Mouth of the rat. Mouth of the rat. Yes.
Really?
Yeah, that's a FIA Futures Industry conference. So I'm gonna try to sit down with the chairman of the CFTC. Tell him how great the funding industry is to help people develop their skills and get better. So I'm flying all the way there.
Very nice. Very nice. Well, Michael, Rips, it's been an awesome week with you, man. We're going to see you next week with the Dakota New Takeover while we're in Vegas. Highly appreciate it. Awesome week. Great trading, man. Rips, leave us with some words of wisdom. John, we'll see you here after this. But Rips, thank you for your time. Leave us with some words of wisdom. We got Shoulder Tap coming up.
Well, of course, I appreciate everybody here in chat that tunes in for these sessions. Really appreciate all the support that you guys and gals here bring. Had a great Friday session with you. We're ending up $3,100 trading on 2 XFA accounts. So very happy about the alpha that we pulled out of the market here. It was a lot of fun to trade, and I look forward to being here next week. We do have that takeover with Coach Dakota starting on Wednesday, going all the way to Friday. So make sure you tune in for that. And I hope everybody out there has a great trading session and remains safe for the rest of the session and has a great weekend away from the screens. I'll see you folks soon.
Thanks, man. Shoulder tap coming up next.
Hey, traders. Thanks for sticking around for the shoulder tab segment, everybody's favorite and most informative session. We've got the man with the mustache, Mick, risk manager. How are you today? Happy Friday, Mick.
Happy Friday. I'm doing really well, thanks. Went out for a little outing with some of my colleagues last night, little department outing, and
Nice.
fun time. It's good. I got no plans this weekend, so I'm in a good spot. I'm going to go get a haircut today. That's about it. It's going to be light work.
Well,
How are you?
Well, don't trim the mustache. Don't trim the mustache.
That's not happening.
I'm doing great. Feeling much better, Mick. Thank you very much. So you got any shout outs for us?
I do. I was laughing about it before I came on. Michael, shout out to you, up 1,200 on the day. You're a maniac. I can't believe you drank 3 Celsiuses on the last segment, and drinking coffee too. That's crazy. I thought JD dropped an article about the risks of smoking pot and having a heart attack. Speaking of having a heart attack, that's a little bit too much. So I know he's wired today, but excited. So shout out to Michael, up 1,200. We've got Ilya, and these are all live accounts I'm going to be referring to. I got a handful I'm going to run through. Ilya's up 3,900. Matlin's up 1,400. Alfredo, 1,100. Ivan, 1,000. Coach Dakota's up 1,600. Cameron up 4,000. And then Elvis up $1,000. So yeah, good stuff. It's been a good week. This week we've called up a lot of traders to live accounts. We haven't had too many off-boarded or live accounts closed. So, the waters are warm. There's a lot of green on the board today. It's kind of been a mixed bag all week, Hogue, where we've had, good winners, but a lot of losers too, and big ones too. I mentioned yesterday, those 150K accounts. I've seen a lot of down 3,000, down 3,000, down 3,000. Speaking of being down, I think if we're ready with the trading cards, we're doing rapid tap today. We got a lot of people we want to cover, and we're just going to blast through these really quickly. Got some good feedback.
2 more seconds have been loaded with many a thing. One moment.
Just so everybody's
no
just to get everybody up to speed. Rapid tap is people have sent in their trade reports for Mick to review. We've got a whole bunch of them we're going to be looking at today. We're going to try and get through as many as we can, as quickly as we can. We want to make sure that these are, and I know Mick, of course, will be, very succinct in his thoughts on these. And hopefully, if you're watching and your trade report is being reviewed today, you're going to get something useful out of it. And I'm sure you will, because Mick is the man. The risk team they are the men when it comes to doing this. So as soon as we're ready for the first one, let's get started. Mick, how you feeling? You ready?
You ready, Mick? I'm going to be in a race against the clock behind the scenes to get these all sized up. We're going to start with Salvatore. I might have to tell you who's next sometimes, and we won't have all 12 of them or whatever. But these are all excuses because...
All right,
it's time.
Yeah, that's fine. I can buy you a couple more seconds, though. I'm fine with starting with Salvatore. I'd like to take it from the top, Jack, but I can do. You throw them up there, we'll talk about them. However you'd want to do it.
That sounds good to me.
We can do rapid fire.
Let's get it started with Sal. Well, I got to change the shot first.
So for everybody, you do your thing. For everybody, we took submissions. You submit your email address. We go pull up your accounts. We review your stuff. It's all very quick. We scratch the surface here. I take a quick look at the trade reports. I call it how I see it. I'm not doing deep dives. I will look at multiple accounts, but this is just scratching the surface. And at the end of the segment today, I'll kind of talk about an overwhelming theme that I see with these. So with Salvatore, he's trading the NASDAQ. I think he can continue being selective with his trades. I don't see a lot of trading activity out of him, which I like. So continue being selective. If you're selective and you're focusing on improving, good things will happen. But it's going to be very difficult to improve if you're not being selective with your trades and you're just taking everything that you can. Work on risking too much money. He's coming out of the gate risking $1,000 on a 50K account. Guys, this is the theme. I'll cut to the chase here. you're not going to do well, or you're not going to grow, or you're not going to give yourself a fighting chance if you come out of the gate with a 50K account and lose 1,000 and then lose 1,000. So he's gotten cut in half on day one in many of these trading combines. And then a lot of these trading combines, they last only 2 days. If you are one of those people, this is an easy thing to fix. You just can't lose $1,000 in a single day. There's really very little excuse for signing up for a trading combine, losing $1,000 on day one and on day two. You know, that kind of stuff. It's like, hey, I'm happy you're submitting this, but it's glaringly obvious what you need to do. So that's it for Salvatore. Jack, who you got next?
Next, let's go ahead with Morvari. Okay. So area to improve here, risk reward. It's backwards. They are trading NASDAQ on a very short time frame, and the risk rewards not looking too good. Overall, though, they are profitable because their winning trade percentage is higher than the losers. I like that they have small winners and small losers. You can always scale from being a smaller trader to a larger trader. So they don't have a big problem here with, big wins, big losses, big wins, big losses. If they can fine tune that risk reward and maintain the higher winning trades percentage, good things will come. But again, overall, they are profitable. So good on you. Thanks for submitting. Let's make some small tweaks and watch our trading progress.
Yeah, 90% winning trades at 1 to 2 reward over risk. You kind of need that if you're going to be profitable. Think about that more of our.
Exactly. Who you got next, Jack?
Let's go with Michael Z.
Michael Z. Okay, so they've been with us since July. Equity indices, S&P, NASDAQ. They need to work on their risk reward. And then the biggest thing I see here is the excessive resets. I pull up the trade report list, and from my view, I see reset, 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 reset. Sometimes there's even 2 resets in a day. That tells me that this Michael is just kind of slinging trades, firing from the hip. You are not going to get better if you're resetting your account every single day. You need to grind it out, evaluate what you're doing, and find your own areas for improvement, because this person, they're not even hitting their max loss limit before they're resetting that account. Tells me that there's a gambling element to Michael's trading. Gamblers don't make money in this business. They might have short-term successes, but overall, we know what happens to gamblers. The odds are not on your side. You're in a competitive environment where there's people smarter, more disciplined, and more dedicated to doing what you're doing, what we're doing, what every viewer's out there doing. There's always someone smarter than us out there that is more disciplined than us. We need to strive to always be the most disciplined version of ourselves and know that we don't know everything. We're small fish in a big ocean. And Michael's got to drop the gambling, because if again, it's like I said with people that go daily loss limit, and they bust the account in 2 days. If you're resetting every day when you're not even breaking a rule, you're not trying to get better. This is an entertainment thing. So I'm not going to be any harsher than that, but hey, you either want to become a trader or be successful trading, or you don't. If this is entertainment and it's just as good as going to the Riverboat Casino or something and, allocating $100 a night, whatever, whenever you do that, and that's your entertainment, fine. But Michael, if you want to be a better trader, don't reset every single day, and don't have days where you're doing 2 resets in a day.
Yes.
I dislike that very much. Who else
Michael,
you got, Jack?
Michael, what are you doing? You got to dig your way out of this. You want to be a better trader. You get into a hole, dig your way out. You'll be a better trader for it.
All right, Michael Fight.
Doing the hard thing.
Michael B.
Michael. All right, more of this daily loss limit stuff. He's in a 50K daily loss limit on day one. You are not setting yourself up for any future success or any turning around of, an early loss in the account if you're losing half of your account in a single day. I'll use that $100,000 example. If you had actually $100,000 in a trading account, would you think it'd be anywhere acceptable to lose $50,000 on your first day trading in that account? I'm making a big scale adjustment there, but come on, this person took a large loss on their most recent account. It actually was an XFA. Daily loss limit day one, then they made 1,000, then they lost like $888 or something like that. You can cross-reference my math if you want here, but after 4 trading days, they're $44 away from their max loss limit. Nobody should be putting themselves in a position where their back's against the wall after 4 trading days. Start small, go slow, build it from there. So, there was also, I think I was mixing up some of these P&Ls because I'm seeing the notes here. They risked $930 on a 2-lot over the course of 5 minutes. So, cut those losses quickly. If you're losing, $450 or $500 per contract, or 900 something on a 2-lot, you're probably pretty wrong there, especially for traders that are trading on the shorter time frame too. Like, if I'm using a 5-minute chart and I'm risking $500 a contract, you're getting quick validation that this trade's not working, and you probably need to put your stops a little bit closer. Also, a little bit of a gambling element here too. Michael's had 5 XFAs since January. So 2 months of trading, he's blown through 5 XFAs. The average lifespan on those XFAs is 3 short days. Michael, what are you doing? You earned a funded level account. You can take payouts in those. What are you doing? Stay in those accounts. Grow in your trading journey. Grind it out. Take some payouts. Don't blow those things in 3 days. That means he's not taking any payouts in those XFAs. He's had 5 opportunities to do so. Poor form. Let's move on.
Excellent
right.
review.
Coming up.
Excellent review.
Thank you, John.
We've had our mics. Here's a John.
John, he's got to contain the losses. Common theme here. Why risk $1,000 in a day if that's all the cushion that you have left to risk? So this is a different example of not having big losses early on in the account, but through several days of trading. I remember looking at John's trade report here. He had put himself, a couple wins, couple losses as far as the trading days go. He put himself in a position where, and there's nothing wrong with this, he was $1,000 a day from his max loss limit. That day that he was 1,000 away from his max loss limit, boom, hits the max loss limit. You shouldn't do that. Live to trade another day. If you've got 1,000 in cushion left, split it up over 2 days. Risk 500, risk 500. It's going to take you 2 swings at the plate to strike out there. Or do one better, split that $1,000 over 4 trading days. Risk 250, 250, 250, 250. It's going to take you 4 losing days in a row to bust that account that you busted in one day by not controlling your risk, your downside. John also has to limit his trades per day. He's over trading. It's a common issue in newer traders that are trading on shorter time frames. You think you see all these trade setups. There aren't that many trades in a day for day traders, in my opinion. I'm sure there's viewers listening that are up big money on the day that said, I did 100 round turns right now, and are telling me. But hey, over time, I've been watching a lot of traders, and the more active you are, the lower your win percentages are, the less chance for success you have. Going to the regular shoulder tap segment, all those people that have high winning trade percentages and high winning day percentages overwhelmingly have fewer trades on the day. If you are not profitable, think about being more selective with your trades. If you're more selective with your trades, you're going to weed out a lot of the crap that you might already be taking as setups that you're fabricating. So limit the trades per day. What I do like about John and things that he should focus on continuing to do is the risk reward's okay. It's about 1.5 to 1, and the hold times are good. I remember seeing about 15 minutes on the hold times for the winners, 6 minutes on the hold times for the losers. So again, these things that, you think you're doing well, or I think you're doing well, leverage them, build on them. And then, we all have areas to improve. So that's what I've got for John. Let's move on to the next one.
It's a good memory, Mick. You were right on with those durations. Excellent review again. Thank you, Mick.
Ion
Who's
has stepped
next?
up to the plate.
Yeah, I'm not making stuff up over here.
Of
I am.
course.
All right. So areas to improve, get the risk reward a little bit better than 1-to-1. Risk less on the losing days than on the winning days. This is, another common theme for people that reach out looking for help, or people that I might reach out to looking for help. Their average winning days are smaller than the average losing days. You might have some trouble, making adjustments to that, but it's really not that hard. You just have to set a rule for yourself and stick to it. Having the discipline to stick to it is where the difficulty is. Most people that have an issue with this, they're aware of the issue. The people that can address it are going to be far more better off than the people that can't address it. Discipline, discipline, discipline. This is a business. Some people treat it as entertainment, but it's a business. And if you treat it like one, you're gonna probably be more entertained by your success as a byproduct of treating it as a business and doing the difficult thing that you don't want to do, but what you should do if you want to get better as a trader. Those were just some areas that I saw for improvement. Overall, he's profitable, and he's profitable in a few XFAs. He's trading different strategies in different XFAs. He's not even trade copying. So he's doing different things in different products, S&Ps and crude oil, and he's profitable. And he's also got more winning days than losing days. So I'm talking about him because he has to get talked about. But, good job on you, Ian. Keep it up, and let's make some small tweaks, and you'll be more profitable, and you'll have more winning trades than losing trades. So even more of them. Let's move on from Ian and go to the next one, Jack.
All right. Coming up next is Gulam.
Gulam's trading out of Egypt. He's got a problem containing the losses. Things I like. He doesn't overtrade. He seems selective. He is staying in his winning trades longer than his losing trades. So these are all good things. This just boils down to very cut and dry. Have the discipline to cut those losses, sooner. He shouldn't be losing $1,000 in a trading day. Just because we say you can risk up to $1,000 in a day doesn't mean that you should. And that's all I've got for him.
Thank you, Mick. All right. Are we ready for the next one?
Yes, we are. We have Amgad.
This was an ugly trade report to look at. I'm happy he submitted himself here. The biggest, most glaring thing, like one of the other traders we had, was the excessive resets. One reset almost every day. I look at the start date of these combines that are ineligible, and it's like February 16th, February 16th, February 17th, February 18th, February 19th, February 19th. These are all the resets. This person is absolutely gambling because they're hitting a loss limit, not liking where their account balance is and the distance that they've closed to their max loss limit. And they're just resetting to start from scratch. This is purely entertainment for them. This is gambling. My suggestion to this person would be stop doing what you're doing, take a break, and evaluate whether or not you want to be a trader or you just want to continue gambling. I will say it's probably good that they're doing this in a simulated environment where they're not going to really hurt themselves in the long run. That'll save you a shit ton of money. But they need to focus, on that. And this is self-reflection when it comes to those resets in the gambling. As far as their trading goes, just find some better trades. And for everybody out there, I've got an old packet that I got from my father when I started trading, and it was titled "How Young Millionaires Trade Commodities," and there were a bunch of rules in there. One of the rules was separating your desire from profit from your trading. John, I always take what you say, what you've said forever is, your money, the money you make is a byproduct of good trades. And it goes in line with this rule that I got in this packet. I think I shared you a copy of that. It's very funny. There was a guy with the old 70s haircut, big bushy head on there. but really good stuff. And separate your trading from your desire to make money. Everybody out there, think about that for a little bit. We all want to make money, but so many of us fall into this pitfall of, trading our P&L and trading our account balance. And we hear some of, the bigger, guests that we have on about how, I remember Deanna had talked about, the kiss of death being, trying to hit that big round number, and you're thinking about, making X in the account or getting your account balance X only to fall down. This is a real thing. Psychologically, it's a real thing that everybody's susceptible to. So focus on good trades. The profits will come. Get away from scalping, unless that's, scalping's entertaining, no doubt, but I don't see anybody successful with it over time. It's too damn hard to pick the up and down gyrations on a market like the NASDAQ that flies around. And then these losing days are so much bigger than their winning days, and they're so much more prevalent than the winning days. So that's a recipe for failure right there. I was kind of hard on him, but I'm direct and calling it how I see it. Make some changes, do some self-reflection. Let's move on to the next card.
All right, last card.
He needed
Quickly. Ned.
Okay. This one's easy. It's in line with our common theme. Just limit the losses. Got cut in half on day one. I've had traders ask me on multiple occasions, and Hogue, I know you get this asked too. It's like, what's the biggest thing that you see from traders not finding success? What's the biggest failure that you see that's stopping people from being successful in trading? And it's these big losses. If you can't manage your downside and you're taking too big of losses, and these losses are happening too often, and your winners are not making up for multiple losing trades or multiple losing days, you're not going to make it. So it's all about the losses. And I talked a lot about them today on Rapid Tap. It's my firm belief. I've been watching traders with Topstep for 9 years now. The biggest thing that stops people is that they're just risking too much money. Not enough people are focusing on limiting their risk. The ones that are able to weather out losing streaks, cold streaks, tough markets, and are going to be there to pounce on, opportunities when the waters are warmer. So it's the single biggest thing that stops people from achieving their goals in trading. I know we're up on time, so I'm happy I got to end it with that.
Well, Mick, back to one of the first things one of the old guys on the floor when I walked on the door with my shiny new badge, learn how to take a loss, keep those losses small. Mick, excellent stuff. Your passion for these traders and your care for these traders, so visible. We really appreciate it. Folks, stick around. We've got power players coming up with Peter Tuchman and Dolby coming up. After that, Andre and Eddie, and then TopQuiz with Deanna and me today. That's going to be a lot of fun. Looking forward to. And then we've got Strategy Lab with Anne Marie, with Dolby and Robert. And at the end of the day, Andre, Dolby, and True. Mick, thank you for all you do for our traders. We really appreciate and love you. Have a great weekend. You got a nice, quiet weekend, it sounds like, and you deserve it. So rest up. It's another week next week.
Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Power Players. We got one of our favorite guests here, Peter Tuchman from the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. Peter, it has been quite the day today, especially in gold and the NASDAQ. What exactly are you seeing from the floor currently?
You know what? I'm actually not watching gold or the NASDAQ, but I'm just kind of watching. This wasn't where my focus was. I'm really kind of sort of getting an overview of what the week has brought. Obviously, you've got GDP, you've got, economic numbers. You saw the CPE come out yesterday, which was, in fact, for me, it was a bit of a muted response, right? All eyes were on, that, look, we saw it last week, maybe it was 10 days ago when the CPI and the PPI number came out. We had clearly a negative response. They did not live up to their expectations at all, and the market sold off quite hard. I talked about it with you guys on Monday, right? So then all eyes were on, obviously, whatever happened on Wednesday, GDP, and then we've got some consumer confidence. You've got consumer spending numbers and all that. So everyone's really looking for what is the catalyst to the next move on the way up or the way down. Today's number, yesterday's number did not excite the markets at all. It came in just on expectations. And as I mentioned to you the other day, we had that MSCI yesterday too. And in all respects, it was kind of a muted day. There was a lot of volume by the end of the day, but the market did not have much of a move. We kind of rallied, into the end of the day, but it wasn't exciting. I think people are sort of sitting on the sidelines, really kind of wondering what's going on. What is the Fed going to do? What is it that's really going to, what shoe is going to fall, or what nice pair of shoes are they going to put on that's really going to make this market move at some point, right? We are trading at record highs across the board. It is the beginning of March. Often in the beginning of a month, you do see some fresh money coming into the market, whether it's in mutual funds or whatnot. People, sort of regroup themselves at the beginning of the month and put money into the market. So we'll often see in that first week, and people should note that from a retail trader's perspective, you will very often see a bit of a pop in the first couple of days of the month, and it's just fresh money coming into the market, whether it's being deployed by funds, whether it's being deployed by hedge funds and mutual funds and whatnot. We often do see a big boost, right? So far today, the market's not that exciting. There's not that much going on. And even though we've seen so much data come out this week, that normally would, the media sort of pumps up these days where they're dying for the market to do something, right? When the market's muted and the story's not that exciting, media is always looking for some catastrophist approach to to share with the traders to get everybody up and going and shake the tree a little bit. So far, that hasn't happened, right? We haven't seen it today, and we sort of closed out the month. Look, it was a spectacular February in every respect, right? And no one really thought that was going to be the case. Every time we saw a little bit of negativity come out around economic data, the market rebuffed it in a huge way, and they took it up. Look, we obviously are seeing a massive rally in the alternative sectors like gold, like Bitcoin, right? People are putting money to work, right? I think it's a bit of a hedge in so many ways because there is a lot of chatter around that the market cannot sustain the levels where they're at, right? Is it going to be tech that's going to roll over? Is it going to be a bad economic story? Is it going to be something around the banking and the tightening? Is it going to be about some Fed guy who's on and like dislocate this incredible rally we've seen, or the two wars in the Middle East, or the presidential campaign? What is it? Any number of these things, whether they come individually or they come in a perfect storm, very often one bit of information, when it's significant enough, can move a market, like a Walmart earnings can move a market, CPE number, if it's significant or it's completely, shakes the expectations that were offered to people, it can make a big difference. But right now, individually, anything that's been thrown at the market over the last couple of days haven't really moved the market in a big way. So basically, what are we looking for? We're looking for a number of economic bits of data to come together. It's kind of like I always call it the perfect storm, right? Very often when individual bits of data or individual earnings and whatnot aren't moving the market because the market's trading at record highs, and it's just not enough to move the needle, we end up eventually, and it's not going to happen today, I don't think, because not that much is happening, but we may see it next week where suddenly you're going to see what I call the perfect storm, where it's going to be economic data, it's going to be earnings, it's going to be something. Somebody says something, and this all comes together in a sort of in a perfect storm, and it really shakes the market up. Right now, we're sort of treading water the last couple of days, not a lot of movement. And the question is, as an investor, do I step into the market at these record levels? Well, I'm not an advisor, and I don't like to predict what the market's going to do. But you know what? I mean, I would probably be a little bit hesitant to jump in. Look, everybody should know you've got an amazing group of young retail traders coming into the market with TopStep, right? They're looking at it from a futures perspective. So as a trader, this is a great trader's market. Yesterday wasn't such a great day because it was sort of lackluster and muted, but these days have been good because we've seen really good volatility. So, but I beg everyone, as a futures trader, and that's who your community is, they've got to stick to the rules, right? When nothing major is happening, people need to sit on their hands. There's nothing wrong. Look, one thing that I've learned with years and years of experience is you need to have a reason to trade. Don't just trade for the sake of trading, right? If the market is not presenting opportunity, if the volatility and the price action and technical analysis is not offering you opportunity, you're allowed to sit this one out, right? You're allowed to sit it out. Don't be searching and digging for some story that may actually, we don't have enough of an edge, right? In a market like this, you're looking for an edge, right? Or you're looking for price action and technical analysis to give you a setup that you need to get in to either buy or short the futures, right? For right now, it's a strange place to be in the market.
Right. And I'm looking at financial juice right now, and next week looks like there's an insane amount of news. Lots of
what do you see?
releases coming out. For March 5th, we got U.S. S&P Services PMI. We have more PMI, factory orders. Fed Bar is speaking. We have unemployment. We have JOLTS. Powell's testifying. U.S. wholesale inventories. We have on the 7th, U.S. trade balances, initial claims, more Fed speakers. A lot of Fed speakers recently, and they've been causing a lot of volatility in the market. Is that just inflation worry that you're thinking and picking up there, Peter?
Yeah, it's 100%. Look, all of those numbers, I mean, they're really not that significant. That is just really a pile of nothing, to be perfectly honest.
Okay.
We're looking at PPI, CPE, those are numbers that are significant. ISM number, the manufacturing number came out today. That is significant. Anything that's really going to move the inflation needle is significant. These are just the numbers you just listed off to me are probably pretty normal in a month's economic calendar, but we really want things. Look, right now, there is a 3% chance that they're going to lower interest rates in June. There's a 33% 3% chance they're going to cut rates in July, and there's a 63% chance they're going to cut them in August. So what does that mean? That means that we're going to, can you hear me?
Yep. Oh yeah, we're good. We're good.
Okay, cool. That means that all eyes are on this. Second look, Q2, we're not going to see a cut, right? Look, more people for some reason, and I didn't really think so. For some reason, the last meeting that Jay Powell had, he tossed on the table that it's clear that we're not doing anything in March. I didn't think we were going to do anything in March. There was nothing in his chatter that said he was going to do. I was sort of more looking at June, July, August, and that's clearly what the problem. Look, it's important for people to look at those numbers. What is they come up? It's like a betting game, right? They're always looking to give you probability. Probability is what moves this market, right? So a 3% chance in June, well, that means it's not going to happen in June. July is 30%, 60% in August. So what does that mean? That means that we're going to probably be pointing towards the first cut, if they have one, in August, right? Because 33% is not enough to move the needle. So look, that means that for now, from March, look, we do have in the S&P 500 rebalance in March. It's a big one. It's a quarterly. That will be, a busy day. It's going to be a volatile day, but we need more. And where the market is at this point, we need some major stuff to happen to move this market. There are people who really think, and a lot of powerful people, right? A couple of guys at Morgan, a couple of guys, who really believe, hedge fund guys who believe that the market is way, way overbought and that we're really ripe for a major, major pullback. Right, you're seeing it in the option market as well. That there's a lot of short bets on this market that we should be looking for a 5%, as much as 10% pullback in the market. I don't see it, but it's possible, right? So when you have markets trading at these levels, and look, this has not happened that often before, where you come into the beginning of the year and you've got literally 8 weeks of a crazy bullish market after a really good last year, right? We're trading at record highs, 5,100 in the S&P. The Dow's almost at 40,000. NASDAQ is on a major tear. And you've got the Russell, which is that small cap, mid cap, which represents a much broader breadth of the rally. Everything is trading at record highs. So what is it that's going to move the market? It's okay sometimes when the market doesn't pull back, but just sort of regroups and sort of, it's like a trend trade. I'm sure people are in your group know about moving average trades and trend trades. Oh, yeah. We teach about those at Wall Street Global Trading Academy. Look, so think about a trend. Trend trade is when a market is moving in a particular direction. It pulls back to the 9. This is the way we interpret it. It pulls back to the 9 or 15 EMA, which sort of gives it a chance to regroup, and then it goes higher. So that's often what we see in the market. Markets can be in a trend, and we always used to say the trend is your friend. But there's another thing. Some people call it a momentum trade, but we call it a base trade. A base trade is when the market is basically trading flat for 30 minutes or an hour and a half. It's literally just trading, horizontal in a horizontal line. Now, it's actually a really good trade, but most people screw the trade up. So what we do is some people will watch the market or a particular stock trade flat, literally in a 50-cent range, and do nothing. And then they suddenly get antsy and they get itchy and they decide that the market's either going to go up or down, and they place a bet, right? They decide to either go long or go short. They're either lucky and it goes in the direction they're looking for, or it goes against them and then they get sort of schnookered. What we firmly believe in, and for us, a base trade is you're watching a market trade flatly, and then you wait. Either you get ready with a market order and you set yourself up to watch. Is there a green bar or a red bar? You let the market determine where you think where the market is going to go. You don't think you don't have an opinion. You wait for the green bar, you wait for the red bar, you sit there with a market order, and when you see after a long, prolonged horizontal market doing nothing, trading in a 50-cent range, when you see a red bar, okay, you short the market with a market order. You see a green bar, you get in on the long side and you buy the market. And you try and keep it within a 50-cent range, and then you let that momentum take the market. But you don't want to have an opinion because your opinion may be wrong. So, it's the same thing with trading in advance of economic data or trading in advance of earnings, right? This market is a really crazy place. You can have great earnings come out and the stock can go down $10, right? So what we believe is we let information come out. We then let price action and technical analysis determine our entry point, because you're going to be either lucky for $1 or you're going to be wrong for $30, right? We've seen that. The market is not very forgiving, right? When
we know that.
it moves, right? And when it moves, it really moves. And you don't want to be on the wrong side of that.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Peter. That was the fastest 15 minutes of my life. Sorry we got a little bit of a late start, but we still got it in. So please check out Wall Street Global Trading Academy. We have his evil twin on every other Wednesday. We just had him this week. David Green is fantastic. I'm going to be recording a little thing with him on Sunday. But Peter, thank you so much. Trade well the rest of the day, if you are even trading still at this time, and then have a wonderful weekend.
You know what? I appreciate it, guys. Look, we are forging a really wonderful collaboration with Topstep, right? Topstep is really the top futures funded platform, and we are supporting them and collaborating them. Me and David Green at Wall Street Global Trading Academy. And then what you do is the next step is you come to us. The customers will come to them because they're the best at what they do. And then we all wish you to come to us, whether it's on a free webinar once a month or whether you join us and you buy our course or our boot camp, because we will teach you how to keep your accounts open and make money in this market, because technical analysis and risk management are the keys to the castle. If you don't get the playbook and you don't get the menu, you will get bopped around in this market. So, you know what? As a team, Topstep and Wall Street Global are the best team out there, guys.
Yeah, couldn't have said it better myself, Peter. Absolute pleasure. Enjoy the rest of your day and the weekend. Say hi to David for me, whatever he's up to. Up next, we have Andre, Eddie, and I believe myself. And we're just going to kind of continue on, but we're going to take a very, very, very short break. And we will be right back. Peter, thank you so much for coming on.
Go ahead, Dolby.
And welcome back to Power Players.
Oh, yeah.
I got some powerful people right next to me here.
Yeah.
Got Andre. Oh, wait, no. Got Andre. Got Hogue. There we go, that way. Or no, I got Eddie.
That way.
Oh, Eddie's feeling it right now.
I wish I was. I got my market like it decided to say, "Oh, Eddie's getting on right now. He can trade." No, not where I wanted it to be.
There's got to be some tempting stuff there in
hell
gold
yeah.
today. I mean, gold was out of control. When was the last time you saw a move this big in gold, Eddie?
Good question.
Not like this. I mean, if you put one on, you really never took any heat.
As long as you were long, yeah.
You know,
Yeah, I mean,
as long as you were
It's
long.
incredible.
Snap into a Slim Jim. Yes. Yes.
Yeah,
I mean,
no
it's a
trades,
beautiful
Eddie?
thing.
No trades in gold.
No, I mean, now we've got sellers going, oh, were we supposed to log in today?
Yeah, right. I mean, we're almost at 2,100 in gold.
It's
The
insane.
move today was almost $40, maybe $50. Almost
Yeah.
$50. I mean,
Yeah.
that is absolutely bonkers.
Yeah, man. It's the ultimate flight to safety there. I mean, look, S&Ps too. We're at daily highs, 51.33 here. NASDAQ doing the same thing. I mean, it's just been rallied. Selling off here.
Yeah,
But,
massive moves. I hope chat got a piece of it.
Yeah, I got
This chat's been trading pretty well recently, so keep it up, chat. Doing a great
Sure I
job. Eddie, have you had any Celsius today?
No, but I was just going to tell Fortunato
Cracks me up, man.
it's all about love. Yeah.
Toby cracks
All
me
about
up,
love, man. I'm
I'm
not,
giving you a hard
I
time,
didn't-
chat. You didn't have
I
any.
checked my front door. I checked my front door for a box, and actually I had to call the police. There was a bum sleeping on my doorstep.
Oh no.
Oh
yeah.
yeah, was it Andre?
So
Oh, Dolby time.
What?
Dolby time. Too early. That's power hour only, my man. Come on.
That's true. Oh my god, it's only 11:25. Jeez, that
Dolby
was
time.
too early, Dre. I'm sorry.
Whoa,
that was way
blow.
too
You're
early.
good. Nothing
No,
but love here,
no.
man.
No, my apologies. My apologies. Guy-
The best. NASDAQ hits record highs. Here's the headline on CNBC. S&P is doing the same. Gold. I don't know what the record all-time highs are in gold, but we can't be too far off. I don't ever remember seeing us staying in the 2000s for this long. 2,100 right around the corner. You figure we got to test it.
Yeah, it looks like crude might be getting a little heavy.
Yeah,
Maybe I sort of
that's
pull up my crude off the
Ooh,
top,
good call.
80.85,
Good
and then we got the sellers right now, and yeah. And another thing too, I know I was watching chat today.
Oh, here we go.
And somebody was like, but tilt's not working. Everything's 50-50. Well, yeah, sometimes it's like that, even though we're looking at examples like this, where it's just all buyers, you know. It gets to a point where, I mean, half of those people are going, okay, this is the end of the rally. Okay, and this is where it should end. And that's what we're seeing. But I mean, like right now, gold right now, there's 80% short. Okay. So this is something that's saying, okay, now we got a little bit better. Now we're seeing some red candlesticks. Now we're seeing some selling. You know, crude is 72% short. S&P,
even know how to,
NASDAQ.
interpret some of this stuff, because you said, gold is 80% short, but the average short price is 90.65. So we're kind of trading right around, and they're already underwater on average.
Yeah.
So I would, would you consider those new shorts trying to chase this market if that's the average? It's not like they got 2093 or 94. You know what I mean? Like they seem to be like relatively. I still want to talk to Anne Marie about that.
I'm going to say some of these traders are looking to just sort of cash out right now. I mean, we are getting double-digit trades here. Watching the gold here, double-digit fills.
Yeah.
What do we got here?
Because we are seeing like the long average price in gold is 2,084, which is like 6 points or $6 in their favor. It's actually a pretty wide spread. It's almost a $5 spread between long and shorts. Now, I don't watch a ton of gold, so I'm not sure if that's relevant on the tilt, but I do think that's interesting to see that spread so far apart. I don't know. It seems to be it might be newer shorts, but like I said, I still want to talk to Anne Marie about the tilt interpretation. I think there's a lot of stuff to unpack there at some point in time, but that's a great call on the tilt there, Eddie. Especially if back up to the upside. I mean, look at it go.
I bought one.
Oh, you got
Get
one?
in there.
Okay.
Yeah, I got in there. I bought one 31 3/4. Looking at the liquidity upside, 51.33, and the S&P's got 700 lots sitting up there. So hopefully the market will gravitate towards that. Just a little quick scalp. Maybe the upside. I got 25 minutes to trade, man. I'm gonna come in guns blazing. I don't care. And then I got power hour.
Do it.
So I don't.
Well, hey,
I don't care. I'm getting in
dealing,
there.
baby.
I got in there, Robert. My man
That's better.
JD gave me the heads up. Gold all-time high, $2,150 in December 2023. That wasn't that long ago. JD said 2150 gold all-time highs. There you go. Thanks, JD.
No, Andre is putting something on basically for tradertainment. You know, let's. I hope that you profit off this.
I'm going to profit off this.
If you're going to profit, I like that positive attitude. But I mean, if you log on and you know you got to do something in 25 minutes, and you're like, oh hell, I'm put something on. Don't do that. You know, wait for a good opportunity. Yeah.
It was a pullback. Yeah, I think. We got 800 sitting at this 33 offer. Here we go. Let's make some new highs. 800 sitting on this offer.
I got my 150K express funded account. I'm going to switch to my 50K combine, and I'm going to take a look at this gold. Gold.
1100 to 33 in the S&Ps. We got 1100 sitting on that offer in the 33s.
Wow, really? Maybe I'll join you.
They broke it up between, they split between 32 and 3/4 and 33s. All right, that offer is coming down now. We're seeing paper come down. I don't know if they're trying to push the market lower or is trying to get a fill, but this is interesting. You don't really see this. 1,000 to 32 and 3/4.
Yeah, my dome is not working correctly. I got to reset it.
Is that a phone call? Who's calling?
Who's
calling us?
Who is calling?
Me.
I don't know.
Is that the landline?
Yeah, what is that?
No.
Rotary.
Wait, is this a bit or is this a real phone?
No, it's a rotary. It's a rotary phone.
Oh, okay. Game on.
It was my social worker. Yeah.
Okay, I gotta check in.
There's that person on the front step. It was the person on the front step. No Celsius, Eddie.
You mother!
Let me in.
I know where you live.
Speaking of the tilt, everything is red. Every single ES, NASDAQ, crude, and gold are all tilted towards the red.
Hello.
That's crazy.
Marco gets me every time with that comment in the chat. Every time, Marco. All right, we're gonna keep.
His wife's boyfriend is calling on my phone to talk to Andre.
A lot of moving parts there. Quite
the little triangle you got going on behind the scenes.
Yeah.
Good job.
Triangle I want to know part of, but here we are. Here we are.
Well, I'm bullish your love life, Andre. So that's
yeah.
The rotary phone.
Uh-huh.
Oh,
this
look at
could be
this.
you, Andre. Yeah.
What is that?
Software.
Oh my God.
A software tech wore the Apple, whatever it's called, Vision Pro for the wedding pictures and the wedding after party.
Oh, wow.
Those pictures are going to last forever. Those are going to follow you around forever, those pictures.
A wife's boyfriend in the picture real soon.
Jack, well done, Jack. Well done. What is wrong with people? We're running out of ideas. I'm convinced. We're running out of ideas.
I don't know. No one looks cool wearing that stuff.
No, they don't.
You ever tried VR? I got really nauseous trying VR one day.
I was invited to do some place here in Chicago where you can throw on the whole VR, the bodysuit, the headset, and all that, and go play like you're in a Fortnite and you're in do actual Fortnite. I forgot what it's called, but we were invited to do it. It kind of sounded interesting. All right, here we come up to that. We're coming up to this 1,000 lot, guys, here in the S&Ps. Keep an eye on that. See if that trades. I am long. Put the pullback. We'll see.
I see 1,000 on the offer right now at 32.
Oh, filled just like that.
Gone. Filled.
Really?
I am long now that we see stacking bids here, so I got some protection to the downside here. Look at this shit.
I mean, man, if you guys like looking at ladders of liquidity, I mean, the ES ladder is just stacked with orders. I feel like big numbers. We got almost 600 at 51.44 in the ES. We got 300 at 51.40. This is pretty nice. This level 2 dome for Topstep X, 100 up, 100 down.
Pretty slick, huh?
That little plug right there. It's really slick, actually.
Yeah.
Really, really slick. And there's time and sales, too. I don't even have that up. I'm not a big time and sales guy, but if you want it, it's there. But 740 on the bid right now.
Yep.
Wow.
5,000 traded there. Thank you, John.
Oh, really? 5,000 traded.
Thank you.
Jesus. How do you interpret that, Trey?
It looks like we're bullish. It looks like it's bullish. Buyers are in control. That 1,000 lot got gobbled up. I mean, we see bids stacking up here. Obviously, they're stacking bids at damn near the day highs. We saw this starting We saw this starting yesterday on the close. I mean, 1,000 lot bid, Phil. 1,000 lot bid to higher tick. 1,000 lot bid. Look at that just got filled. That bid just got filled. So
Wow.
it's up and away. I mean, there's some liquidity upside here. Liquidity loves to get gobbled up. What's this?
Yeah, not so much to the
My bad,
downside,
Jack.
but
My
to the
bad, Jack.
upside, quite a bit. Quite a bit.
Got my S&P chart up.
Bradley MMT has a question. Can you trade practice on Topstep X? I just got it, but want to test it out before doing a real account. Yes, you can. However, you need to go into your trading dashboard at topstep.com.
Pull up my chart.
Topstep
I got it
X.
right here.
Oh, you can just you got to toggle it. You got to turn it on in the dashboard. But yeah, I got it. It's up here. I think my chart's on, or you got a chart up. Oh, you got a chart up.
All right, never mind.
Yeah,
Yeah, hit the dashboard.
Yeah,
it's going to give you an option: trading combine or practice. And if you don't see it, contact support.
Yeah,
and we'll get that up and running.
Yeah, so you have to manually activate it in your trading dashboard. It doesn't come already turned on. Is there a replay mode? Not yet, but probably in the future. I have to. It's a pretty frequently asked thing, and if you'd like, you actually can click the question mark on the left-hand side. And that was not me. Who was that?
Right. That was me. I'm going to put a
okay.
3-lot on.
Oh, let's get it.
3-lot buy here at, where are we here? 51.33.
You're in? Yeah, dude.
I'm in.
Let's go. Hey, real quick, we need some more questions for group coaching here, guys. We got the form pinned to the top of the chat here. Deanna, Hogue, and JD, get those questions in. You guys want to talk about oil? Oil's been moving around all over the place. Hell, they'll look at gold charts for you too with the insane rally we're seeing in gold today. Get those questions in. Talk about market-specific stuff. Topstep X setup stuff. Anything you want, they will answer your questions. You get direct access to some of the best traders, most knowledgeable people out there. Get those questions in. The form is pinned to the top of the chat. Was that good, JD?
Good, Mom.
John.
Yes.
John Hogue gave me a thumbs up. Thank you.
There you go.
Go bidders. All right, bulls are in control in the ES right now.
Let's go, baby.
Let's go is right. I am long. Thank you,
JD.
JD.
We got Eddie.
Come on, hit me, baby. Hit me. Okay, I got filled. $254. Nice.
Woo, doggy. Look at these bids. Look at these bids stacking up.
Scalp.
Nice. Yes, it was a scalp.
It's a nice one. You get 255.
Well, you know what? I mean, I am a
gold.
scalp trader. I think on this 50K combine, last time I let something play out, I hit my 420 stop. It was 420 reward, 420, so 1 for 1. I could have took profit, and I ain't gonna say that. No, woulda, coulda, shoulda, but I was in profit. And if I was scalping at that point, I probably would have taken that.
Yeah, nice. It's a solid trade. Andre, how's your trade doing?
I just flattened a quick $100. Quick $100. We kind of stalled out here. Sellers come in.
That.
10,000 just traded 51.34. My man John Hoagland just said 10,000. You guys like liquidity? If you like liquidity and you like size, come on over to the ES, man. There is room for everyone to party over there. I mean, there is some size being traded in there. I got out. The sellers came in. Quick $100 for about 5 minutes worth of work. I will take that any day of the week. The window is closing on my time to trade, so I'm gonna come in there.
7 minutes. Keep it up.
7 minutes. Shit, I'm gonna get
7 minutes. Quick.
10,000 just traded.
And we have crude oil down a full $1 from its previous high today. So quite a sizable pullback in crude. We're going to be talking the Dow today with Anne-Marie and Robert later, so that should be pretty fun. I don't know a lot about that product, but I do plan on making some trades in it just for funsies in the practice account. Gold is still on the up and up, little 5-minute range. Gold still in a 5-minute range, trading at 20.92. And short sellers still trying 75% short on the tilt with an average price of 20.91. So they are hanging in there. Good luck to the shorts.
Tough day. Tough day to be short. Yeah. Tough day for the shorts, man.
$254, I sure do.
Tough day.
So what is this virtual? I haven't had a chance to. I've been done. My grandson, I got it for him for Christmas.
Thank you, Jack.
Papa, man, you got to try it with me. haven't had the chance.
Ice orders everywhere. Thank you, John. Walking on
I
landmines
mean, you
down here.
see people running into TVs and falling over shit and running into walls. It's probably not best.
No.
Not my cup.
Is it true that MP had 3 Celsius today on air? Or I thought it was.
All right,
or is it 2?
2. Yeah, definitely 2. I wouldn't be surprised to get a third in there.
2. I mean, he's a big
Was
guy.
I on the wrong page, script page, or something?
It was in the show notes.
It's
in the show notes.
I was talking about something, and all right, I'm out of here. I'll see you guys. Bye. We'll go. I'm
All
out
right.
of here. Bye.
All right, see you good.
Yeah,
really
I'm out
left?
of here.
Oh, he's
He
back.
really left. Did he really
Faking us
leave?
out. He's faking us out.
Jesus.
ES tilt has flipped to the green, 56% to the long side. It's the first one to switch over.
Finally broke the shorts. Now it's time to get short. Now it's time to
I'm
get
looking
short.
forward to a Power Hour today.
Dude,
and group coaching as well. But I think Power Hours had some insane opportunities. We were kind of dogging it yesterday, and they showed us a thing or two because it went absolutely to the moon in the
Chad
last
helped us
hour of
out.
trading. Oh yeah, Chad was doing good.
This might be the pullback, or now that everyone got long here at the tops, it's time to roll over in S&Ps. Take a quick peek. What's going on? Oh, gold looking to make another run here to the upside.
You think?
What a run. Gold is unbelievable.
The gold is unbelievable. Apparently the dollar is getting crushed today.
Yeah, that's what Jack was just saying. Good stuff.
Yeah. Why do we know? I don't know. I'm not sure why, but clearly someone did not like the news.
The regional bank stuff? I don't know.
Oh, yeah, regional bank stuff. Yeah, I think they have commercial real estate issues.
CRE, we've been dealing with that. That's an ongoing story for like 2 years. Since COVID, we've been worrying about commercial real estate.
Oh, gotta feel like that's gonna have to come home to roost eventually.
I would think so. Yeah.
You trading off the dome, Andre?
Yes, sir. I trade off the dome for ES. I look at the charts, but you got to look at the dome because you got to see where all these orders are, especially in the ES with all the size. John helped me learn, like when you see these big block orders come in, the market will gravitate towards them. So if these block orders are below where the market's trading, help maybe get short. The block order to the upside, maybe get long, quick scalp. For whatever reason, ES loves
I'm not
to fill
showing
paper.
prices here. I'm showing one bid and one offer. I'm trying to fix it.
Oh, on X?
Yeah.
You might need
X,
to have Casey
hit up Mac.
reapply it.
Yeah. Hit up Mac. He'll hit you. He'll fix it for you.
No. I checked. I've got level 2.
Oh, okay.
Something here is
Your
not
level 2 is
checked.
so sick.
Yeah,
100 prices above, 100 prices beneath. I mean, you kidding me? It's like you got X-ray vision. It's like X-ray vision in the market.
Yeah, it is good stuff. And it's only what, $39 a month for level 2? That's
Yeah,
really
yeah.
not that bad. Really not that bad. It's like a lot of people are really enjoying Topstep X in chat, which is awesome. I would agree. It's a fantastic platform, created and designed for day traders. And we got a question. What's the best way to request an additional indicator? Heather, you're going to be so excited. On the left-hand side, if you see a question mark, that's support. If you click on that button, you can go to
right here.
create a new post, and you can actually vote. Yeah, you got it up on the chart right now. You can actually vote and add in what features you want the dev team to
request.
focus on. How cool
Create
is
a new
that?
post. What would you like? I'll
Yeah.
put it in for you right now. What do they want?
Yeah, they want a new Heather. What indicator did you want? Dre's gonna put it in for you right now. So we'll get that pretty soon. And we do have need the alarm. That should be in there. Someone should probably add the alarm. That's probably coming.
Oh, that's all they want?
Oh no, that was someone else. That was someone else. Desktop is coming eventually. So is mobile, but web-based for right now. I did hear that it does work on iPad, which is pretty cool. So that's like mobile adjacent. I have heard people trading Topstep X on an iPad. Yeah, pretty cool stuff. But we do have TopQuiz coming up.
Oh, yeah.
I
That was
think
quick.
we have a mystery guest for
Yeah.
Now we're going to play mystery date.
mystery date. Well, that's good. Maybe never mind. Never mind. I'll be nice.
You guys aren't married.
Oh, come on. All right.
But we can go to Top Quiz. It's going to
Yeah,
be
man.
Jack plus a mystery guest. Looking forward to it. So
Sweet.
if you get at least 3 of the 4 right, you are entered into a raffle. It is a raffle to get a free reset. So please stick around. We got Top Quiz coming right up.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Top Quiz. On this Friday of all Fridays, I'm Jack, joined by Danielle. Danielle, how are you doing today?
I'm great, and I'm so happy to be here with all of our traders.
I am always so happy to be here. Now, there's one more thing I need to do. See, I'm controlling the production box today, so I need to take that down. But because of that, I did not write this quiz today. Remember, 3 or 4 questions right, you get a shot at one of 40 free resets. They go to the top 5 and 35 randos. Answer the questions on your device because that's where they'll pop up first. If you do not receive an email and you won in, say, I don't know, 24 to 48 hours, then please contact support because it likely means that either it went to your spam folder or you are not signed up to get our emails. So that is where you can get help there. Danielle, I believe you wrote these questions today.
Yeah, so I wasn't expecting to be here, although I'm very glad to be here. So I wrote these. You know, my questions are always a little silly. If you hate them, you can hate me. I'm good with it. So yeah, I would like to say that. And then I would also like to say, Jack, oh, shoot, I forgot what I was going to say. Go ahead. I'll remember it again. I haven't been on here for a while. I'm a little nervous, to be honest. Bear with me.
We're going to get started right now while Danielle is beginning to remember. All right. Remember, we got group coaching with Hogue and D today. Don't want to miss that. Time for the Kahoot. We decided I'm going to read these questions and try and answer them. All right. Question number 1. What did Michael try for the first time this morning? I think I know this one. Celsius energy drink, Monster energy drink, Red Bull, or a toke of the weed? Michael
I'm interested to see how his afternoon turns out after
drinking all that. I can say it now. Celsius energy drink, the soon-to-be official sponsor of TopstepTV. If everything goes in line, Danielle, let's work on that.
I'm working on it.
All right.
Need RIPS to call these guys over there.
Lots of y'all were watching. Out of 1,000 people, Roy managed to answer it first, which is impressive. Queen of Ticks, do you even reset, bro? Leo Messi is here. You got enough money, man. Save the free resets for others. Question number 2 is, in which state does RIPS live? Is it Florida, Nevada, Idaho, or California? You might have caught me here.
Yes, I would just like to say I'm not doxing him because he's said this on the show before.
Well, there's a lot of people that live there. In fact, it's the most populous state. It's California,
I remember
right?
what I was going to say. I got a little nervous when we got on. Yeah, it's California. Let's do 50 resets today because I'm here and it's Friday and it's fun.
Okay. Let's do 50 resets then. Lots of you knew that. I was between Nevada and California, and then I remembered something. So good question. I'm 2 for 2, Danielle. Do these get harder?
You know, they're all kind of along these lines.
Okay. Let's see what happens. Rips is not up in Idaho with his, what do you call it? Bunker. Okay. Third question. Well, first we see Tick Grinder. That's fair enough, I guess. Jack, please reset. I go by the scores.
I appreciate that.
Trader.
Succinct. I like it. You know, that's good.
I am trader. Okay. Let me move this over so I can see you beyond this. Okay. Let's go. Great. Question number 3 is, which dipping sauce did McDonald's debut in February? Savory chili, ketchup mayo combo, sweet and sour, or grimace sauce? It's purple.
We'll talk more about this next week because I've got a couple news stories for James that I think he'll enjoy.
Grimace sauce, I think it is.
I wish.
No! It was the Grimace shake, right? Was
right?
The purple
Pretty
one?
Good, right?
That was a good red herring there.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. Who's been to McDonald's? Andre's wife's PF. has entered the conversation.
I appreciate the person that says that every day.
All right, we got one more to make or break right here. These fabulous scores we all have right now. And it is, according to the trader lingo glossary on TopstepTV, what is a kerfuffle? Coming to the markets unprepared, accidental order entry, adding to a losing position, or when MP and Andre argue on camera. Well, I think it's going to be coming into the markets unprepared. It could be many of these
Triangle,
things.
as Vanessa would say, and Anne-Marie.
Okay. All right. Danielle, good questions.
Yeah, you got to be tuned in. You got to be using the resources that we give you guys. That's what my questions are always about. So if you're tuned in to what's going on, you'll always get 4 out of 4.
Well, let's see the winners really quick. And as we do, Danielle, if there's anything else you want to say while you have the bully pulpit here, go for it. Mad Meat MP, Macro Bullet, and Mikey.
All right. Mikey 00. Yeah, the only other thing I want to say is that there were, by accident, a few traders who were eligible for the Topstep X invite yesterday. They did not get the email. We're working on getting you that email now, and it will be in your inbox before the end of the day. Apologies, and thank you for your patience.
All right. Well, speaking of patience, hold on for maybe, let's say, 1-2 minutes. We're going to turn things over for group coaching, which is with a double dose today. We have Dee and John Hoagland in the house with JD speaking with the voice of the angels. We'll be right back after this. Have a great weekend.
Have a great weekend, everyone. Bye.
Good afternoon, friends and traders. Welcome back to group coaching. I am JD behind the scenes today, and we have a special guest. Deanna is joining us for group coaching. You're going to get some great answers, some great trading knowledge from both Hogue and Deanna. Thank you again to everybody who submitted your questions. We had that form pinned in the chat. It is pinned in the chat again right now. So if you have any more questions, just throw them in there. We'll try and get to all of them. If we don't get to all of them, we do apologize. Maybe we'll get to them on Monday. But let's pass it over to our coaches, Hogue and Deanna. How are you guys doing this afternoon?
I'm doing pretty good, thank you. So yeah, looking forward to the questions. It's Friday. Let's do this.
I am feeling much better myself, looking forward to a restful weekend, and really looking forward to these sessions. As you guys all know, this is one of my favorite things to do, is to do this group coaching, and I'm so excited to have Dee with me today. Dee is a great trader I've known for quite a long time. The student has become the master, and looking forward to seeing what we can get through here today. We've got a lot of questions, and I'm very excited about it. So, Dee, are you ready? JD, should we start?
Let's do it. First question comes from Andy. Pretty important question, I think. We traded all-time highs today in the NQ, Andy says, and far above price. RIPS said he had levels up there. How could one find levels at prices that we've never traded at before?
Why don't you take this one?
Okay, well, the way I know that John does the measured moves in these kind of situations, but for me, it's all about the average session and daily ranges. You don't need to have previously established range in order to have the average session or average daily range printed higher or lower, depends on where we are. So for me, that would be one way to have an orientation point. Another way for me would be to look for any single prints that might have been left on the profile, and then to try directional trade into the average session or daily range. So that would be my little approach. So with that, you don't really need to have a swing, or you don't need to have the price that traded there before. It's literally just a statistical measure that in this situation uses dynamically tracked highs and lows, and then just effectively gives you a level that is very possible within the day's range.
Excellent, thank you. There's a lot of ways to measure moves. Like Dee said, she uses average daily range, average session range, when price gets to levels that it hasn't really gotten to before, to look for opportunities, and then of course the single TPOs in the market profile. There's a lot of different ways, and how RIPS does it, I have no idea. We would have to ask RIPS that. Maybe you guys will have that opportunity next week to ask him that. But very often, people will use like Fibonacci extensions, or even simple as measured moves. To this week's weekly kickoff high in the S&P and the NASDAQ is based loosely off of just a measured move from this swing low to this swing high. You take that measurement to the next swing low, and that is where you might come up with a target or a level that might provide opportunity. We can see that's the same distance from this swing high to this swing low to this swing high. Then the next swing low to just take that measurement, and it brings us right up to that level. The market does sometimes kind of look at levels like that as possibilities for targets, possibilities for executions, and it's just a kind of the way the ball bounces, right? So that is one way that when we are moving into space that we have not been into yet, that is a way that I will look for a kind of a continuation, a level to achieve. And I'm not the only person, of course, that looks at it this way. So when you have a lot of people using similar measurements like that, and when traders are looking at certain levels, they have a tendency to bring price to those levels. So I think we're currently at that weekly kickoff high and extending now through it in the NASDAQ. So one of the things that we always said on the floor was you never sell a rally on a Friday. Never sell a rally on a Friday. It's certainly ringing true today. So there's a couple of good suggestions for you to be thinking about, looking for possible levels into space that we have never been before. We're at all-time highs now. It does make things difficult because you have no reference, no consolidation, no fair value gaps, nothing to really look at and looking into space like this. And it does make things a little bit difficult. But that's just a couple of ways to think about, possibly taking a look and seeing some of those levels. And again, RIPS, I have no idea what he's looking at. He's usually looking at things while he's actively trading in a much shorter time frame than I am. But he sure comes up with some good levels. And D, your average daily range and average session ranges are gold as well. So I hope that's a good answer.
Yeah. So another way that you can use let's say pivot extensions. So similar to the measured moves and Fibonacci extensions, you can also have the average daily range that extends into resistance 1 and resistance 2, and then use those to try and find your reference points as to what the price is doing. So there you go.
And at the very least, it gives you the opportunity to limit risk against something out there, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Great question. Yep.
Yeah,
Great question. Great answers. Nice follow up. Yeah. Just skimming through the chat.
Did we lose JD?
It did look.
I think you did. I think you did.
Uh-oh.
It's a bit early.
I know.
Usually it disappears at 35 past.
Yeah, it did happen early today. Maybe someone tried to jump.
There he is.
He's back.
Okay. He's back.
Sorry about that, guys. All right, let's just move on then real quick. So Jim C says, I had a nice day with a $300 profit using micros. Do you think I should just keep on or transition to minis? I just get jittery when I put on a mini trade. The strategy should translate, but it must be an emotional or confidence thing. Any advice? Thanks for all you and Topstep offer. I'm getting more and more confident each day. What advice do we have for Jim about being up on the day, trading micros, and then swapping over to trading minis? You think that's a wise decision?
D?
Yeah, well, it depends on the size of the combine. So if you're in a 50K, I mean, I don't really see the reason why you wouldn't just carry on and then maybe size up once you built up a nice profit in the XFA. But, whilst you're in I don't know whether you're trading a combine or an XFA or like you didn't specify which account size and whether he's already funded or not. So that would all play into that decision. So how much profit buffer do you have? What size what size account do you have?
I see Jim C in the chat right now.
Profit buffer or not? Yeah. So yeah, if he can provide some more detail.
Jim C is in the chat right now saying, yes, he's in a 50K account.
Okay. Combine?
I would assume that would be true unless Jim says otherwise.
Okay. Well, if it's a combine, then I would just keep going with the micros. Like, I wouldn't really scale up. Like, there's no point, right? The objective is to pass the assessment. So not to generate profits. But if you're in an XFA or live funded, that's obviously slightly different. But yeah, just keep going on micros. If that's what you're comfortable with for now, just stick with it. And there will be a time to size up. But one thing that I would suggest is to maybe change into tick-based values rather than looking at dollar-based values. That's always helped me to unglue myself from the monetary side of things, because it does tend to freak you out. You mentioned being emotional, jittery. By going into ticks, that kind of sorts a part of the problem. So you're not going to be watching size that you're not used to. It's all going to be ticks. So it looks the same.
Yeah,
Ron?
I think it's really, really good advice, D. And Jim, you said you've had an XFA, you lost it, you're in the trading combine, you're trading micros, you're getting jittery when you start trading minis, and that's just it's more risk. I don't think that there's anything wrong with continuing to trade micros and until you really build your confidence in your trading. Once you're getting used to taking some losses, getting your equity curve kind of going to the upside for a while, and then just keep doing that until you get that confidence. And then once you get that confidence, you can always add another micro, and then as you get more confidence, then move in to trading the minis. Trading size has always been a challenge for me personally. I was hired by a prop firm in the S&Ps and started just trading and trying to flip one lots. And, as I started to make a little bit of money, they were constantly pushing me to try and trade bigger. And I just wasn't that comfortable ever really trading anything more than about a 5 lot. And these were 5 bigs. So we're talking about 25 minis. And I was doing okay, just trading my 5 lots. I was comfortable with it. I had to build my way in to being comfortable trading 5 lots. But it just takes time. So Jim, keep doing what you're doing. If you're doing it well, keep doing it, and build that confidence to start to add into your trade size, and then take that next step into the minis. And like Dee said, don't think about it as money. Just think about it as making good trading decisions. Maybe look at it as in ticks, whatever it is. But you got to the XFA once, you'll get there again. Just take your time, be patient, and you just keep doing what's working and add a little bit at a time. It's a confidence thing. Confidence. And as you see or say you're getting more confident each day, it's fantastic. We're looking forward to great success for you, Jim.
Yep.
Thanks, guys. There you have it. Yeah. Build your confidence, grow your account value, and then start thinking about scaling up or sizing up. All right. Next question comes from Nick. This is a question just for D, but Hogue, I'm sure you're going to have some insight into this also. Nick wants to know, do the auction market concepts like single print TPOs, initial balance high and low, and failed auctions also work during the London session?
Yes, they do work, but you have to be careful with the type of a product that you're choosing. I'm not too keen on trading products that are effectively out of hours for London session. So crude oil, gold, effectively London is the out of hours sessions. It's the overnight session, right? So if you're looking at using these concepts and you're expecting good follow through, you need to use products that have the main session for London. So things like currency futures would be one. I know we don't offer Eurex yet, but DAX would be a good one for London because that's its main session. And if you're going to trade market out of hours, like if you were going to trade crude oil, you're going to have a lot of days where it's just ranging, it's not moving, so very, very frustrating. So all in all, yes, it's possible. Yes, the concepts work, but be careful with product choice. John, would you like to add anything to that?
I'm not somebody that looks at concepts like the market profile during the London session or even in the overnight session. I'm pretty much just sticking to things in the regular trading hour session. The only thing that I look at in the profiles from the overnight session really would be the overnight high, the overnight low, and possible a point of control. If there happens to be a double distribution in the overnight, that those single TPOs might be something I would look at for the regular trading hours session. But being somebody that doesn't trade that often in the overnight session, like almost never, I can't really speak to that with great knowledge. Dee, I believe, is right. If you're looking at markets that their main trading time is the London session, I could see that would be much more beneficial during those periods of time. Great answer, Dee, and thank you for the question, Nick.
Yes, just a quick check-in on the markets. We have equities still creeping higher. NASDAQ just hit weekly kickoff high up at 18,300. S&P is approaching weekly kickoff high at 5140. Looks like crude oil found a little, catching a bit of a bid, got close to that weekly kickoff high at 79.70, trading at 80.07 right now. And gold has tapered off at 20.95 half. That is your quick market check-in. All right, let's move on to the next question. Stephen S. has another question for Deanna. Stephen S., can you go through the important times of the day for oil? You've also said in the past that oil makes 2 regular moves per day. What are these moves and what causes them?
Well, what causes them? That's a bit of a loaded question. Sometimes you can have a reason what exactly why the moves happened, and other times it would just be a technical move. Price doing its thing. The most important times of day for me would be right after the initial balance, and today it was somewhat of a pretty regular day. So if I show you the crude oil chart. Right after the initial balance. So I have the initial balance marked here as the red box. And you can see the markets try to get out of the initial balance to the downside, but then it reversed. So this is a high probability event that happens a lot. I mean, a lot. If you look at several years sample size, this is probably going to happen about 70% of the time. So if you know what to look for and when to look for that reversal, this will be the first time of day. Now, after that, the statistics on the next important time of day are a little bit sketchy until we get to about 1 p.m. CT. So why? It's because that's the time of day when I expect a take profit move. So what's a take profit move? It means that whoever was long or short up until that point, you will get some sort of a reversal. Now, the only exception to that is if we've had a mad trending day like something that we have in equities today. So imagine that happening in oil. Then the statistics of doing that take profit move are a little bit sketchy. But if you have a normal day, then you can expect some sort of a retracement of the move into the settlement, so into the old open outcry closing times, which usually happens in about an hour. And this is actually something I'm doing on my combine at the moment. I can show you on TopstepX. I'm actually in a trade currently. I did try some other trades and some other size, but I got a bit kerfuffled today due to other issues. So I'm basically, I know, yeah, it happens. The whole February was just one big kerfuffle, as Anne Marie would say.
Welcome to March.
Yes, welcome to March. Hallelujah. So this is what I'm doing now. So I'm in this trade on a combine, and that will be the take profit. So into that, I call it the day range fill, and I think Dalton calls it something similar, where the market does whatever it does, and then at some point you get to the end of the day, and then you're expecting the price to fill the range. So if you can find those 2 times of day, and if you can look for the price to show you a reversal, that's actually a really good way to approach crude oil trading. 2 most important times of the day. So right after initial balance, and then an hour before settlement happens.
Excellent.
We do have a follow-up question in the chat.
Sorry, JD. I was just going to say, the initial balance, for those of you that aren't familiar with that, it's a profile term. It's the first hour of the regular trading hour session. So in Central Time in crude oil, that would be 8 a.m. to 9 a.m. That's the initial balance that Deanna is talking about. I apologize, JD. Please go ahead.
No worries. No, you were looking at the same question in the chat that I was. I was going to follow up with, what is the initial balance? What time frame do you use? So thank you, Hogue. We were on the same page.
Awesome.
Nice.
All right. Next up, thanks for the question, Stephen. Thank you guys for the answers. Next up, we have Damien. Damien's looking at time and sales on TopStep X, and he's curious. He has a filter set to 25, and he sees that 225 lots have just been filled at a certain price. Okay, fine, but now what? What kind of an inference are we to make from big sales of, say, 25 and above? If it's colored green, are we likely going higher in the near term, red, lower? Well, first, the color coding is just a matter of buys versus sells. But in your guys' opinion, what is the significance of large block orders trading in a product like the NASDAQ?
John,
Steve, you want to jump in? Yeah, I'll take it. So,
yeah, I mean, I'm not big into time and sales, so I think you should take that one definitely.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I'm not either. But the time and sales, when you're seeing larger orders being executed, that's liquidity, right? You might see even on the dome, you'll see a large order in like the S&Ps or the NASDAQ or crude oil where, there's a large offer or a large bid. Those indicate potential liquidity. And when we think about the market's job is to facilitate trade. Liquidity helps the market facilitate trade. Do I take a look at time and sales and say, okay, we just had, the 5,000 trade on the offer in the S&Ps when the market's moving higher? Well, that might indicate that there was an iceberg order there. We've seen a lot of that yesterday and today. We've seen some large orders in the dome. We've seen a fraction of it, like we see 1,000 on the offer in the S&Ps. And if you look at the time and sales, you may see 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10,000 trade there. So those are kind of iceberg orders. They're flashing it out there to say there's liquidity, but not telling you how much liquidity is there. To look at time and sales and to try and make trading decisions, I don't think is necessarily going to be all that beneficial, at least from where I sit. Damien, you may be able to look at time and sales, look at how the market is moving, and be able to, glean some decent information out of it. If it trades on the bid, it shows red. It's a sell market order. If it trades on the offer, it shows green. It's a buy market order. So you're going to be seeing delta changing in the time and sales by looking at the number of contracts that trade on the bid versus the offer. It usually happens too fast for the human eye to see when these things happen. That's why we're constantly talking about delta, which is something you might be able to catch and keep track of a little bit on time and sales. But it's also the reason we talk about it here. We're going to be adding it to TopStep X, and so you're right. So I get 25 here, and they filled at a certain price. Okay, now what? There's not a lot of information from just in what you're telling me in that question, but you can kind of get a sense of when buyers are more aggressive, you're going to see a lot more green numbers. If sellers are more aggressive, you're going to see a lot more red numbers. But the market is always seeking that liquidity. Maybe watching the dome, with time and sales might help, but I don't see that the time and sales is really a good tool to be choosing trade locations with. If I'm in a trade
and also,
I'm seeing,
I would just the only thing I would add there is that we also don't know whether it's a stop order or whether it's like a new order getting in, right? So nobody can tell you that. That's always the issue that I had with time and sales. So for me, I actually don't even look at time and sales. Like, I'll be completely honest. I look at the ladder and bookmap, but time and sales is just like,
Yeah, right. It happens so fast sometimes that you can't even catch it all. So thank you,
very
Dee.
difficult.
Yeah, Damien, thank you again for the question.
Yes, thank you, Damien, and thank you for your answers, guys. All right, next question comes from our guy in the chat, Eddie's Bong. He's got a question about currencies and their effect on the stock market. Pretty interesting question here coming from Eddie's Bong. Eddie wants to know, what do you think will happen to the stock market if the U.S. dollar collapses due to not being gold-backed, along with the BRICS nations sort of running away from the U.S. dollar. Many major nations around the world are running away from the U.S. dollar and buying gold. He also goes on to say that most Americans don't know this yet, nor do they believe it. What are your thoughts on what would happen if the U.S. dollar, what would happen to the stock market if there was a collapse of the U.S. dollar?
Well,
All
that's
right.
why we have the Federal
Go on.
Rate Reserve. Yeah.
Right. This is a very deep, very loaded, very kind of, of course, important question. I've been studying and reading articles about this for probably about the last 6 years. And for every article that says don't worry about it, there's articles that say, yeah, you better worry about it. And I think that there is substantial reason to worry about this. One of the articles that I read was stating that a lot of countries, a lot of Eastern countries, have based their mortgage and mortgage rates on the U.S. dollar. That's going to make it very, very difficult for any other currency to take over the U.S. dollar as the main reserve capital for the world. There are countries that are trying to topple that. Of course, there's more than that going on underneath the surface. What's it going to do to the stock market? Well, this article that I was reading says if this does happen, of course you're not going to want to be long the dollar. You're going to want to be long hard assets, gold, silver, real estate, and equities, stocks. So if you're asking what's going to happen to the stock market if something like this were to happen, of course you're not going to want to be long the dollar, but the hard assets. With a stock, you own a piece of a company. Are we going to ruin all these companies? Their thought is probably not. I am not smart enough to be thinking about all of the different things that might happen when this happens. I don't think that there's even an economist that can put their finger on exactly how this is going to play out over time. But I think the most important thing that from this article that I was reading was the fact that if this does happen, of course, you're not going to want to be long the dollar. You're going to be long hard assets, gold, silver, platinum, palladium, real estate, stocks. It even mentions arms and ammunition as an important hard asset to be holding should this happen. So, again, I'm not smart enough to decide or to say how this is going to play out. I've been reading articles about it, and that article that I read seems to make the most sense. People are already running to gold. They're already running to real estate. Look at the stock market today. It's at all-time highs. Is it going to stay there for long? Who knows? But as we know, the equities just seem to kind of continue to roll higher if there's no bad news. Maybe some bad news at some point, but at some point we're going to put in another bottom, and it's just going to continue to roll to the upside. So hard assets are what you're going to want to hold, and that's not me. It's an article that I was reading, talking to a couple of friends of mine that are smarter than me, and those are their thoughts as well. But it's going to be more difficult, I think, than some of these other countries are thinking to topple the U.S. dollar as the main reserve for the world at this time. Will they be able to do it? Will the U.S. be usurped as far as total GDP at some point? Yes, but it's going to be very difficult to remove the dollar as the reserve currency for the world. Do you have anything to add to that?
No, not really. I mean, I'm not much of a fundamental analyst, so this is why I stick to technicals. I do have a basic understanding of economy. I mean, when the dollar starts depreciating, this is where the central bank comes in. So effectively, by by manipulating the rate, they manipulate the cash flow of the country. That's what they're there for. So I would imagine there would be probably some sort of, maybe again a quantitative easing program, printing more money, which is not necessarily a solution. So I don't feel qualified enough to completely go into this, to be honest. And I wouldn't dare say that I know that much about fundamentals. It would certainly be very worrying to see dollar depreciate completely. Like, are we talking about complete collapse of the dollar, which would be a black swan event? That means America is defaulting. I don't know what would happen to the world then. So it is very, very worrying. But I'm with you, Hogue. You would probably need to hold hard assets.
Yep. Thank you, Dee. Yeah. And again, my thoughts on this were, from researching, looking at some different articles and talking to some smarter people, that's what I have for that question. Again, like Dee, I don't know enough about it, and I'm not smart enough to really come up with any solid theories as to what's going to happen should these things transpire.
Thanks, guys. Just checking in the chat. Eddie's Bong is in there and says, thank you also. He's loaded up with gold, silver, and crypto. He also owns property in Hawaii. I think sounds like Eddie's Bong's doing all right.
Yeah, Eddie, you're doing good.
All right, let's move on to our next question. Next comes from Edwin. Edwin could use a few pieces of advice, it sounds like. Edwin says he feels good when he goes into trades, but if that trade quickly goes against him, then fear sets in, and sometimes he finds himself revenge trading, possibly over trading. Any advice for Edwin on how to overcome these reactions to his emotions?
Who's going to take this one?
Dee, do you want to start?
I mean, I would always turn to data. I'm actually going through something like that after crude oil really bounced me around. By the way, guys, my light died behind me, which is why the whole lighting has changed. So I didn't charge my lamp. So I would go to your stats. I would also start tracking things, how you do in a day, what your biggest problem is. So, for example, today I had a great plan that I'm going to wait until the market gets to average session range high on crude oil, and then I'm going to do a nice short trade. So the first trade that I tried, I got spooked because it went like 5 ticks against me. So I closed that trade. And this is where the kerfuffling came from. But then the market proceeded to go my way, and I was convinced that I entered into a short trade. As it turned out, I actually entered a long trade, which has to do with the stress and with the fact that I've had 3 weeks of crude oil not actually going anywhere. So I've been anticipating that it's not going to go anywhere and just trying to grab like a few ticks here and there. So what happened is that my plan worked out perfectly, but I wasn't in on that. So this is completely a confidence issue, right? It has nothing to do with the market. The market did exactly what I expected it to do. It was me. So what am I doing to make sure that this doesn't happen to me? Well, as we're talking, I'm actually creating a little post-it note with some habits that I'm going to be tracking. Like I had some habits that I was tracking this week, and I did pretty well with those. But towards the end of the week, another problem cropped up, which is like doing stupid things on the platform and effectively not ensuring that the trades I'm doing are actually following what the market is supposed to be doing. So I'm adding another thing in my column, and I call that do or die. So because I effectively got spooked out of the trade, purely because of the 5 ticks that it went against me, now I'm going to be doing something that I call do or die, which means stop loss or target. Nothing in between, right? Why? Because I effectively overmanaged myself out of a trade. So if you're doing something similar, if you're taking trades off too early or you're not allowing it to play out, go back and see what happened in the market first and foremost. Would the trade have worked at all? If not, and if you're constantly finding that the early exits that you're doing are actually saving you, that's another issue. That's the issue with your trade locations or with the plan. But, at this point, after so many years, my plans are pretty solid. So all I need to do is just make sure that I don't overmanage the trade and just stay in, right? How do I do that? Well, you set some habit trackers and don't set like a million of them, okay? Pick the 3 biggest problems that are hindering your performance. So for me, one of them was not to increase the take profit target from 60 ticks. So just keep it at 60 ticks as like the final target that I want to see. Don't do more than about 3 to 4 trades per day. So that was another one. So maybe try limiting your trades per day. That's a great way to see exactly what you're doing rather than being, a machine gunner. You want to be a sniper, right? You want to make sure that you only do trades that make sense with your plan and with what the market is doing. If you have one directional move like we have in NASDAQ, and yet you've done 1 million trades, like why? You could have just stayed in one trade and made all of that cash. So you have to see whether your plan is good enough. If the plan is good enough and if your trades would have worked out, then you have to manage yourself. And this is where post-it notes and habit tracking comes in. John, would you like to add something to this?
Sure. Great answer, Dee.
Thank you.
You put a trade on and it goes quickly against you. I mean, Edwin, before you put a trade on, you've got to know where the invalidation point is, right? Where does price have to advertise to say that this trade is probably wrong, and try and get into those trades as close to those levels as possible. Once you have that, then hopefully that would kind of reduce the fear that sets in when it starts to go against you, because you know what the worst case scenario is. One of the things that I think is most important about what Dee said is we all, I think, have a tendency to overmanage trades. I don't know, Dee, if you remember, I used to call it Lennying trades. If you ever read the book of Mice and Men, there was a character named Lenny, and he was, very sweet, but not all there, but he loved little furry animals, and he would pick up mice and rabbits and whatever, and he would pet them and love them and play with them to the point where he would kill them. And I think that's it, over management, right? Over management of trades is it's important to you. You want it to go, but we have this tendency to let fear overcome us, especially when trades are going our way. Everybody gets this fear that, okay, now I've got a winner on, and it might go away, so I'm going to take this profit. And then the other side of that coin is when it's moving against us, we become hopeful. Like, well, I think I hope maybe it'll come around and get me out at break even or even make me money.
I'm having the opposite problem. I'm having the opposite problem at the moment, right? So I'm actually finding myself, because I've spent 3 weeks of crude oil just not really giving me any follow through or anything.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm actually cutting trades too early out of the, I'm just going to cut it early and then I can catch it again. But then it kind of turns around and I would not be in it, or I would just, leave it alone completely. So I'm like, well, now I'm looking at a loss, and I was right. But when the trade starts going my way, I actually don't have that problem where I'm like twitchy. I was twitchy when there's no follow through, but because obviously I've spent a lot of time in trades that do work out, that's not one of my issues. And it just illustrates how different people are. So one person might have the problem of taking trades too early, but another person might have a problem of never taking profits and staying in trades for way too long.
So right.
I've met a lot of people like that. They're not happy with 2 to 1 risk reward. They want 5 and 10. So they bypass the 2 to 1s completely, like perfectly statistically viable targets that can push you into a lot of profitability at only 37% accuracy. So you only have to be 30% accurate to make money if most of your trades go to 2 to 1. So, but some people are not happy with that. They're like, no, I want this to go to 10 to 1, which is fine, but your accuracy is going to suffer then. So if you're okay trading that way, that's great. But some of us are not. Like I can't trade that way. It would really affect me.
Right.
So yeah, everyone is so different.
You remind me of somebody that I was working with a while back, and she was learning the profile, and she was really getting good at finding good trade locations. And then she had a really big winning trade one day. I mean, it was like 8-to-1 reward over risk. So she started thinking whenever she found a good trade location that was going to be the outcome of those trades, and she would have nice profits in them. And then the price would come back and she would get stopped out. So my suggestion was, let's take 30 trades and let's take the profits at 2-to-1 and let's see where you're at in 30 trades. Now, she had never succeeded in a trading combine, but after 30 trades, she sent me a spreadsheet with what she had done, and she had succeeded in completing the 50K trading combine in 30 trades, just trading her entries at 2-to-1 reward over risk. She didn't even realize it because I suggested to her, I said, don't even think about the performance of this. Just do it. And, take the profits, take the losses, 2-to-1 reward over risk. You're really good at finding trade locations. I called her and I told her, hey, this list looks great. You completed the 30K trading combine. She started screaming on the phone, I can't believe I did it. I can't believe I did it. So, if you're going to be looking for home runs, you might find one in spite of yourself sometimes. But unless you're really good at understanding the context and possible changes in market states, it's very, very difficult to try and predict when these big moves are coming. And you're better off, taking your bite out of the middle and staying profitable each day that you can and continuing to build the account. Great answer. Thank you very much for that. And great question.
That was a good question. Yeah, absolutely.
Comprehensive answers all around, guys. Thank you. And I'm going to share, Hoga helped develop this emotional trading journal not long ago. We've been sharing it off and on. I'm going to put that in the chat for you right now. Deanna mentioned a few things that you can start to use to outline how you're feeling when you're going through trades and you're starting to feel a little off. But use that emotional journal, trading journal, as sort of your initial template to help you get started there. Go ahead, download it, print it out, do whatever you need to do. Use it. It's a pretty valuable tool. So we hope you will take advantage of that. Thanks, everyone. I do believe we're going to clip that piece of that segment for posterity. Throw it as a standalone video on our YouTube channel. Overcoming emotional reactions while in a trade. Good stuff, guys. Thank you. All right, quick check-in from Brett on our risk team. We've got some standout traders in the live funded account today. We've got Ilya B up $2,100, Cameron E up $4,000, and Lampros up $2,700, all trading in the live funded account today. Way to go, guys. All right, I think we might have time for one more. This is might be another drawn-out answer. That's okay, though. Justin always got a question about the TPOs. I know this is right, and this is in both your wheelhouse. So Justin says, when I have both the TPO and volume profile set side by side, sometimes the volume profile point of control does not correlate to the longest line of the TPO. I know that the point of control can serve as a gravitation point, but what about the levels that we seem to hit in the TPO? What are you reading from that question, guys?
D?
Yeah, what does he mean about the levels that we seem to hit in the TPO?
Well, first off, when you have the TPO and the volume profile side by side, the points of control don't necessarily have to correlate. The TPO point of control, they're usually going to be at least slightly different. So that's normal, Justin. That's nothing to worry about. Because the TPO point of control is the widest horizontal line of the point of the profile closest to the center of the range, while the volume profile point of control is the single price that has the highest volume in the session. So they're usually going to be a little bit different. In range-bound days, TPO can certainly sometimes serve as a gravitation point or a gravitational point. Past naked points of control can certainly act that way, but I'm not really understanding what kind of with the levels that seem to be hit in the TPO.
That's confusing me as well. I'm not sure what he means by that.
No worry. Maybe Justin Monday.
Yeah.
Maybe if you're in the chat, Justin, provide a little more context, or we could circle back to it on Monday, reform the question, and we'll see what we can do to help Justin. Appreciate the transparency from both of you, though. Thank you. All right. Maybe one more from Winston. Winston's got a question about TopStep X. He says, every time I go to the settings, then back to my charts, my levels are removed. How can I stop this from happening? Sounds like Winston might not be saving his profile correctly. Do you happen to have TopStep X up right now, Hogue?
I do. So what you want to do is when you put things on your charts, different levels, different indicators, lines, trend lines, boxes, whatever you've got on there, you're going to see up here in the layout, you'll see there it says Hogue, and let's put something on here so we can show you. All right, so it's not. It usually says draft. So if it says draft up here, you just want to click on save layout. Now that should save everything as it is for the next time you open up the platform. Okay, so again, when you put things on, when you add things, if you take things off, if you change anything on the platform, again, make sure you can look up, see your layout. Mine says Hogue. If it says draft, you want to click right here that says save layout, and that's going to save the layout for you. All right. Hopefully that's going to take care of that issue for you.
Yeah, I'm just
There you go.
testing something here because I've got my Topstep X up as well. So what he was saying is that he goes into settings.
Saw that we saved that.
My lines are there though, so I saved it. So I just added the two blue lines, and I saved it. Went into settings, and then back. And my lines are still there. So
I don't know.
yeah,
It's
I mean, it looks
probably
like it
something
works.
I'm doing then.
Well, if you do have any more questions like this or feedback, you could see in the in that left-hand navigation bar on Deanna's charts the question mark. You go right in there
Support. Yeah, you go there.
in the support. Yeah, leave your feedback in there for us. We always appreciate your feedback. We listen to your feedback. We take it very seriously. So if you have any questions, just drop them in there, and we'll get to them as fast as we can. All right. I think we have time for one more quick one.
Yep.
We're getting just about time. So
awesome.
Let's just skip down to that last question from Matt Rad. Matt would like to know more about the end of day MOC imbalance and injecting liquidity. He's not too familiar with this and like to hear you guys. He hears us talk about it every day, but what is the significance of that MOC imbalance that we get from the New York Stock Exchange every day?
Hogue, you're the equities trader? Go for it.
Okay. Yep. You got it. So at the end of the day, there's a whole bunch of money that needs to be allocated and put into something at the end of the day. Sometimes they're going to be short. Sometimes they're going to be long, but they got to put that money into something. So that's where those MOC imbalances come into the market. Now, we do talk about them every day. Have I been able to successfully navigate any short time frame trades around them? No. It's just something, another data point to look at the end of the day when we're finishing up the day. People like to know about it. I've never been able to find a way to use them to my advantage, but like I always say, I don't know everything, and I'm not the best trader in the world either. So I've never been able to figure out how to use them. But that liquidity injection is allocating money for the overnight.
So I would add that the way I use it is if I'm already in a trade and it's in profit, and then we get to those last 10 minutes, I will bail. If I'm not in profit and not in any trades, those last 10 minutes can actually help me get a trade going. usually in the opposite direction to whatever was going on. Again, I'm very big on fading my day's moves. I think people are getting to know that already. So whenever we have that last 10 minutes, there's so much volume going through. And we've seen the short squeeze happening. It is relentless. So if you have a level in mind around about that time, just be very careful when you're executing a trade, because if you're entering just around that time and you're looking for a directional move or something, be very careful, because MOC imbalance frequently reverses the move. And even if there's no follow through, there's going to be so much whipsaw around it that it's just going to shake you out of a trade. So for me, it's just like a caution to not go totally crazy into the last 10 minutes.
Yeah, it can cause a kerfuffle.
Definitely can cause a kerfuffle.
Excellent. Thanks for the answers, guys. Appreciate the questions from everybody that submitted them. We got through just about all of them. I think we only missed 2, so maybe we'll circle back to some of those on Monday. But with that, we are out of time for group coaching today. Thank you, Deanna, for joining us. Everybody in the chat seemed to enjoy it thoroughly. Hogue, excellent job as always. Coming up next, we have Strategy Lab with Anne-Marie. She's going to be joined by Dolby and Coach Robert. After that, we're going to close out the day and the week in Power Hour with Andre, Dolby, and True. Plenty of more tradertainment coming your way. Hogue, you got a little dad wisdom to send us home for the weekend on?
Sure. This comes. I saw dad wisdom somebody mentioned in the chat yesterday. And it is always true. If the market is going with you, you'll never have enough on. If the market's going against you, you'll always have too many on. True if you're trading 1 or 100. D, big hugs. Give you a big hug.
Yes,
Thank you for
hugs. There we go.
Thanks for being here with us today. Thank you so much for all you're doing here for our traders here.
Thanks
at
for
Topstep.
inviting me. This was very fun. Yeah, let's do this again at some point.
Loved it. Thank you so much. And we've got Strategy Lab with Anne-Marie coming up next with Dolby and Robert. Have a great weekend, everybody. I think I'm done with segments for today. Dee, have a wonderful weekend. Take care of those puppies, and we'll see you on Monday.
Yep.
And hello, everybody. Welcome to Strategy Lab. I am your host, Dolby, or Dolby Time, or Nick Dolby, or even Dick Dolby. Got a lot of names, a lot of personalities, but more importantly, here with our special guest, Anne Marie, and of course, we got Robert as well. And something that we're going to cover today, which is something that's been requested frequently, according to the feedback that you've given us, is covering other markets. And so we're going to spend some time today looking at the YM, the Dow, a market that Jack thinks is stupid, but we don't care about Jack's opinion. Oh my God, there's Jack. There we got him. So, so we're going to cover it. So let's talk about the Dow. I know we talked about it a little bit yesterday with Robert. It only trades at what, $5 a tick, Robert? That's what you were saying?
Yes.
$5 a tick. And Robert, you had some information. Let's say like a brief overview. I know we just recently added Amazon to the Dow. What are some other interesting things that are in there that you saw, Robert?
Sure. First of all, Dobie, thanks for the intro. And Anne-Marie, I almost called you Mary Ann. Oh, shoot me. Anne-Marie, good to see you again, as always. I love these sessions with you. So, yeah, we'll get right to it. The Dow does trade at $5 a tick, Dobie. And although we say tick, it is a point. There is no differentiator between them, whereas, ES and NQ are 0.25. And you have like gold and oil have 0.01 and 0.1 between each one of those. The Dow does not. It's just a straight whole number, round number. And how do we get there? How do we get to that number? Quick little history thing on it. I took a few notes down when I was doing a little bit of research. It started, the Dow, get this, February 16th, 1885. 1885 is when the Dow became the Dow. What's interesting about the Dow is that, actually, let me get back to that. It was started by, guess who? Charles Dow. And Charles Dow is also the co-founder of the Wall Street Journal. The statistician for that was Edward Jones. So now we can see the Dow Jones. And it was the Dow Jones Index, and then it was changed to the Dow Jones Industrial Index. I didn't write that date down, but I believe it was like 1896. I believe that date was. I did not write that one down, but it wasn't long after that it was the Dow Jones Industrial Index. It's weighted differently. You said we added Amazon to that. Amazon's a big, heavy hitter, right? When the price on that moves, it's going to pull the market like Tesla does, like we saw NVIDIA doing over here. And Amazon was added this past Monday, actually, February 26th, it was added. And what they do at that point is they change the thing called a divisor, get the right word, a divisor. And is so the markets don't get pulled around like crazy. There's only 30 stocks in the Dow. The stock that is the lowest value is Verizon. It's $4.16 a share, roughly as about 2 hours ago. The highest is United Health. United Health Corp, it's $488. Now, they're broken up differently because it's a price-weighted average. And I'm almost done with this, so stick with me with these statistics here. Verizon it's at 0.67% of the value, and United Health Group is 8.81. So where did Amazon come in? 2.93. That's a weighted percentage in there. It just means that it's not going to take one stock. Like we saw NVIDIA went through the roof, took the entire NASDAQ with it. The Dow is a little more forgiving. It's not going to do that. And what it does is we take all the prices of all of those 30 stocks together, add them all up, and then the divisor now is 0.153. So when you divide all that total by 0.153, we get to the price that we see now on the levels. I'm looking at the Dow. It's at 39,149. So that's where you get that number from. That's your price scale. That's how that divisor works. I'm really starting to dig into this a little bit more. I'm an NQ person, but I've been getting my face ripped off a little bit lately, and I have to scale way down. And when you scale really far down and you're hesitant on your trades, you're not going to bring in a lot. And we're only doing $60, $80 a day. You can see the P&Ls and stuff. I took a couple trades last night. It's at $14, but that was NQ. So I'm really looking into the Dow, expanding my knowledge, expanding my breadth and width of my trading approach to the market of what I can do for instruments, and seeing if this thing is going crazy over here and it's going to be too volatile for me. Or maybe you're trading ES and it's too slow for you at this point in time. It may be good to have another instrument. I'm looking at the Dow. It's starting to pick up a little bit of steam with our traders. So it's something I'm interested in. I'm going to keep working at it, and I will certainly share everything I possibly can in any way, shape, or form. So yeah, without further ado, Anne-Marie, do you do some Dow trading? I guess we'll pass that on over. And thanks for sticking with me for that little bit of history lesson. I don't want to go too far into that stuff, but it's interesting. It's interesting. Yeah.
Absolutely. So, yeah, I put on a little bit of a position here. I am sitting in a 150K combine on TopstepX. And here are a couple of things about the Dow. When foreign divestment moves into the U.S. market, and it is just a general investor saying, hey, listen, what about investing in the U.S. market? Kind of like we would say, hey, where do I go to invest in Japan? Our folks would go, hey, choose the EWJ. So when foreign divestment looks at the U.S. market, they go, I'm going to choose the Dow Jones Industrial Average. And so, of course, now that we have things like Uber and Amazon and Salesforce, I think is in there now, we have a number of things that have nothing to do with industry. It's sort of changing the flavor of the industrial average itself, but that is really where foreign divestment first comes into the U.S. market. And so the Dow is a pretty nice place to go sit if you're thinking to yourself, hey, I want to learn the futures and I don't want it to shred me every single time I go in. So if that is your answer, we would say, hey, stay away from the Qs. Why not try the Dow? It's easy to calculate, 5 points every tick, and every tick is 1 point. So it's just the Dow closed at whatever number there is. It's just, there are no interim quarters or anything like that. And so what I wanted to do here in TopstepX is show you a simple mechanical flow that I have when I look at these charts and say, okay, what do I want to do positioning? And so you might go, Anne-Marie, taking a short right now is a little bit knuckleheaded, don't you think?
I like it.
And I would say potentially, which is why I have only one contract, and I have no intention of increasing that position at any time if it moves higher. If it moves higher, I'm out. And so the reason that I do it is I have this, I don't know if you can see it, so I'm going to tell you what it is. It's a stochastic, and I popped up the screen there so you can just see it's a regular stochastic indicator. 8, 3, and 3 is what I use, and I use that for both of these charts, and I have a 30-minute, sometimes it's a 1 hour, depending on how the move looks, and I have a 5-minute. I'm going to execute off the 5-minute, but everything's going to be relative into the targets of the 30-minute. And so my thought here is my stochastic is moving into areas where either I stall out and go sideways because it's way up here in the high 80s. It's actually in the 90s on the 30 minutes. So it is really, really stretched. And what I want to see happen is the chart break this support edge. If not, I'm going to be out of the formation. No harm, no foul. But you can see that it's running against me. We literally are sitting in markets today where we go, hey, if it moves, if I have anything, I'm just going long and I'm headed to the beach. Whatever it is, it's just been one of those days. Hard to position, but if you're in some place like the ES or the NQ where these moves up can literally destroy your balance in a flash, taking a look at the Dow, the YM, is a space where you can go, you know what? I just want to see if I can feel the rhythm of this chart. Now, since I got in, it's gotten higher highs and it's kept higher lows. So normally I have a $290 stop per trade, I'm going to pull that down into, say, 160, right? Maybe 150, wherever it is, somewhere around there. And so if it pops up there, I'm going to say, I'm choosing one of those D spaces where I go, either I get my target or I get stopped out. The goal is to watch market motion, understand what's happening relative to your indicators, and then position and then watch it without the pressure or stress of saying, oh my gosh, this thing is moving dramatically against me.
Yeah. How would we rank the indices in terms of, let's say, friendliness of for new traders between the RTY, Dow, Russell, NASDAQ, ES? How do we rank those for any new
Okay, so
traders
I
here?
would put the YM at the top in terms of friendly.
Okay.
I would put the YM at the top. Who I would put at the bottom is the NQ, because it can be a savage friend. One that
You
will
did say
stab
friend,
you in the
though.
back and the
All
front. Yeah. So, and what I wanted to do is really get folks to that space where they would say, listen, can I position in some place to really learn market rhythm, take some notes in terms of what I'm seeing, and still be positioned that if it moves in the right direction, I'm all good. And the Dow is magnificent for that. It truly is. I cut my teeth when I first got into the future space. I traded the Dow because it didn't, take a cheese grater to my face. It was just something I could go, all right, let me see that rhythm. And then once you get the rhythm, you end up sizing up, and then that's where all the trouble gets in. But trade it one at a time. So the next question is, what do you look for when you get into a position? And so I'll ask you first, Robert. When you get into a position, what are you looking for, and how do you avoid potentially micromanaging a position?
It's a good question. First of all, I'm going to agree with you that I would put the Dow, now that I've been studying it more, at the top of the list, up there with RTY, because they don't tear your face off, and with NQ being a little lower down the totem pole as far as newer traders, for Dobie's question there. So I'm with you on that. Yeah. So first of all, when you enter a trade, there are three components to that trade. There's an entry, there's a potential target, and there is a stop. We only know two of those. We know the trade entry price because we put the trade on, and we know what our stop is because we know what we want to manage our risk. We don't know the target. We know the potential target, or what we are anticipating and speculating and assuming and all that other good stuff, right? We don't know. So what I look for when I'm getting into a trade is it going in my direction? Is my hypothesis still correct? Meaning I'm going long. If I enter that long and a whole bunch of orders coming in the direction, the DOM flies down and it just starts like, I'm just going to get the hell out of the trade. I'm sorry. I get in and it wasn't right. So that's the very first thing I'm going to look at. We have a stop on there. I use mine more as a catastrophic stop. It's a little further away because it's mainly an NQ trader and it does whip around. It doesn't mean I'm going to let go all the way to the stop. Sometimes the NQ does that. It'll just whip down and come right back up again. I don't just want to get stopped out to the tick a million times like I have in the past. So the first thing I do is when you get the hypothesis, this is what I'm entering, this is my risk, and I think it's going to go somewhere in this area. Maybe it's a break of something, maybe it's a bounce off something, who knows. Whatever that strategy is, whatever you have formulated for that trade. Now, what just happened? Is it doing what I anticipated, what I thought it was going to do? If not, get out. If it is, now you can manage your trade. I'm a little bit shorter term, so it's generally, I don't have to think about it too long. So it's either going to go my way pretty quickly or not. I'm just going to get the hell out of it. Even if it starts going my direction, starts hanging around, I'm just going to take it and leave. It's just a style that I do. So it's a little bit different, but yes, look at it, know your entry and stop. Try to put where your target's going to be, and then all you can do at that point is wait and manage. And I've said this before, and I'll say it again. when I'm wrong, because everybody's wrong, right? I mean, nobody's ever right. When I'm wrong, it's usually because I'm early, and it bites me all the time. I'll get into a trade and I'll be like, "Oh, this looks good," and just like it doesn't. I was like, "Oh, that's nothing. That's nothing." Dobie, yesterday you guys were on Power Hour right toward the end of it, and I'm like, "Yeah, let me just grab a couple trades there." I shorted it 3, 4, 5 times. I'm like, "The hell with this! I'm getting out of it." 3 minutes before the market closed, it dumped. I was like, "You've got to be kidding me!" So for me, that's my problem. It's not that I'm in a hurry and get anxious to get it. I'm like, "No, I see it. It's going here. It's going to do this. I think it's going to do that." Place my trade. Nope. Place it again. Nope. Dang it, I was wrong. Right to where I wanted it. So when I'm wrong, I'm early, and it's a problem I have to have. Hopefully, the Dow is going to help me with that because it's not going to tear your face off as much. And we'll try to figure it out. I'll try to get some structure in there and get some levels and get some ebb and flow to it. And I'll share it with in Discord and whenever I'm on here when I'm learning. It doesn't mean it's right. I'm just going to share what I'm learning with everybody else.
Yeah, please,
So what
please do.
What about you, Dobie?
Well, I mean, as far as taking trades, I'm looking for range bound markets. People call it barcoding,
I love
consolidations, range
Those are my
trade.
favorite.
That's my jam. So I try to find the biggest ones I possibly can, and then from there you try to find even smaller ones from there. And I like to buy the lows and sell the highs. So I actually really like your trade in the Dow for taking a shorts, because I have your approximate area is actually daily range high. So we should be seeing some sort of pullback there. I actually took some longs against my strategy, and it's not paying off. So, but why do you like the range trade? I like it because it provides really cheap opportunities. I think you get the cheapest trades by looking at a range.
Sure.
Yeah, so this is something I've mentioned with some traders who've been on Power Hour before, but I'm looking for best price, and it seems like other traders are looking for best momentum.
You know, and this is a bad habit. Every time I watch Mick, I know it's a bad habit. Every time I talk to Hogue, I know it's a bad habit, but it's made me a ton of freaking money. And so it's been hard to break it. So I am a mean reversion trader. So I like to trade the tops. I like to trade the bottoms. And when I'm early, I just put more on. And I put more on, and I put more on. And I'm fortunate because my personal account sizes are big enough to manage that kind of trade. But every once in a while, I mean, it kicks me in the gut. So 8 times out of 10, I know I'm early. I'll always be early. So I always have some dry powder to add in. But sometimes I lever up too big, and then, I'll be up $4 or $5 grand for the day, and then I'll just take a $3,000 haircut. And at that time, I'll just shut my system down and go, all right, you push the market told you were wrong, and you're done. On a big swing back like that, I'll cut and I'll be done. But I love it because a range-based formation is extremely forgiving if you give it time. And so what I love about these two mechanical indicators, and I'm going to tell you, they are rock solid gold. And so the key thing is, one, they have to match prior high zones that you think are going to collapse. And you have to be sized small enough to allow the market to move a little bit against you so that you don't freak out and you can go, okay, is my momentum telling me the right thing? So I actually use both. I use both the price location and the momentum, but I tend to operate in the areas of low stochastic reasons where I know the rubber band is stretched really tight and it's got to swing back. Relative to trend, it's always great when it comes down here on a bullish day. You can just buy that dip. For me, I'm thinking the end of the day, this 230 reversal event might be a real thing today, although it's very contrary to Friday trading, but I'm feeling the vibe that might happen. And so I'm trying to prove it out with this. But this stochastic, the 833 sitting in Topstep X, however they've got it calculated, tells me the following. If I've got upward slope, I should buy the dip. And if I get into the very high areas where it's pushing 85, 90, it means I can buy the dip, but I must get out at the new highs. And so what I chose was the brand new high here on the 5-minute. I said, all right, well, there's the brand new high. I'm going to take that short. But it crested up, gave me one more push to the upside, and then collapsed just like I wanted it to. So now it's just going to leak its way down into a strategic target, which is on my 30-minute, and that is heavy congestion. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 candlesticks testing this area around 39,116. And so that's going to be where it is I get out of the trade.
Nice. Is that a measured? How do you do your profit taking? Is it fixed to like 2 to 1, or is it
never fixed? Okay. Never, ever, ever fixed. It's always, can I get in at a price base? That's where you and I are sitting in that zone together. And can I see momentum drift telling me I have a potential of coming in to heavy congestion? And if that answer is yes, that's where I put it. So I'll use a 30-minute on one side, 5-minute on the other, and I will either use prior congestion events on a 30-minute, or I'll go to the 1 hour and make sure my heavy congestion matches that. And it looks like I might need to move it up just a wee bit, right? Mm-hmm. So it's touching 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 candlesticks, and that's what I'll do.
Yeah, and I'm actually, I was in a long up top that went very, very poorly. I lost 428 on that one, but I did re-up on the long. So 3 contracts at 39,126. So
that's beautiful. That's so ideal because you can see it matching that 5-minute area, right?
Yeah, I was looking for the
limit.
Resistance becomes support. So we had that little resistance there, 39,000, let's say 110, and then it popped up, came back down, and those initial sellers became buyers, presumably, and now we have a push to the upside. So we're sitting pretty in this Dow long. I did not try to fade you, Anne Marie. That was not the goal.
And but it would be okay because we can actually sit on opposite sides of a trade and still make money relative to our timing, right?
Yeah. Yeah, you can. And if you trade NASDAQ, you can be on the opposite trades of someone, and both of you can lose money because it's so much fun.
Oh, no, absolutely. Yeah. That literally happens once every 5 fast markets.
It will happen yesterday. So I think RIPS and I were on the opposite side of a trade. We both lost.
Oh, NASDAQ I do remember that. That's right.
Absolutely bananas yesterday. So, Robert, with a market like the YM or say even the ES, do you think it's a good market for new traders to start practicing, maybe trying multiple contracts because it is so much slower and a little bit more forgiving?
I would agree with that statement, Joby. And if we go with the ES, definitely start with the micros. There's no harm in starting with the micro. It's just a matter of math at that point where we're not targeting $500, we're targeting $50. If you do the 1 mini, 1 micro, it's just a decimal point move. Excuse me, because it's 1/10 the size. So yeah, started the ES. It's definitely a thicker market. I'm trying to get away from the term slower because it can be slow, but you can still today you just ground up all day long. And if you kept shorting it, it wasn't whipping all over the place. None of them were. They just kept going and going and going. So I'm going to say it is a thicker market. 500 stocks in there, just so traders know. 500 in the ES, 2,000 in the Russell, the small cap stocks, 100 in the NASDAQ, and then 30 in the Dow. So yes, ES, thicker market, use a micro to get started, sure thing. I have my DOM up. I just saw my screen up there, and the reason I put that up there is I just wanted to show the layout. I think all of us are getting over something here. This it's just a series of DOM right here, where we have the depth of market starting left to right, NQES, Dow, Russell, gold, oil. So just listed across. We can see how they're moving, see which is moving fast. We can see how they're all stacked up. One thing I wanted to show in this is I simply save it as a layout. If I go to the top right-hand side, I click on the drop-down for layout. I have my previous one. I just call my last name. If I click it, it's a pretty quick move over to load my charts back up again, and there we are. So it makes it really simple, really quick, really snappy. And I just wanted to really demonstrate that because I've been playing around with the DOM trading because, well, it's something don't know a lot about, and I'm generally not good at it. So to me, that's something I need to work on. I need to practice with. And what I like about it is it's not based on time. You know me about trying to trade time, right? I'm looking at price movement. So this might be a good way to do it. And it looks convoluted now. It's got all this stuff up here, but I'd like to see the whole panel, and I'm just going to narrow things down as I learn more about it. I would assume that I'm going to have a DOM on a chart on YM, and then have another chart, a candlestick chart. I doubt it'll be a time chart, but we'll go back and forth on it. With the Dow, and we'll see how it goes. It's just something that I'm really interested in finding out a little bit more with. But we can go to the candlestick chart while you guys are talking. I'll pull up the Dow and I'll see if there's a trade available.
Yeah, I mean, hey, water's warm. Hop on in. I think we're all trading a little bit here. Anne-Marie, are you still hanging on to your short?
I sure am.
Love it.
And so the question might be why? Because I've seen it go in my favor and then bounce and then run against me and then fade. So why do we stay in trades? We stay in trades because we should consistently ask ourselves after each candlestick is complete, we should say, have I seen anything that tells me definitively that my trade position is incorrect? And so far, I don't. One, I have the drifting off of my stochastic, and I have my price action coming in that's got me in the green. So I will just sit and give it a little bit of time, which is another beautiful reason that the YM is just absolutely fantastic to trade. It is the slow market amidst all the fast markets of the day, because it really does give you that, just slow and easy, little bit, and the triumph that you feel personally for saying, hey, I read a setup, I executed properly, I was able to wait through the trade, and it's going to come and take me out, right? Right there. Yeah. So it took me into that space, and, it's great. I love it. I do. It's a lovely market to trade. Yep, absolutely.
Nice. Yeah, that was a great looking trade off the what I would call the daily range high. I'm not sure what you were calling it. But we did get a question here.
Sure.
Let me see if I can find the name. From Chris Muldoon. What time frame range do you trade, or how do you decide your range levels? I know, Robert, you're not a huge range trading guy, are you?
Yeah, I'm actually I am. And the reason for that, Joby, is why I like range bars, because I don't have to look back and try to understand these things. If I'm looking for a 40-point range, I make the range bar 40 points high, and when it gets one above or one below, I know that I'm out of the range. Don't care how much time it is. It's just I'm out of that range, right? I don't want to get wicked around, and especially on NQ, it can just really trip you up and be whippy all over the place on those fast time frames. By putting a range bar on there, they may stack up next to each other. I'm just bouncing in that 20 point, 30 point, 40 point, whatever I identify it as. And then when it gets out of it, it's out of it. That's why I like range trading. That's a range bar trade type of candle. But range trading, like you're doing as well, I'm agree with you. Like there's not guarantees in the market. There's not many guarantees. But I will say that one of them, potentially, is that the market is not going to stay in the same place it is. It's going to move at some point. We don't know when or how far or how fast. But when you're stuck in that range, you can I know it's not certain, we no guarantee, but you can be fairly confident that it's not going to stay there forever. It's going to go one way or the other. And that's why I like trading the ranges.
Yeah, and how about you, Anne Marie? How are you drawing up your ranges? Robert's obviously using the range bars themselves, which you can set in certain platforms. You can do it in TopStep X. It's just a fixed range amount. There's no range bars, but I think Robert, did you have a indicator that was like emulating range bars?
I
think we had
did
a
it.
question a while
Yeah.
ago.
Sure, and I'll make that quick. The range bars in TradingView, they're just those little thin type of bars, and I just created an indicator that's free, open source, and we can have it.
Okay.
That makes them look like regular candles. It's just not in TopStep X yet, but it's on the roadmap to. As soon as range bars go in there, I'll throw that into you on there. We'll stop those little thin, tiny candles and make them look like regular candles.
That's awesome. Appreciate it. And then Anne Maria, how are you doing your range bars? I just draw them by hand. I just try to see something that looks obvious to me on the chart. And if it looks like I can draw a straight line across the tops and the bottoms and it makes a nice little box, that to me is a range. How are you tackling the range
You know
trade?
what? It's very similar to you. So what I will do is I always look at the day and weekly charts before I come in. And the Dow is one of the few charts that we are looking at that has not made brand new highs. And so to me, that's always a warning sign because it means everybody in the market is not moving in tandem. And so here's how I'll find the top. This is the main reason that I took this trade over here. When I went to my dailies, which I looked up before we came together, I noticed I had 1, 2, 3, 4 candlesticks that all went through this particular price up here. Now, in fairness, it also went through this particular price, but we were well past that number. And so I was looking at the next higher level. And I thought, as long as I fail above this zone, my stop would be at around 39,190, which would be the open of this candlestick, right? So I know kind of where my stop is. Doesn't need to break up over that or else it's got room to run. So I do know that the very last times I was up here from a daily formation, we sold off. So near past determines near future. And so that's why I took the short. And so all of my ranges look like that. I'll go, wait, where did all of these guys either touch, open, or close? And there are a lot of people that argue, listen, the only thing to look at is the close of a candle. It's the only thing that matters. That's why there's so many, there are all kinds of charts that just go, I just want to see the close of the days, and then I'll worry about the volatility around it. I like looking at the wicks, but I'll look at the wicks and the closes, and I'll go, you know what? That's looking toppy. I already see my stochastic giving way. This looks like a pretty good short for me. And I'm going to take it into heavy congestion on my 5-minute chart, which happens to coincide with my 30-minute formations. And so it was really a super straightforward trade. For me, it's just the ideal setup. It looks absolutely perfect. If I were trading by myself, it would be a space I would go, I might put on a 5 lot there, but I wouldn't add because it's still a counter trend trade and the momentum is very savage to the upside. But I think it's going to end today. I believe that by our 3 o'clock power hour, we could see a lot of unwinding of these formations. I don't know what the delta is today. Do we know?
I don't have it off the top of my head, but those are some interesting words for power hour. You're calling a fade at the end of the day, huh?
I am on a Friday, right?
On a Friday, no less. Well,
I know.
We'll be looking at NASDAQ, so can't wait to see what lovely things that provides us in about 20 minutes for power hour. It looks like it's just been going straight up, and now it's going a little bit down. Who knows how long that's going to last?
Exactly. Because buyers are going to come in at those dips.
Oh, yeah. They certainly will, and they have in the past. And, I think one of the tricky things with with range trading is one, obviously identifying the range and making sure you're on like trying to find the biggest time frame for that range, because that tends to kind of dictate what's going to happen. It happens in crude oil all the time. There'll be like massive dollar or two ranges, and you'd be like, there's no way in hell we're going top to bottom today. And like, lo and behold, it will go top to bottom of the range. It could be like $1.50 move. And if you don't trade crude oil, that's a significant move.
A monstrous amount.
Yeah, and it can happen. And it can happen inside of daily ranges, 4-hour ranges. I think one of the trickiest things with range trading, though, is having the confidence to be able to buy the bottom of the range, because it's going to look, it's almost like a being like a bullfighter, where they're waving the red flag and the bull's coming right at you, but you know that buyers will step back in again, ideally, and help push price back up again. So you do have to kind of fight with that a little bit, because fear will be at a maximum when you're trying to buy the bottom of a range. So you have to kind of fight through that and just hope that, you know, the buyers will come in again like they did the previous 2, 3, 4, or 5 times. Depends on how large that range is.
Absolutely. And really, if you want to try and control yourself in the midst of a trade, we actually have a tendency to hyperventilate, either right after an execution or when a trade begins to turn against us. If we are listening to ourselves, we will feel ourselves taking shorter breaths. And if we aren't, deep breaths are not good for you in large fashion, because, you know, they'll make your brain go cuckoo with all the, you know, what I'm saying, how that feels when you take a deep breath, you see stars. But just remember to breathe from your diaphragm. And when you start feeling your breath get shallow, just relax. Is anything breaking? Are things moving in the right direction? Use self-talk. It's the reason I love having an office by myself. My kids or whoever's visiting, they'll come in and they'll go, who are you talking to? I'm like, myself. I'm talking to myself. And you just have to naturally say, all right, just pump the brakes here. No need to get alarmed. I mean, I don't want to take a trade at the beginning of Strategy Lab and then wash out, because we're here at Strategy Lab, right? So there is an element. It doesn't matter if I'm losing $5 or $5,000. I don't want to execute in a way that makes everybody go, man, she sucks. Why is she even on here? And so there's always that little bit of going on when I'm doing it. But it's a matter of using self-talk to get yourself in that calm state. Oh, by the way, I've added the YM to my morning video that I put up for the traders in TopstepX. And so I've got those ranges set in there, looking at where the buy the dips are. So you can peek in there and get that as well to help you along. You know, I forgot how much I loved this instrument until I was talking to Robert on Discord, and I was like, hey, let's do this. And because I think newer traders are going to embrace it in a fashion that is going to be very conducive to them doing well and not having to reset, just so long as they're not impatient, not having to reset and not having to do the things that, you know, make the learning curve harder.
Yeah. And I have to say, I'm placing some trades in a practice account on the YM, and it feels like it moves fairly, and it does give you enough time to kind of manage the position with relative ease. I mean, I guess it also does leave you enough time to overanalyze your trade, unlike NASDAQ, which would just make a decision and teleport and stop you out. So you almost don't even have time to feel bad. Sometimes, yeah. So, I mean, do you all think that being like a range trader suits everybody? And I guess what personalities best fit that sort of trading methodology? Robert, if you want to start.
I apologize. I was helping people in the chat with some TopstepX stuff. I missed your question, Dobie.
Yeah, not a problem. So I was saying that So since we all kind of trade range bound like systems or methodologies, what personality type do you think the range bound sort of ideology fits best for a trader?
I think it's one of the ones that will fit both visual and technical. So because ranges are visual, you can see them, you can analyze the markets that way, and you don't necessarily just have to do a math equation on it to say, okay, well, how far did it move? What was the last move? It is a measured move. What is a fib saying? And all that other stuff goes with it. So you can do both of them, in my opinion, on a range type of style. If you are using like a DOM trader, for example, it's really hard to do a visual type of style. It's not really a lot to look at because you are looking at numbers. You're visually seeing these things moving around, and you can see the volume on them as well. So that's part of it, but not really. It's more like calculation based. The same thing if you're like the book map, right? If you're watching book map, you see those bubbles like RIPS has there, and it's those levels go across. You see them flowing. Everybody's seen that watching fast markets whenever RIPS is on.
I get a
That's a
Caesar
visual.
looking at that.
Yeah, it can be a little bit cumbersome at first, but Emery, think of it the first time you looked at a chart. It's the same way, right? And the first time you look at something, it's like, I'm trading this style over here, where you went from options to futures. It's foreign, but when you kind of see it, it's a flow. I do like a little bit. I use Quantower a lot also in my personal side. And they have a thing called a DOM surface. It's very, very close to Bookmap. Bookmap was first with it. But it's if you're visual, we don't have to see this candle going up and down based on any time, or even if it's a range thing based on movement. You're seeing that whole flow constantly going across the screen. It's like a stream of consciousness of how the market is ebb and flowing. You see those volume, the bubbles get bigger and smaller with volume and distance, and then you get the delta on the bottom. It's a kind of a cool, neat concept, but that would be more of a visual type of thing, where, going back to Dobie's question, the range trading like this, range versus range bound, a range bound market, not range bars, but range bound markets, I think it's both. I'm going to take a long here. You looking at my chart? I'm just going to go long here. I'm going to go to my settings just to make sure I have things. Yep. So I have 100. Yep, I have 100 on 100 profit, 100 loss. I'm just going to whack in I'm on the Dow. Check it here. Make sure I'm on the Dow. I'm going to buy one market, and it put me at 100 profit and 100 loss, 100 stop. And the only reason I did this is because it bounced at the bottom. I have my stop just under the bottom, so I'm managing my risk. And if it starts to head to my target, starts hanging around, I'll just close it and take what the market gives me. So let's just throw it on there, and maybe we can get something out of it. Back to you.
And I'm along with you too. I'm long 39,116 with 2 contracts. So another nice little entry here. Looks like the 5-minute is starting to get range bound. So speaking of range bound trades, Anne-Marie, what do you think are some like good, I guess, personality traits or risks? Not wouldn't say risks, but maybe some cautionary tales for traders who are trying to get into, say, range bound trading. What should they be looking out for?
So in range trading, there's always one thing in the back of your mind that you need to consider, and that is eventually ranges break. Mm-hmm. And so your thought must be, with every trade, if my range breaks, am I going to obey this stop? And that's literally critical mass for anything that you do. Absolutely anything. If this range breaks, what am I going to do? And see, back in the old days where I thought that I would do anything on earth to avoid a loss, when my range broke, I would just put more on, and then put more on, and put more on, until I have to take a stop that's, listen, I don't have daily loss limits in my personal accounts. I've just never set them. But, oh my gosh, I wish I had put those on there, because, some days I've given myself $10,000 haircuts because I'm like, I'll just, and when you start slinging size, you can be down 50 grand in an instant. And so it's just one of those things that you got to obey. You've got to obey. If you range trade and it breaks your range, you have to say to yourself, all right, here it is, breaking my range. Do I have my loss? Am I going to say either there's my stop loss or, here's my target? I trade with people sometimes now and I go, where's your stop? And they're like, what's that? Ha ha ha. And I'm like, okay, you're just one day closer to disaster. Just exit off your calendar because the day is coming. I'm telling you, the day is coming if you don't reckon with that stop. So, yeah, that's the only thing I would say. Obey your stops. If it breaks your range, you can always get back in if it returns to range, right? Don't be afraid of experiencing a loss, because if you become afraid of that and you do things to avoid that, you're going to end up taking a bigger loss than you ever dreamed you would have to take.
Yeah, ranges are a powerful formation in trading. And if they do eventually break, which is kind of what we're betting on, I mean, you can get some very, very serious moves out of that. I think we saw it yesterday in NASDAQ. I watch it in crude oil fairly 100%. Frequently because that's where I got introduced into range-bound trading. The other nice thing about range-bound trading, and you were saying obeying your stops, is that if you are doing a range-bound trade, ideally your entry should be in a place in which your stop is outside of the range. So you want the market to work, put the market to work to go and hit your stop. And if you are playing a range, you're basically saying, like, I'm going to put my stop on the other side of the wall.
Absolutely. Yes.
And the market is going to have to work its tail off to come and get it. And if it does get it, right, that's what you're trying to do. It's also why I find NASDAQ incredibly difficult to trade as a range-bound trader, because the whips outside of that range are so strong.
They're monumental.
Like, for example, I was in a trade for Power Hour yesterday, and I got stopped out at 18,008, and it went down 4 more ticks and then rallied, I think, 100 points. And I thought I had given it plenty of room to even absorb that. Yeah, it was a nightmare. I was not happy yesterday. Yeah. And it's hard. So it's really hard to do that. So, like, the reason why I did range-bound trading in crude oil, and Dee would agree with me, it's a much more technically strict market. It's much less whippy. And so if it does extend the range, it'll only do so by a handful of ticks. And you should have that buffered by your stop. And if you're a real fancy pants, you can try actually averaging down to anticipate that, to try to squeeze in some even cheaper trades. So hopefully you get that back.
That's my favorite way.
Upside. Yeah, it's one of my favorite plays too.
It's what Hoke said a minute ago. Look, for us in the range trade space, we would go look outside of that range, and where you would say, you know what, that's where my stop is, and then try to get your entry as close to that area. But then we battle patience. We're so
that's huge,
horrifically impatient. It's it's really a battle.
So, it definitely.
So Joby, I would. It's up on the chart. I trading thing here. The chart, my chart's up on the screen now. I'm going to share with everyone here about this trade I'm in. I'm going to tell you why I like it and why I don't. Why I don't like it is I just put the volume profile on, and it was right earlier, a little bit closer to the point of control. I just don't like trading around point of control. You can see on the left side, it's got a really strong peak right here. This yellow line is point of control. That's the level where the most contracts are traded throughout the day. So it's really peaked right here. Okay, so I don't generally like trading around it. But why do I like this? Because if it moves away from it, look at this really low value area right here. So my thought is I'm going to go in here now. If it comes against me and goes to the point of control, if it hovers around it, I'll be okay. If it goes a little further, like in that range you were talking about, we just take a stop out and we wait for something else. But if it breaks above this area, I guessing, speculating, that it's going to go through a little bit quicker. And hopefully it's going to pop right up. And if it comes up close to my target, we'll just close it. And we might walk away with $75, $80 out of the 100. But I wanted to give a little more context around why that was in there. And it made a little more sense when I put the volume profile on, and to say, wow, this is really bouncing around. What's going on here? It was stuck in that range box that I drew up there, waiting for it to go one direction or the other. Looked like it was pushing up, and I hope it does and blows right through this low volume area, and hopefully in the next minute or two we'll close it, walk away.
Coincidentally, I'm actually in, I believe, almost an identical trade as to you are, because my stop is also right below what I would consider a 1 minute range. So it's around like 39,109, right? So it's a place where we really want the market to work for. Like, you want to have your stop on a place the market has to actually do some work to get yourself stopped out. Otherwise, I think you're just making it way too easy for the market to come and get you just doing its regular business of moving up and down. Well, that was quick.
Nice.
I'm
at 108. 108.
Quick. It was fun though.
That was super fast. We didn't get to talk about the tilt today. We still have to talk about tilt theory maybe next week when we're maybe 2 weeks actually, because we have Vegas next week. But maybe 2 weeks from now, we can do a little session on the tilt. I know we've done some theory crafting about how to use it going forward. I am going to flatten my trade here for 110. So yeah, we got Power Hour coming up. Anne-Marie and Robert, anything final before I move us along here?
No, I appreciate you taking control here, Dobie. It's nice to actually get in and look at the markets, and actually put some form of a trade on. We just popped up. I'm going to close for $20 profit, $25 profit. It ended up, and I'm going to leave it at that.
Nice. Anne-Marie, anything exciting you're doing this weekend?
You know what? I always try to do something fun. I'll either get out on the water or get out into the woods. I love being outside a lot.
Yeah.
And the work that I have keeps me inside quite a bit. So I'm excited to get out. It's going to be 80 this weekend, so it should be fun.
That's insane. That's awesome. Well, that sounds like a great time. I should probably go outside as well at some point this weekend. Probably will. But we're going to move on to Power Hour. And we do have a new special guest. We have True coming. He was featured a couple of weeks ago, and he's a funded trader currently. So Andre and I are going to be trading with True. Definitely looking forward to it. And we will see you in a couple minutes. See y'all and have a great weekend.
Great. Thanks so much, everybody. Had a great time.
Welcome to the last power hour of the week. We got our guest True in the middle. We got Dolby to the side of him. Welcome everybody. We are looking forward to it's been a crazy trading day. We are seeing the sell-off here, a little pullback, if you will, maybe in NASDAQ and S&Ps. But before we get to the markets, I'd like to introduce you to our guest, True, the man in the middle there. True, please introduce yourself to our guests, our viewers who may not have seen you on Power Hour Power Players a few weeks ago.
Yeah, so I am a self-made trader, also a professional photographer works with National Geographic since 2015 now, and I do this for a living, basically, just so I can enjoy my photography business. Based down in Dallas, Texas, and this is my crib. This is my office here.
Hey, that is an awesome looking office.
Yeah, it is.
Did you have to
Dolby,
make your
take notes.
ceiling custom, or?
Yeah, no, I did it myself. So I mean, you kind of see.
That's cool.
Damn, that is awesome.
Who is that? Who is that giggling in the background, True?
That is my wife, Dorothy.
Hi, wife. Hi, Dorothy.
Hi.
Welcome to Power Hour on TopstepTV here. There are currently 2,300 people watching you right now from all across the world. And that number will likely be growing here. We get to 2,500 or so, but everyone say hi to Dorothy. Thanks for joining us. All right, let's make some money today. True, what do you say?
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure you guys saw what the market did today. Irrational, crazy rally. A lot of speakers happening right now, actually. I think at 2:30, we got Kugler talking. So, I mean, at this point, anything can happen. But what I'm looking at right now is every single time it drops, you can literally just scalp the bottom.
Yes.
You can scalp every single drop.
That's what I'm looking at.
Right now, I mean, prior to getting on with you guys, I went on the long at around 333 and got out around 358.
Very nice.
Yeah, but right now we're just chilling. What I am looking at, I don't know if can you see my screen here? There it is. So let's zoom in. I am looking at this blue line, which is the 9 EMA.
Okay.
Anytime the 9 EMA crosses down on the 50, that kind of guarantees me a big drop about to happen. So what I like to do is I like to anticipate the move. So here I'm going to go into 3 contracts at 53.15. Right. Well, missed that entry there. But I would wait for a pullback to at least 51.78. If I don't get it, then I miss the trade. I don't chase it. So here we're getting a cross, as you can see. Once we get that cross, if we had entered down at 52, down to 47, so about 5 points already, 20 ticks, and counting. If someone else got that, congrats. Normally I go for about 20 ticks, So you do the math.
Okay.
20 ticks is money. 3 contracts is what? $240?
Yeah.
So
that works, man. That pays the bills.
That's mainly all I do is just scalp. Try not to hold long. Sometimes I get caught holding long and it's no bueno. So here we see the 9 finally crossing down on the 50.
And so you're in.
As soon as it crosses, I missed the entry there again. But if someone's in, I can walk you out through it. My first target would be 339.75. And then with momentum, we can go down to 332.75.
Okay.
And then so I trade. I know you said earlier it's hard to trade ranges with NQ, and I actually trade ranges with NQ, and my range here is going to be 328.25. So it moves about. Oh, you do? Okay, sorry, I may have misheard you then. So 30-point range is what I look for on QQQ. So you can see here that my range is from here to here, the gray shaded box. The white line I have up top is 358.25 down to 328.25. Yeah. Okay. So here it hit my almost hit my target here at 332.75, and then we got a ricochet. But if you actually caught that from the crossing 49 down to 33, that's 16 points.
Yeah.
And
so would you consider yourself a range trader or more of like a momentum based trader?
I would say both actually, because sometimes there's no momentum. It's just in a range. So I would scalp a range for like an hour. If it just goes up and down in that same range, I'll trade it all day long until it doesn't work anymore.
I'm so bad at trading ranges. When I see ranges, I just see sideways action. I see no trade. And then I'm seeing guys like Dolby and True here that make a living off of ranges and are able to capitalize and capture the opportunity from them. For whatever reason, when I see range, I see no trade, whereas you guys see range, you guys see opportunity. I think I need to watch you guys.
I'm long
there you
too.
Go.
Actually, 18,338 in my practice account, not in my trading combines. I forgot to switch, but yeah, I am playing that range. I'm playing a 30-minute range, so I bought what I would consider the bottom of the 30-minute range, and so I'm going to look for a movement back to the top side of that range. True, since you're using a lot of moving averages, when we do get into a range-bound market, typically those moving averages are going to start huddling up together. Do you end up switching how you use the moving averages, or do you have a different indicator or toolbox, like a tool in the toolbox to start trading range-bound markets?
Well, if all the like EMAs all are like stacked on top of each other, that's no trade for me. That's consolidation. Yeah. So that way it can go either way at that point, So for example, that range that we just traded, if you look back, I mean, it went from bottom, top, and then it broke out above. So, this area up here, it failed to look above. So majority of the time, if it does fail, it rotates back down. Now, how far does it go back down? It just depends on the supply, So with market makers and institutions, how they trade is just like whatever's in the store. Best analogy I got is if they run out of supply, they can't sell. So what do? They have to buy it back up. So when they buy it back up, they build inventory. So that's when the market keeps going. And as the market keeps going, then they start building up supply for them to sell off. The best way to trade is to learn to trade like the market makers. Don't try to go against them. I think retail traders like us, we will get destroyed if we try to go against them. There's no way we can outbeat them.
Correct.
So when you see momentum and when you see direction, like go with it. And today, I mean, I was looking like I probably would have got my caught with my pants down trying to short a top multiple times. So this is where we wait until we get some consolidation, which is happening right now. For the past 6 hours, it's been nothing but up. There was no consolidation until the last hour, from 12:30 until now.
And with that consolidation, I did get an update on Delta. I know I sound like a broken record here, but Delta is minus 4,600 in the ES. So with that consolidation means there's a lot of trading happening on the bids. There, shorts are coming in, hitting the bid, hoping the market probably goes lower. We are seeing a tilt. The tilt is reading in the ES 73% short, NASDAQ 72% short. So a lot of bets hoping the market goes to the downside. With that information, I took a long. I am long. Well, NASDAQ long 40 plus 4,500, John. Is that true? Plus 4,500 in NQ and minus 4,600 in ES. Okay, that's different. I took a long. See if these shorts will get squeezed indeed, but it's been working. The trade's been working, but all right, thank you, John.
So here, my other trade that I do love to see is the 50 MA to the 200. I mean, it works like a charm. So zooming into my chart again, I don't know if you guys can see the yellow dotted line. So the yellow dotted line is my 50 MA moving average, simple moving average. Now, whenever we get the cross of the 9 EMA and the 50 EMA, we get that downward trend. But from the 50 MA, it loves to gravitate towards the 200 MA.
Yep.
And the 200 MA right now is at 311.
Good band.
And this trade happens, I would say, like 90% of the time.
So down to the 200, you're saying?
Down to the 200 would be the goal.
Yeah. So it sounds like you have a couple setups actually that you're looking at. How many different kind of setups do you look at in a given day?
So this is like my main setup here. This is all I look for. And if you do backtracking and back testing, you're gonna see, everyone that's watching here, go back and look at any chart and look for set up your 50 MA and your 200 MA. You see that movement. It happens all the time, but it's not guaranteed. What you have to look for is volume. Without volume, you shouldn't be trading. Today, you know, we had some pretty amazing volume.
Yes, we did.
But if you actually look, you know, every time you see that crossing happened, it's difficult to. What happens is when people hear me say, yeah, 50 to the 200, they try to get in right away. And that's not the case. You know, you have to, there's a bunch of other things you have to look for, especially is volume and price action.
Yeah. And if
But,
anyone caught
but
the
when
segment,
I get into that trade,
go ahead.
yeah, when I get into that trade, usually that 200 MA hits.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, if anyone was listening to the last segment before this, one of the reasons why I find range bound trading so difficult in Nasdaq is because it tends to run ranges, and that's exactly what happened to my position, my long.
You get stopped out.
Yeah, obviously it's Nasdaq, so I was
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, trying to buy basically the little 1 minute consolidation here at the bottom around, let's say 18,333, but we ended up running down to 18,324, and now we're starting to move back up again. So still some stuff to learn about the Nasdaq. Very tricky, but maybe I end up switching to Dow. To be honest, who knows?
What happened in that last segment? Why you guys so hot for Dow? What happened there?
We're just talking about how it's a little bit cheaper to trade and a little bit more forgiving than NASDAQ. And like, that's kind of one of my qualms with NASDAQ for like range bound trading. I find that it just tends to run the range a little bit further than I like for my risk tolerance.
I got you. True. You're a NASDAQ trader as well?
Yeah, NASDAQ. I do a little bit of ES too. But majority of the time I'm usually on NASDAQ. You can see on my chart I was on CL as well. I trade a lot of oil, but more on like the stock side. I do a lot of Exxon, you know.
Oh, nice.
How's that working out?
Pretty good, man.
I bet it is, man. Well, especially when oil prices go higher. So one-way trade there.
Yeah. So another thing that I love to do is, so when I get into a trade, I'm usually on the 1 minute chart, and then I'll move over to the 4 minute chart or a 5 minute chart works too. And what I look for is that as long as I'm in a short, right? Here, let me zoom in real quick. Sorry. As long as I'm in a short and it stays below the 9 EMA, I tend to just hold. Like the 9 EMA is basically my handler. It'll tell me if I can hold longer or not. And then if it breaks above the 9, I'm out. But here we're breaking down below my balance. So the first thing I look for is once that balance breaks, I go for a half of this balance. So 328.25 down to 298.25. If I am in a short, I would short it down to around 315. So I'll get into a short here, right at my balance. 325.75 is where I'm at right now. And it's at 22 and 3 contracts. I'm up 14 ticks. My target would be down to 315. So right where my balance is at, my target for 315, I like to set it about 5 ticks above that so that I can guarantee myself a fill. I mean, I'm not gonna, you know, try to scrap for $25 when I'm up 200. Yeah.
Right. And so is that pretty typical for you? Are you just kind of just picking up a couple $100 per trade a couple times a day, and that's the name of the game for you?
Yeah, sometimes. I mean, there are times where I'm in 15 contracts, but but I'm slowly building it. I don't just drop 15 on one trade. You know,
got it.
I get into the trade first. I see how it develops, and then I'll average up into the trade if needed. So when that happens, you know, then I'm scaling out pretty quick.
Right. And so how many trades a day are you taking, and then what's kind of your average hold time then?
Man, that some days, like what I've been trying to do now is once I hit around 4,000 a day, I stop. Sometimes I don't stop, and my brothers and my friends that's all here, they yell at me. They're like, you know, stop trading, you know, get off. You made enough.
Come and hang out. You made enough money.
And,
are they there right now?
Yeah, they are.
Tell them to come in and say hi. What's up? Before the fireworks get started here, tell them to come in and say what's up.
Yeah. So I got my little brother here. He's
Andre.
And, you know,
he's been there the entire time.
Yeah, they're just.
What did I do, Jack? What did I do?
Don't
And then I
put
have
people
my
on the
other
spot to show and tell their
I
families.
have my other friend here
Told
too.
him. He did it last time. They were all cool. They're all watching the stream
Oh, okay,
anyways. They might
cool.
as well. But they're watching the stream anyways. They might as well come on and say hi.
Yeah, like the thing what I like to do is I like to put my friends on money. You know, like if I can do this, I want them to do it too, because at the end of the day, if and when you're able to make money, you can't spend it all by yourself. Or you want to go do something, but your friends can't. So being able to do my best to help them out and get them to a level where they're financially stable, they can enjoy their time too. Because all we're doing right now is just buying back time, because we can't get that back. And nothing against people that work a 9 to 5. I used to work a 9 to 5. I used to be in med. I used to be in med school. So it's like,
that's right.
I understand. I understand the whole process. And what it takes to survive, basically.
Yeah, it looks like
that's
very
cool.
Pushing back
very
up
cool.
again.
Very admirable of you. Who's on Chiron right now? That's really cool. Oh, someone's got it up. Sweet. Yeah, it's very cool of you, man. Little brother, our big brother teaching little brother some of the ropes here in trading. Okay, guys, we got about 11 minutes till we get the MOC imbalance here, the initial. That we'll dial that in. I bought another one. I'm long from 51, 41, 75. We're starting to see some velocity pick up here in the markets. We see some volume coming in. ES has been crazy volume today. We've been seeing 1,000 lots on the bid next to the the daily highs, no problem. Initiating new longs at the daily highs. You rarely see something like this. I think we started it yesterday on the power hour. We started to see these bids come in. People selling these bids, the bid to reappear. Iceberg, it's called. We're starting to see a move to the upside here, at least in the ES. Looking around, NASDAQ might be catching a bid too, but looks like ES is off to the races ahead of the NASDAQ. So let's see what kind of rally we can get going here. Obviously, I want to see them bullish here. True, Dolby, what are we looking at? Are you guys in any trades?
Not right now. I closed at 10 ticks on that downside, and I haven't gone in yet. What I'm looking at right now is if you look at QQQ, this is like the second red candle that we've seen here on the 30-minute chart. So that's
I just got filled on a long. That was quick.
That's kind of insane to see.
That was an insane fill. Yeah, I got 18,332 and a half on a
Did
long.
You really?
It just like teleported down and filled me and like shot back up again. So we'll see what happens.
That's why you do limit orders.
Yeah, so I have two more buys stacked below that. But I did switch to my trading combine, which is a fresh. I haven't traded on that today yet. So I am in the trading combine for this trade. But yeah, once again, just playing the range. I feel like I'm having a hard time kind of accepting some of the natural volatility in NASDAQ with some of these range trades. So like I said, I was trying to get long 3 earlier, and now we're kind of back up there again, back within range. So I'm gonna have to work on just keep on trying and see how it goes. But I feel like this is a little bit better.
Right now I'm looking for. You say you got in at what, 331?
332 and a half.
332 and a half? Okay. Yeah, I'm looking for a pullback to see if I can get into a long as well, around like probably 333. Oh, here's my opportunity here.
And I'm going to try 28 and a halves and 24 and a quarter if we get back down there.
Yeah.
But it looks like
order filled. So here's my chance to get in here. I'm going to look for an entry around 330.
Order submitted. Order filled.
331. My average is at 330.75.
All right, True. What account?
Market orders?
Yeah, and what account are you trading, True?
I am on a was it combine right now.
Combine, very good. Thank you. You were long 3 from what price? Yeah. Sorry, Dolby. I want to make sure we get the transparency. You're long 3 from what price? We're long from 3 from what price in your combine?
Who, me?
Yeah, what price? Sorry, your average price.
Oh, 331.75.
Thank you. 331.75 plus 3 in the combine.
So I'm up 16 ticks right now from the top.
Okay.
Yeah. So you already thinking about taking profits?
My target would be 337. 337.75. So
I gotta say, Andre, this is why I love having different types of traders on, because everyone is taking profits in like a different way. Like True's taking profits on his trade, and I'm like, I want to hold this for like another like half an hour, like 45 minutes. But he's, but all these NQ traders are making money. You know what I mean? God, it's frustrating. But that seems to be the trick, is just getting your scalps in here and there.
Yeah, because what you notice, it always comes back to our average again, and then once it comes back to our average, I get back in again. It's like when it's yo-yoing. So here, it just hit my target there.
Cha-ching. Yeah, I mean, I'm up like $260, but like I don't feel anything because I want to get out of the range. You know what I mean?
So
I don't feel anything. Here we go. We're starting to feel something right now. Let's get this rally going. Here we go. I'm along the S&Ps. Let's get this rally going. Starting to feel. We gotta feel alive here, guys. Come on.
The first target was for me was 337.75, and then I would look for the 50 MA as the next target, so 43.43. So round down to like 43.25, but right now it's back down below again. So that's why you take profit,
dude.
Because damn
haters, dude.
No, I mean he's not wrong though, because I mean I typed one thing in chat and I look back and now I'm back to break even on my NASDAQ trade, dude.
I have trailing stops too, so that's why I try to just fill it in, and sometimes the stops will not hold. The stops will just get ran over, and that's like the worst feeling. So,
dude, I have a feeling like my crude oil experience is chopping me up, because I want to hold those trades for like half an hour, and then you hold a trade for half an hour in NASDAQ and you've lived like 10 different lives.
Yeah. No, you'll gain like 10 years in life at that point.
Yeah, but what's cool though is that like, so we've been in this 5-minute range, I would say like this 1-minute range for like a while. And so you'd totally be okay just working the exact same trade over and over again for like $200 if you can keep on getting it, right?
And if you keep doing it, that's $1,000 in 5 trades, So you look 1, 2, 3, 4. So in the last 4 minutes, you could have done that.
The exact same trade for about $1,000.
Yeah, but I think what a lot of people have trouble with is they don't believe that it can happen. They keep thinking it's gonna go down. It has to go down. And when you have that mentality, you're never gonna get into a trade. Or when you do, you're gonna have so much bias in your trade to where you just get eaten alive when it goes the opposite way, and you blame the market. The only person you blame is yourself. So at this point, that the only thing you can do is just get into the trade. You see the setup, get into the trade. If you're wrong, at least have a setup to protect yourself.
Yeah, and we got some questions in chat here. From Roger, could you explain your setup, or maybe pick your favorite setup and just try to explain it clearly to chat? And then the second question, which is a follow-up, would be how tight are your stops typically?
Let me start off with the stop loss question first. That one's short. Depending on how many contracts I'm in. If I am in, say, one contract, I mean, for NQ, my stop's at least 20 ticks. And so that's $100 on one contract.
$100.
Now, if I'm on 3 contracts, I probably do like a 10 to 20, 20 tick profit, 10 stop loss.
Okay.
And then when I'm in like 5 or 15, I try to jump in on 15 contracts when I'm already up. So let's say I start off with 3 contracts, and then it's going up, and then I average in again. So now I'm building a buffer, right? And then I add 3 in again. So now I'm at 9, and add 3 in, and I'm at 12. And then my P&L is still going up, but then I still have a trailing stop loss to where I still take profit. So majority of the time when I'm in 15, I do a minimum of probably like 7 ticks, but that's like I'm already up. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
A lot of people hear others say I'm gonna go in 15 or 30 contracts, and good for you.
Off the rip.
But when I do go into these 15 contracts, I'm steadily going, like, adding into the trade. When it's a losing trade, I try not to average down too much. Unless I specifically have a level to I can see where, okay, we're getting a bounce here or we're holding support, then I'll average in. But if I see it just breaking right through, I'm out.
Yeah. I mean, I like averaging down, but it's within like the same range. It's not like I'm already in a trash trade and I'm just trying to like reverse the position. It's like part of like a larger philosophy of, oh, if I'm playing like a range bound stop run, then yeah, I'll try to bid, maybe like 5 ticks apart below the range to catch the stop run. So I hope that we get back in. But to me, those are just cheaper trades on the way down.
Yeah. So here's the setup that I'm seeing right now. 9's crossing over the 21. So I would look to get in around 45. So 45, 45,
Wow,
50.
really? Dude, I would never take that trade in a million years. That's
And
so
then
cool.
I know.
And then the
Isn't it
next
cool,
entry.
Dobie?
Yeah.
So I'm in one contract, right? And then my next entry would be at 43.
All right.
43. There you go.
So you're adding at 43?
Yeah, I'm adding at 43.
Okay.
I'm just in 2 contracts.
Okay. And you're bullish.
Okay, so my average right now is at 44.75. So 9 EMA just crossed over to 21. So this is the first thing that I look for. And then if the 9 approaches the 50, we're going to push up. My next target would be around
I think
50,
everyone's
15.
long right now.
Yes, correct.
Everyone's long across the board.
Order submitted.
I'm long too at 18,330.50.
That was great, Phil. Wait, 350?
Okay.
Sorry, 330 and a half.
330, 30s. Yes, 30s. Gotcha.
Yeah, sorry. I'm 330s and a half.
Gotcha.
So how would you start scaling up in this? Let's say theoretically this starts rallying to 18,000.
So if it breaks 348, I'll add in, but then I'll still have my take profit at 350.
So even just for that extra 2 points, you're willing to put on some extra contracts?
Yeah, and but sometimes but majority of the time I'm adding like 3 more. I'm not just adding 1.
Mm-hmm.
All right. I'm
So
peeling
here
one off here.
Yeah, so here it's at I'm at negative 15 ticks right now. So my stop is at negative 20.
Okay.
I'm only in 2 contracts. Yeah.
Oh, Eddie, you got some MOC?
MOC,
I might.
You know me.
Nice.
And then if I give you the answer, would you answer Austin's question because he's being very patient? Please.
Oh, yeah.
What's Austin's question?
MOC and balance. Guys and girls, once again, they got technical difficulties. See? Other companies have technical difficulties also.
Plug the machine
in.
But
what's going on? Somebody plug it back. Can you plug it back in?
Thank you, Eddie.
All right, so it just hit my stop loss there.
Okay.
Austin's question. I'm trying to understand. 1 second, True. I'm trying to understand. Are we looking for a buy or sell entry? Austin, we are all looking for buy entries.
We're
the
all
trend is your
looking
friend.
long.
We're all looking for longs. If you look, the whole afternoon has just been a rally to the upside, especially the NASDAQ. Look at that power rally. The S&Ps as well, but we're looking for buy entries. So typically we try to find a pullback where the price comes back down lower. Think about it's good at discount price. You get the price cheaper than we think it will be in the future. So we're looking for buy entries here, which we all did. We all found buy entries. I am long from 40 3/4. These guys are all long from in the money as well. So we're looking for the market to go higher with these buy entries.
That is the goal. So True, you ended up taking an L on that one, right? Off the pullback?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. But I was only in 2 contracts, so.
Oh, so that's not bad.
Nothing-
and I got at 1,
nothing-
so I
nothing
locked in
painful.
$1.50. Yeah, that's the rounding error. I got $1.50 on mine. I'm still working 1, but it looks a little bit sus right now. I don't know what chat's doing. Chat, how are you feeling right now? Are you bullish? Are you bearish? Crude oil is doing nothing. YM had a nice little bounce though, but that's starting to roll too. I'm probably going to get out at break even for this one.
Yeah,
But
it's
maybe I
right
should just
back
take
down
profit.
at
Yeah, I
333.
know. Maybe buyers come back in, but also maybe just another stop run. Like we didn't.
Downside or upside, Goldie?
I mean, I still want to get long because it's shorting equities seems insane to me, and I'm also like I'm a terrible momentum trader.
Who do you think's going to take this higher at the end of the day? It's the shorts are going to take this higher at the end of the day.
Yeah, people covering, right? That's the
Yeah,
assumption you would make, right? Like, who would want to stay short into the weekend?
I don't know.
That seems real risky.
It is real. Well, even though we are at all-time highs or whatever near them, you'd think you're selling the all-time high price, but then because we always joked at the firm, you can't go higher than the highs. Sure enough, we did go higher than the highs, so I'm staying long.
I'm keeping it. Yeah, I'm gonna at least
I'm
keep
comfortable.
one.
I'm comfortable with my long. Hoagie, I shaved one off.
And I flattened one at 340 and a quarter. It's like decent price. I probably should have gotten one at like 347. So true. When you're in a trade, you already have your TP 1, 2, and 3 already set up and good to go, right? You're not even thinking about that stuff. Okay.
Yeah, and usually when it runs up, I mean, if it goes beyond it, I'll cry about it later. Yeah.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah, it's better to take profit than not. You know. A lot of
Yeah,
people
I
say,
mean,
you know,
that's-
you never met a broke person who takes profit. So
Yeah. Well, I need to start taking more profits because that seems like to be the secret sauce in trading NASDAQ is just getting in a trade, getting a couple $100, getting out, and rinse and repeat if you're fortunate enough to find another good trade.
yeah, I mean, sometimes when like on my funded or on my live account, I would swing overnight sometimes, but it'd just be one contract.
Right. And if you have a stop in place, like it's fine.
Yeah, yeah. And, you know, sometimes I wake up to, you know, 2,200 or negative 500. You know, I leave my stops pretty tight when it comes to swinging overnight. But I don't really have a take profit. When I wake up, it's either at break even or it's up or I'm stopped out.
Right. Do you often place overnight trades, just like one feeler, just in case to get filled, or?
Well, I mean, I scalp a lot at night too. Some of the Topstep members probably seen it, but you know, in a night, I'll rack up. I think on Tuesday, on one of my funded, I made 17,000 on the funded overnight.
Damn, overnight? Jesus.
Yeah, and I mean, I went ham on the on that night. It was on Tuesday. It was on Tuesday. It was on
Yeah,
Tuesday.
you're feeling it.
Yeah, and I'll be honest. I mean, I told everyone too. I was like, I gave it all back. It was rough. I gave it all back during regular trading hours. Yeah, when market opened, I was at up 17,000, and I scalped some more. I made like 500, and then it came down, and then I went for a long, and then it just wicked me out. Like it just kept dropping. And just took what, almost 14,000 out. Yeah, it was rough, but that's
So
trading.
needless to say, you might have been on tilt, right?
Oh yeah, I was. And my brother was here. My friends were here, and they're like, "You need to stop. You need to stop." And I'm just like, yeah. I just blacked out and just kept trying to revenge. You know, I mean, I wasn't even down. I was up 17, and then I dropped down to about 12, and then I should have stopped. But I was like, you know, I'm gonna try to get this back. And sometimes the market will do that. The market will do that to you mentally, you know, to where you think you're invincible at one point, and it'll take you out.
Gotta have Dorothy pull the plug on your computer, man.
Yeah, Dorothy, where were you when he needed you?
Dorothy was actually away out of town.
Oh,
so
that's the problem.
There you go.
Oh man.
There you go. Hey, we got a 900 lot here at 51.45 quarter in the S&Ps. 920 to be exact at 45 quarter in the S&Ps. About 5 ticks away from that. See if we can get that filled. Jack, in the meantime, before the fireworks really get going, do we have the top quiz winners just yet, or do we need to wait?
No, they have come in. Here
good.
they are. There's 50 names. So go back and it was Danielle's little wave of the wand there during it. I see Andre's wife's boyfriend is on the list. Good for him.
Margot.
Yeah. Bobby Smash, MP's rants.
Jesus.
This is pretty tame.
Okay.
Pretty tame.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Good. Not bad for a Friday. Not bad for a Friday. I'll take it.
They're not allowed to be super spicy anymore.
You gotta have a little bit of spice. Can I have a little bit of spice on Power Hour?
Maybe one user whose name you might remember ruined it for everybody.
For everybody. Yep. Sure did.
Hope you're happy.
Lower left corner. Lower left corner. Oh. That's all I'll say. You got to go find the episode. Lower left corner. Yeah, we still have that. All right, so we got about 1,000 sitting at 45 quarter in the S&Ps. I have a pretty tame Power Hour for the time. Ooh, wow.
Oh, hello.
S&Ps just got smoked there.
NASDAQ's trying to teleport again.
Yeah, a little teleport action. So if you want to get your long in, this might be it. Michael, it's like that.
Yeah, it's consolidating here, so I don't like touching this.
But I like the range though. I can't stay here forever.
Yeah. Well,
we're still hanging in there.
I also said when the EMAs are like too tight like this, I try not to get to any trades until I see some separation.
Right. Interesting. How did you kind of turn into the trader that you are now? Like I know some people like momentum, some people like range. What was your like kind of trajectory into your system?
So I learned from actual floor traders from Wall Street, and they're all in their 70s, and they don't look at any of the stuff that we do. They don't look at indicators. They don't look at none of that. They only look at price action and volume. That's literally all they see. You know, they're like all these kids using all these gimmicks and stuff. The thing is that, but they told me like what you guys have now, like for our generation and our group of people, group of traders nowadays, you know, these indicators help us as retailers because we don't have information that they have. We don't have the market information that they do. You know, so that's the difference. So we can still use these indicators that are provided on these platforms, you know, and utilize them as a tool, but not all indicators are, you know, foolproof. You kind of have to use all of them together if you want to make it work. So how I became a range trader was just learning from these guys where they just tell me if an institution was to put in $100 million into the market, what is their goal? You know, and I was like, to make money. And they're like, but how much? So what they like to do is they like to double their money. They just don't like to take 10% and run. So majority of the time when institutions put in money, they're getting all of the algorithms and all of the other institutions involved too, which pushes up the market because they're the only ones that can do it. So once they do that, now whoever put in that money, now it's a fight. Like, okay, who's going to sell first? Who's going to be the one to take profit? You know, who's going to be on the losing end of that trade? So that's how ranges occur. And you know, from 13 years of trading, what I've seen here is every time it hits a certain range, and then it'll go up to the next range, take profit. And the range that I found was about 30 points on NQ, on NDX, or QQQ, or whatever you're looking at. So that's how I started trading within the range and learning to take profit as soon as I can, before someone else does.
Oh, that's great. Where'd you meet all these traders that you had? That you just like through work and stuff?
No, these are my friends that I grew up with playing, you know, intramural sports, flag football, pickleball, basketball, volleyball. You know, I'm pretty involved in the sports, and
Nice.
In our group, in our city and stuff. So, you know, people find out about me through my photography, and then they find out that I trade, and they just want to learn too, and you know, I help them out. So.
And then we've actually had a lot of requests in chat. Do you have any like social media, Discord, anything like that people can hang out with you at?
Yeah, I have a Discord. Where can I send that?
You can post it in chat if you'd like.
Post it in chat. Throw in VMix. And we can copy whatever you want.
YouTube chat, or you can post it in VMix or wherever.
Well, I'll do that.
Well, I don't know about this power hour, Dolby. We're just kind of sitting here getting the range bound trade like you wanted.
That's what we said last time, and then like
That's
shit
true.
went insane. So
That's
still have
true.
17 minutes left. I'm gonna work some longs actually at 3-2 3/4 and 3-2 1 evens. and see if we get a little stop run down there before we move back higher again.
Okay.
And anything can happen because it's NASDAQ, so I'm trying to be patient here. I know we're kind of stuck in a range, but the last thing I want to do is get long here, only for it to go down to a level that I would consider obvious.
Yeah.
So we're gonna hang out here.
Yeah, I just posted the link on Discord, on YouTube and was it VMix?
VMix, yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna put that. We'll throw that in the chat there for you. I copied it over for you. We'll get that in there.
Nice.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, you got it, man. True, it's been a pleasure, man. It's good having you back on here. I hope you enjoyed your last time. And I like your vibe. I like you're pretty mellow, right? So when you go on tilt, you get pissed off. You break anything? Like, what do? Do you not talk to anyone? How do you deal? Like, what do you do when you have like a bad day? You're on tilt. You're on full tilt. You go silent. How do you deal with that?
No, I mean, I'm a pretty calm person. The fun thing I do, like on my streams, I wear a heart monitor. So when I'm trading, but I'm very calm though. My heart rate is usually down at like 68 beats per minute, and even when I'm in a trade and like I'm making like $2,000-$3,000 on a trade, my heart rate still remains the same. I hook it up to one of my buddies, and he's sitting heart rate at like 120, and I feel like I have to call an ambulance sometimes. Like, he's not even in a trade. He's not even in a trade, and he's over at 120.
Bro, how many Celsius? How many Celsius can you drink in a day?
And this guy's fit too, and he's healthy. But I was like, dude, you need to get
Make him
checked out.
nervous.
God, 120.
I was like, I
that's
don't
really
think
high.
trading is good for you there. But he's not even in a position. He's just watching my position.
Yeah.
Which is the funny part. Yeah.
What's his red zone? Like 210, 220?
And the funny thing is he just ran a marathon too, and yeah, he hit that. And we thought he was gonna die.
I hit 210 in high school and threw up everywhere. It was great.
Really?
Yeah, dude, 210 is such a high heart rate.
That's
it's like explosion. That's like explosion.
Not good.
You're a rabbit, Dolby.
Yeah, I was doing like a
Dolby
hike
time.
around a mountain and then did like a sprint at the end in Hawaii, and it's just like so disgusting.
So here I see a setup for a long at 337.
Okay.
7. Okay.
Same level.
So I see it. 337 breakout. So we do have a breakout here, and then I am looking for.
All right, here we got some bids. All right, here now we got the bids coming here in the S&Ps. Sorry, True. Sorry, step on your toes there, True. We're starting to see some bids come in. 800, 1500 lot. 15, 18. We got 2,000. We've got 2,000 on the bid here. We're starting to see some action. 245 liquidity injection. Here we go. Power out. 1,000 on the bid right here in the S&Ps. See that? 51.45 quarter. We got 1,000 on the bid behind that. We got another 700. 51.45 even. We are starting to see the paper come in 1,200 now in that bid. The buyers are coming in. They'll take. Boom, filled. John, are those trading? Hell yeah, they're trading. Here we go, baby. Here we go. Finally.
So volatile.
Finally.
So volatile. Do you normally trade power hour, True?
It depends. Sometimes I wait till like the last 10 minutes. So I don't know if you guys noticed, but at 9 o'clock we have what I like to call bank orders. That's where you see that's when institutions are placing in the orders daily.
Yep.
And then at 2:50 p.m. Central, that's when they decide to close or buy more, and that's where you normally see more volatility 10 minutes before closing. And sometimes I like to trade options during that time, where I'm in like ODTs, for like 25 cents and watch it go to like $2 sometimes. So sometimes I do trade them. Yeah, sometimes it is. I don't recommend
or like pull tabs. That's like pull tabs in Madison. Do you ever do a pull tab?
I've done it before in I think we were in Michigan where they did it. Yeah. Or no, sorry, Minnesota. We were in Minnesota when they did. All right, so I'm up about 24 ticks here. Nice. 9 EMA is looking to cross over the 50. So we're looking for that cross. And once that cross has happened, we can see a pretty nice push. My next target would be at 350 and then 355.95.
Okay.
Nice, dude.
So now looking at my setup, we got a cross in the 9 and the 50. And my reason to hold would be if the 9 maintains above the 50. If it doesn't, I actually close this out for break even.
Okay. By hitting the flatten button, or do you actually have an order in already ready to go?
No, I just flatten it out.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll take a small
Hey,
L
Eddie,
if needed. But
Eddie, if you're there, keep us posted on MOC as we get close. If the machine starts working, I know it's broken, so if you do see an update, please keep us posted. We are so dumb. Why is it not working?
Get it together, MOC.
Yes, get it together. MOC. It's just MOC organization. Get it together.
The whole thing. Yeah, just figure
The
it out.
whole thing. Whole thing. All right, we're starting to see. John, if you got a Delta update for us, that'd be great. Kind of upticking here. True. Now you said you're looking to get long from 337. Did you get the fill yet? Did we get down to your price?
no, I'm waiting down to get to my price here.
Yeah.
For a long or for a flat?
For a long.
Oh, okay. So you're not even in yet. Okay, got it. Yeah. It seems like this kind of
Yeah,
system
we got
got.
okay. So we
Yeah,
got
go ahead.
we got 40 seconds until quote unquote bank orders at 250, and this is where we would see like some crazy volatility.
Yeah. Man,
So
Jerry,
now
I
it's
you and I. Oh,
here we go.
I'm getting a message here. You spilled what on the machine? Oh, they spilled they spilled RIPS drink all over the machine. That's why we're having technical difficulties. I'm sorry.
All right.
All right, back to the markets. Trading 51.46 here. S&P's, Nasdaq catching a little bit of bid. I don't know, True, if you're gonna get that fill at 3. Oh, here's some sellers. Here we go.
I just got filled.
Yep.
At
There you
37.
go. Nice fill.
So you're
If you guys want to get long, here's your pullback. 5100 minus 5100 Delta ES. If you guys wanted to get long, that was your pullback. We'll see if this is some profit taking or if this is the pullback.
Come and get me. Come and get me.
It'll be my 6200 ES. Sellers are coming in. They're calling the tops.
333.
Come and get me. So I'm working a long order at 328.50.
I dare them to sell this out.
I got one at 333.50.
Good luck to you. Good luck to you. That's all you got? That's all the banks got? Good luck to you, man. Yeah. That's all the sellers got. You got no better than that.
I mean, if that's all they
there
had,
we go.
yeah.
If that's all they got, man.
Lows,
Come on.
higher lows the whole way.
Nice try, sellers. Oh.
Figure it out,
35,
sellers.
35 ticks there from 333.
Yeah, they're going to have to push.
Come and get me. See, Andre, I feel like you and I need to do a better job of trying to figure out these momentum plays in NASDAQ. You got like RIPS coming on, you got Trues coming on, and it seemed even David Green is doing the moving average thing. And I see these guys place trades in the middle of ranges, and I'm like, no way.
Dude, I can't.
No way I place it. There's no way I place that trade. But they're doing all right. Making more money than we are, Dre. What are we doing wrong? Ooh.
Guess first.
like
Guess
that,
first
guys.
here. Here come the sellers. Come on, sellers. If you got it, let's
Come
do
and get me. Come and get me.
328.25. Is that what your entry is?
328.50 is what I want. I haven't gotten filled yet. Come and get me, though.
Faction 24. Faction 24. I got skis that made by Faction.
See, I feel like this is why I'd actually enjoy YM maybe a little bit more, is because I get a little bit more room on these trades. I feel like I try to go like 3 deep in NASDAQ, and it's like, well, you just lost $500 in about 2 minutes. Like,
Gary's saying MOC imbalance 2.3 billion to the sell side. I'm still not getting anything here at Financial Juice. So,
all right.
Gary, thank you very much for sharing that.
And I just want to play a little stop run here. Just come and Freddie, I would never.
I like Freddie, man. He gives it to everybody. He can take it too. He's good people. All right, sellers.
Yeah, so it's sitting at my average right now.
Yeah.
Okay. Come and get me.
Yeah, I know, Rommel. What the hell? You think it'd be
Yeah,
better?
this is
Yes,
kinda
it was a wild one. Look at that. Nice try, sellers.
Yesterday was nuts.
Yesterday was nice.
Dude, you could do an entire trading combine from 2 to 3 p.m. Central without problem, without more than enough opportunity.
we go. All three of us are long? No?
Nope. I didn't get filled. I missed mine by like 2 ticks. I missed it by 2 ticks.
Hey,
But there's still time left.
sometimes you get too cheap on that, you know. I'm just kidding.
Been there. No, you do. You get too greedy. You get too greedy.
Yeah, not wrong.
Love you
Not
too, Freddie,
wrong.
man. Love seeing you in here. All right, wait, just Peter out here, and we got about less than 7 minutes. Less than 7 minutes till the weekend. Yeah, there's not a whole lot.
True,
popping
what are you
right
doing
now.
this weekend? Anything
Yeah, True.
exciting?
What's popping with you and your crew?
Oh, I'm actually teaching a class tonight. So I'll be doing that. Yeah.
Community college? Are you doing this online? Doing trading? What's
No,
going
I just do it online. Yeah.
Nice.
Teaching from like 4 to 9. It's like a whole boot camp thing. Yeah.
Photography or trading?
Trading. Yeah. I do teach photography too.
Yeah, my mom did classes.
Yeah,
cool.
I'm doing well, we just did an excursion that I taught in India. We were photographing tigers. That was pretty
Sick.
fun.
Yeah.
And then we're looking to host another photography trip to Morocco in October. So that's
Cool.
we'll be in the desert. Yeah. Doing some like celestial astrophotography stuff in the middle of nowhere. So that'd be cool.
That's cool. I haven't seen a star. I haven't seen a star in a minute. Dolby living in Chicago. I haven't seen a star in quite some time, man.
All right, here we are. 341 here.
Buy it up. Here we go.
Hey,
Sellers,
32
man.
ticks.
I don't know.
Yeah.
In short
Up
stuff.
32 ticks here. I'm still holding.
Oh man,
Might not be a good idea.
Less than 5 minutes.
Ooh, oh my god. All right. Good night. All right. Here we're at 40 ticks.
Here we go.
I'm gonna take it here, guys. I'm gonna take it here.
Here we go. Oh, the shorts. Learned the hard way.
Got one.
I actually have a soundboard too.
That's funny, man. The Dow looked way cleaner for price action the last hour than the Nasdaq did. Way cleaner.
Okay, that was the squeeze right there. Minus 1400. Yes. Okay, they unwound right there. Shit, should have gotten out.
Yeah, I'm close. I close at 40 ticks. So
Yeah, I'll close. I'm flat.
I'm gonna keep
so
this order.
that's the thing. I notice a lot of traders. I mean, I do it sometimes too. Is I don't set a take profit, and then I end up holding. And then it's not good. So that's why I set a take profit, and you know what? The market's always running. It's always moving. Just find another trade.
Mm-hmm.
You can always get back in. And think about it. It's you're basically trading on margin. You can always get back in. It's not like you're trading options. A lot of people that trade like cash account and stuff, they can't get back in because they spend their buying power. But with this, you just gotta get in, get out.
Yeah, don't we plugged them in there. We'll put them in there again.
Yeah,
Andre up 450 here.
Yeah, 2 trades. Wow. Don't tell the boss. Don't tell the boss.
Oh, nice, man. Look at you go.
Yeah.
That's solid.
What?
That's solid.
$480 for 2014, right?
Yeah. 2 trades today, 2 winners. But yeah, both to the long side.
Awesome,
Cool, man.
I'm not getting short, man. I lost my ass
today.
Yeah, Dolby, what's up now? Where have you been? Dolby?
I'm
this is
losing.
usually the time you start busting my ass.
I'm scratching trades. I'm up $169. There's nothing else I can do.
Nice.
Nothing else I can do.
This power hour we haven't seen the fireworks typically, but we usually
we had True at least. I mean,
True, dude. You've been an absolute pleasure, man.
Yeah.
Oh man, thanks for having me, guys.
Yeah,
you guys are awesome too.
It's been a lot of fun.
And power hour is not always a good time to trade, especially on days like this where it's just nonstop running. There is a point where it kind of just tapers off. So I wish it keeps running, but I'm happy for those retirement IRAs, 401ks. They're popping off, and
401k day.
Mm-hmm.
If I'm not making money in the market, at least my 401k is. So that's how I lay my head at night. Seriously, at least this is all-time highs. At least the 401k is growing.
Yeah, that is right. But
I
man,
mean,
really
I see a
not
lot
the
of
most
people.
exciting. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I see a lot of people complaining like, "Oh man, the market doesn't deserve to be up here so high."
And
I'm
speak
like,
for yourself, man. Speak for
dude,
themselves, man.
trade the direction. Why go opposite? You know.
Exactly.
Hey, if
The
they
beauty of this
want to
is
short, they can go short.
absolutely you can sell the all-time high
first.
prices or whatever. You can sell the best
No one's
prices ever.
stopping you.
I mean, earlier I
Tim.
went short too, but I'm only in a scalp. Like I'm not biased. I'm not trying to set up a bias to where we're at all time highs. It's gonna go down now. Like you're never going to find that top or find the bottom.
Correct. Well, like John said, the market has been proving the short sellers wrong for over 40 years now. There is essentially an infinite bid to the market on the long time horizon. So there's a natural bid, I should say, not infinite, and natural bid to the market. So as we speak of the devil, we're starting to see a bid come in here in the S&Ps. 47s are trading. It took forever to get there.
And where's your is your seminar public or is it for students only?
Less than 60 seconds.
It's for students. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they can find it on my Discord.
Discord. Does your Instagram go to your Discord?
Yes, it does. It does.
All right, we just put in True's Instagram is pinned up top, so click it if you're interested.
Thanks, Tim.
That's awesome.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Tim, for grabbing that. Yeah, no, not a problem.
True. It's been an absolute pleasure. Here we go. We're starting to see some price action. Watch all this liquidity come here in the S&Ps. Wow, buy it up. Look at
that. We got 20 seconds.
Yeah.
All my orders.
Yep. Make sure you cancel.
I mean,
cancel.
Listen, if you like trading on the 1 minute range, there is opportunity in Power Hour. Can't say a lot of us probably enjoy doing that, though.
Sold. Boy, how do you show? Thank you, guys. It's been a pleasure this week. Shout out to the Bell to Bellers. Shout out to all
teleport.
viewers.
There's your teleport right there.
True, you the man. Dolby, you the man. It's been a hell of a week.
Thanks for having me,
It's been a
guys.
great week.
Yeah.
Yep.
Nice to meet
Eddie,
you,
all you, man.
Thanks for being here, True. And I hope we see you very soon once again. And of course, we've got the dynamic duo Batman and Batman, Andre, and of course, Dolby Time. So, hey, just a reminder, Slow Markets will be back Monday at 8 p.m. Central. And next week's schedule. Oh, yes. Okay. That's a good idea. We'll put that camera on. There you go. Okay. Howdy. Next week's schedule, Monday and Tuesday. We're going to have business as usual here with the Top Step crew. But coming in Wednesday through Friday, we got RIPS, and Coach Dakota is going to take over from 8 a.m. until 11 a.m. Central Time. And the Top Step team is going off for an off-site get-together, and we'll do that. But really not much going on otherwise. I want everybody to have a great weekend. Remember, we love having you here with us each and every day, and we hope you love being here with us just the same. Hopefully, you did learn something here, at least one thing today, and if you have, then you're moving forward in your trading journey. So have a very restful weekend. Be safe, stay healthy, and until we see you Monday, I'm Eddie Horn, and this has been Top Step TV. But before you go, don't cut me off yet. I had something I thought was very good here.